Okay. And thus begins day 5. Is it really only day 5? We're going to go temperature. Not even going to mess around with anything else. Because we're programming ourselves. We're conditioning ourselves. We're choosing our own conditioning. Anyone who watches this, I'm giving you the answer in the first 10 seconds so you can stop watching if you want. You can choose your own conditioning. You can choose your own conditioning. So what does that mean? It means that if you want to take a different meaning from something, you can. Join me in healing. Okay. All right, we just are doing a quick LinkedIn repost and like I said, I don't think it really matters for anyone who is watching this later. I don't believe it matters. And I'm going to keep repeating that daily to everyone. It doesn't matter if one person watches it or a million. It has the same effect because the spirits who are enslaving us, no longer though. That changes every day. It's getting better every single day. But all right. All right, let's do this. So some people might ask, like, why did I do that if it doesn't matter then? Okay. So this is a good question. It's a really good question. It's a really good question. Yesterday we discussed the topic of what matters. And I brought all of you to an answer. So I challenge all of you to watch it to yesterday's stream, day 4. You can find it on YouTube. You can find it on Twitch, Star Diplomat, or you can find it on LinkedIn. Just go to my profile and just refresh it and watch it. There's a lot of value there. It has all the answers. But we ask ourselves what actually matters, right? There's not one thing that actually matters, okay? So I brought you guys to an answer because there were things that I believe matter. I want you to hear what I just said, right? I brought you to an answer based on things that I believe matter. So anyone who just is tuning in at this point, or is starting to watch, or is really now focusing, because I feel like what ends up happening for everyone is that the first few seconds, the first few minutes, the first few things of anything that we do, we're warming up. We're getting into a state of flow. So we just repeat things, we just say things. We're walking toward the light path, right? Like think of it like you're going in a circle and you're deciding which path you're going to walk. And you're just kind of testing the waters to see, like, is it warm? Is it cold? Is it poison? Is it light? What attacks are they going to do? So that's really what I'm doing right now. I'm just testing to see what attacks they're trying, because I don't have a set plan right now. I thought that I did, but I don't. So I can go in many different directions. So that means the reason why I'm doing this right now is because I'm just trying to see if they were seasoning me in one direction over another. That's the world we live in, people. Do you understand? Like, they season us. They start pushing things towards us to make us do certain things or not do certain things. And that's what I call conditioning, okay? Things that are repeated. And the things that repeat start having an effect on us, for good or for bad. It doesn't matter what it is, just so everyone understands. Whatever repeats has an effect on you. Even if you don't believe it, even if you dislike it, even if you enjoy it, right? It has an effect on you, okay? The problem with how the world currently operates, and you're like, well, who are you to say it's a problem? You're right. You should challenge me, but I'm playing this role, okay? This is the role that I'm playing, the storyline that I'm playing, all right? I've created a shield for myself, the ultimate shield, the ultimate path of the shepherd shield, right? Fulfilling the role of God's champion, Jesus and Moses. The names, labels don't matter, but I call it the shepherd now, right? But I'm playing the role of the Jesus. I'm healing the world. I'm healing myself. And I'm teaching all of you how to heal. So that's what I'm doing. And you can all disagree with me, and that's completely not only fair, but I encourage you to do so. But it doesn't matter if you guys say that, right? Like, it just doesn't matter. You can disagree with me. You're like, you're not healing the world. I'm like, maybe I'm not, right? But everything that happens is a reminder for me to do something, right? That's what conditioning is, in a way. Think about it like that. So the problem with the world, the reason why I gave you that little background right there is just so people understand that when I'm saying this, you can disagree with me, and you're right. We're all conditioned differently, right? Every one of you see each of these symbols, each of these pictures, each of these colors, each of these scents, everything that you hear, every sound, the way my voice sounds, everything, it has a different impact on you based on your conditioning. I hope there's some girls out there that completely love my voice, right? Like, I mean, now I have my sexy leg girl, my goddess, right? And I think of her dance, and you see, like, I'm conditioning myself and stuff like that. But you guys see, like, you have a certain reaction to something. But what you soon come to realize is that the forces that be are choosing to, and everything I just said, by the way, just a few seconds ago, will also have a different impact for you. All those words, so you might be like, ooh, like, you see, like, all those reactions are your conditioning talking for you. The problem is that the majority of us never are able to break free from the chains of conditioning. They are what chain us, right? And I talk a lot about it in the other streams, so go back and watch them if you haven't. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Okay, they're all absolutely very important pieces in this puzzle. So what ends up happening is that we have a conditioning chain, and then they put a lock on it. The lock is fear, the lock is insecurity, the lock is things of that nature, right? Things that just prevent you from healing it, okay? Because really conditioning, and could be, there's sometimes that it can be for good, right? Like, hey, you're conditioned to not jump off a cliff, right? Would you guys agree with that? The majority of us are conditioned not to do that. We won't ever take a leap of faith because, well, something could go wrong. We could get hurt. We could get killed. We could get, can break our bones, right? All this stuff. But everything is just becomes, it all becomes a reminder to heal. I'm just doing that for myself, right? Progression. And so when we get to this point of conditioning, right? This invisible chain, it can protect us. And a lot of people use that as a guise of control, right? Like, I call it the mask of intention, but it's like, what did they actually intend? And who's they? You decide. But I say that we are all enslaved by some spirits, gods, whatever you want, aliens, doesn't matter. Just know they're attacks. And if you watch those streams, I explain them. I'm going to talk more about them today. But understand what they do and why they do it, how they do it. So we're going to get into that all today. What ends up happening is that things repeat. And I believe that they spawn illusions, and I believe they take over people that become dark consumed. Or if they don't understand how to resist, if they haven't ever broken free, they just have to nudge you, right? They just have to encourage you to do one thing, and then you do it. You can't resist. You can't, if you feel like right now going to the bathroom, or if I right now feel like masturbating to a picture of my sexy leg girl because she's incredibly sexy and she's beautiful, she's incredible, right? Like, I just imagine the picture of her white bikini in the hot tub and that blue one. You see, like, all of a sudden, like, if I keep reinforcing it, I keep pushing it, I might go to the bathroom right now and be like, well, she's not here with me right now, so I guess I'm just going to masturbate to it. And if for all of you are like, oh my God, like, how can you talk like this? Because I broke my conditioning chain. Do you guys understand? I broke my conditioning chain and there's no lock. So what does that mean? You can choose now. I'm not going to do that again. Well, maybe. But the way I talk is different. If I wanted to go to the bathroom right now and do that, I could. But if I also don't want to, I don't have to. So it's what actually enslaves us to everything. Because think about it like this. What if I haven't broken that chain? Because I want to have a kid with her, right? So let's say she's right here next to me. And I look over there and I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Like, when she's drinking coffee and when she brings me coffee, and I'm like, guys, I got to stop the stream right now. You guys understand? Like, I can't resist. Like, there's the visual, there's like reminders of her here. Like, it's over. Like, it just keeps getting reinforced so much. So then you just have to do. So that's what's the danger of conditioning and chains is because you get to a point where if you just get presented A plus B plus C. And if you still didn't do something, now let's present D. If you still didn't do something, you present E. You see, you just keep going, and you see at what point is the person going to either break, do something bad, or we'll do the thing that we want, something good. But either one, right? You can be used for both ways, but the majority of the time it's used for bad, or it's used for people to just experiment and see how can we get someone to do something. That's really what they are doing, but it's majority to bad, to cause insecurities and problems. So, for example, I'm telling you, like, there are days where they try to dark consume me. And what is dark consumption? And I'm going to go over all these things in depth, but what is dark consumption? They try to lead you down a dark path, right? You can walk left or you can walk right. Left is the dark path, right is the light path. And if you walk left, you view the world different. Your outlook is different. It's not perspective. I want to make that clear. There's no perspective in the world, guys. It's outlook. Because an hour ago, they presented 20 of the worst things that have ever happened to me again through my brother, because he's completely dark consumed. He enslaves me because of it. Whenever I try to start streaming and healing the world, they dark consume him, and all the problems start happening. Truly, like, he tries to attack me, he tries to stop me, he tries to anything, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, why would I'm healing the world? I'm just trying to help heal the world. Why are you trying to stop me? And it's like, it's not him. Like, you gotta understand what the problem is, guys. Like, it's not him. It's just he goes to work, he scrolls social media nonstop, he gets so much info presented to him. He never actually heals. He doesn't want to take the step to start healing. So he just gets dark consumed over and over again, over and over again. And when he gets dark consumed, they just nudge him. They change all his outlook, his interpretation, everything. They nudge him. And then all of a sudden he starts trying to stop someone from healing or from helping others. And it just doesn't make any sense, right? Who would want to do that? It's not that he wants to. It's just he can't resist because he gets controlled. And that's what's happening to every single person. So that's why I was telling you guys, like, they were trying to dark consume me before I started to stream. So first of all, so that I talk differently, so I lose my flow, so I don't heal you guys as much, and I still heal while I'm dark consumed. Like, that's the thing, that they can't defeat me, because even when I'm dark consumed, I still heal. Do you guys understand? But because everything's a reminder to heal, right? Everything's a reminder to heal. But even if I'm dark consumed, I still am a healer at heart. I just want to heal the world, right? Like, I mean, it's undeniable now what my role is in this world. Like, whatever spirit is attached to me chose me for this, okay? Like, they've been building me up for this for 33 years, and now I'm awakened. Like, now I understand who I am, right? Like, I'm not Jesus himself. He lives inside of me, right? Like, we're the same. Like, he came back through me, right? Like, they built me up for this, and that's what it is. I fought it for so long, and I'm like, it is what it is, okay? Like, there's nothing else to it. Now, each of you can become one yourself, right? You can all become your own shepherd. You can all become healers. You can all be like, so don't put too much weight in it. But I'm just like, there always has to be one person that teaches everyone else some new information, right? Once everyone understands it, then everyone can become that. So basically what I'm telling you is, I'm teaching all of you how to become your own Jesus, okay? That's it. Think about it like that. If you want to view me as that, awesome, perfect. Just use me as your shield, right? I'll be your shield, but I'll be your shepherd shield, okay? But once you learn the knowledge, you won't need me anymore, and then now you can do it for other people. But think about that. There's people around me that are trying to stop me, that claim they're trying to help me. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, and it just flips on demand, like, and they keep using the same things that have hurt you in the past. Like, you start recognizing, that's why I said you start recognizing dark attacks, right? All of a sudden, it's like, why are you trying to bring back that time period? Like, right before that, someone walked by and they didn't even talk to me, but they're like yelling something about this a certain like thing. Like, let's say I talk about like, hey, Jesus and God, and then all of a sudden your brother walks by or comes back from work and then starts saying, oh, anyone who follows Jesus and God is bad. And I'm now believe this. You see, like, how they change the frame, they change that. Like, do you guys see how it's done? Outside, I just got presented something, then I come inside, and then he is doing something related to that. And I'm like, how do you know? You see, like, it's all connected. They're trying to create a problem, and they're trying to make me get dark consumed. Or then what is going to happen if how do most people react when someone's trying to stop them from doing something that they believe in, that heals them, that helps them, that makes them happy, that makes them fun? We get annoyed, we get angry, we get frustrated. And that's completely justified. I want people to understand, like, there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, you want to play a video game right now that you enjoy, you want to watch something like that, that's all about progression, right? And like my World of Warcraft stuff, well, if you stop me, I'm going to be like, what are you doing? Like, it's harmless. I'm not doing anything to you. I can even put my AirPods in so you don't have to listen to me. What's the problem? And they just try to stop you. And for the longest time, I just couldn't understand it. I still don't, by the way. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, like, why they would do that. Like, why are our dark gods, spirits, whatever you want to call them, choosing to do that to people, to stop someone who's just healing and educating the entire world? I'm sorry, but this is deliverance, okay? So let's go back to conditioning. Right? Like, I couldn't resist having sex with my girl right now because she's right there. She brought me coffee. This mug reminds me of her. I'd actually turned off I turned on my phone because there's a picture of her. So if I look at it, I'm getting plus conditioning points and starting, like, it's very dangerous because she's incredible. I have keywords that make me think of her, right? There's symbols here that make me think of her. Colors, all right? Like, you guys see, like, I'm just building it up. And now if I talk through it, like, and I start talking positively about her, well, I could truly just stop the stream right now and go over there because I can't resist. That's what a chain is. Do you guys understand? You can't resist. You don't decide. You have to do it. So what if I'm actually like, hey, I don't know why, because this is the saddest part, guys. Dark tries to ruin the things that heal you. Dark tries to ruin the things that help you. So, and they use anyone and anything, right? Anything. So all of a sudden I'm like, hey, Daniela, my sexy white girl, my goddess, right? Like, we need to create some distance right now because they're trying to ruin things related to you. They're trying to attach negatives to you. And since I use you as my ultimate shield, right? She's the reason why I'm doing this and why I got to this level of healing and figuring all this stuff out, right? So she was the missing piece. And, it was love. She was the antidote. Right? Do you guys understand? Like, so they try to ruin it. So I'm like, hey, just rest for now. Like, I need to do this. I need to use another shield. I need to use the shepherd shield that I created yesterday on stream. So if you guys want to watch how to create a shield live, I did it yesterday on stream. That's how I created it. That's how I created this shepherd shield, which makes me believe that my responsibility is to heal the entire world and heal myself and teach all of you how to heal. Okay, so you guys understand how this works? So I resisted. Despite all this conditioning and all these things pushing me in that direction, talking about it, I can still resist because here's the problem. If you can't resist, that means that it's an expected intended reaction, which means that they now know what your path is. So what if they actually are like, okay, we're going to now present a really bad reminder for him, mentally nudge him, or have his brother do something or whatever, right as he goes to the bathroom, or maybe he has sex with a girl right there on the bed and they're going to show up right then, okay? You're trying to ruin things. Do you guys understand? It's just a positive reminder to heal. Even right now, like, interrupt. When you hear this, when you rewatch this, interrupt. Everyone, if you're watching this right now, I need you to interrupt. So how do we interrupt? Let's practice. This is how you break free, guys. So create an easy situation to interrupt. So what do you guys see right here? What is this for you? What is this? How would you describe this? Do you see a color? Do you see an object? What am I holding? Is this a circle of peace? Is this a yellow rubber band? Oh, have you guys ever played? Oh my goodness, I dropped it. Did you guys ever play Legend of Zelda? Do you know that someone once told me that the tree force is the Triforce? And I was like, what does that mean? So anyway, right? You guys see everything's just a reminder to heal now. They can't do anything against us anymore. Oh, that's that. You see, like, I interrupted where I was going, my path. So we're starting to create things that we can do to interrupt anytime paths develop, or anytime, like, you just see, like, oh, they try to start a path. And what is a path? It teleports you to a time period. It makes you start thinking about certain things. And I created the path in my own snap out of it. So that means I'm going to create another interruption. Guys, do you understand how crazy this is? I don't know why I'm doing this, but this seems like a good interruption right now. Have you guys ever put a coffee mug and a water? Wait, this is the water mug and this is coffee. Is it? Oh, there's coffee in there and there's water in here. Wait. Why do we assign a certain function to a mug? Why can't it be used for, like, I don't know, drinking water? And this is the coffee. Okay, that's enough interrupts. You guys see, I was just trying to show you guys how it's done. We're not afraid to walk into the darkness anymore. Do you guys understand what's happening here? They can do whatever they want. There's no other path anymore, right? The only path is everything bad that they do, and they've presented quite a few bad things already on the stream alone in the last 20 minutes, is just a reminder to heal, to be the shepherd, to embrace our healing God, Jesus role. So conditioning, right? We can't break it if we can't resist. We just do whatever we feel like. So right now, I feel like eating cereal. I'm going to do it. I got nudged to do so. I'm going to do so. Because I'm creating a conditioning, a little program here, where every time I want to talk about conditioning to prove to people that you can just start breaking it through repetition, that I eat cereal on stream. And then I talk with my mouth full just to prove to people that you can. And you can still give people an incredible performance and give so much knowledge and heal people. But this is healing people. It's showing that, hey, after you do this a few times, you can start choosing. Normally, I don't do this. But I'm doing this for a purpose. But here's the problem, right? There's a lot of problems today. But yet we're not dark consumed. Pay attention to that, guys. There's a lot of problems, but we're not dark consumed. So, why did I not talk my mouth full, but the last time I did? If I keep repeating it, the same thing over and over again, I'm conditioning myself to it. I'm creating associations. Cereal has a lot of positive associations for me right now. To my girl, sexy leg girl, to streaming. You guys understand? So like, if I start eating cereal, it might make me think of her. If I start eating cereal, I might want to stream. So what if, right, like usually I'm now only eat cereal in a stream. And now I walk by my little office area or whatever it is, and I see my setup, right? Like the microphone, the lights, the webcam, the laptop. I'm eating cereal and I see those things. If I haven't broken my chain, that might be enough reinforcement to get me to stream. I'm gonna play a song that I'm playing right now. Then I put in my AirPods because I've been using them to stream. Put on this necklace because I'm looking at it all the time. You guys understand what I'm talking about? You can brainwash yourself positively to stream. You guys get it? So it can be bad, right? Because if you keep doing it, even if it was something good at first, right? Every time I feel pain, I'm going to go to my girl, my sexy little girl. She's going to be my shield. She's going to help me. But then we always end up having sex, right? Or I watch her dance or something like that, right? But then all of a sudden, before you know it, right? Maybe you fabricate an event to do that. Or what if Dark now is like, okay, well, we know how we can get him to do that. So what if we season some things beforehand so that his lens is different? What if we make him think of like another girl, right? So now, you guys see what I'm saying? Like now they can start attaching things to your positive. And now, because there's no negative to that, right? Like if she heals you every time you're about to get dark consumed or you get hurt, that's a positive. There's no negative. There's truly anything that gets you light path is a positive. But the problem is, now it's a reminder to heal. Everything's a reminder to heal. Every time I say that, just so you guys know, if you rewatch the stream and you count that, every time I say that is every single time I got dark nudged. What is the dark nudge? It means that they put a mental thought into my head. That means I'm not fully shielded and flow yet. I'm close, but I'm not there yet. Because if I was full flow, they wouldn't be able to get any dark nudges, but they can still get a few, because if I start little paths, do you guys see like I'm starting a few paths talking about things, and it's giving them opportunities to dark nudge me. If I created no path, if I was just always walking just as one in the middle, then they couldn't do that. But since I'm walking a little bit over here and I'm walking a little bit over here, I'm doing it to try to help you guys. So you see what I mean? Like I willingly walk into the dark, knowing that it's exposing myself to more attacks. So if you start a little path about something, could be anything, right? They can now attack you with related things to that. So pay attention, guys. Anything that whenever I say that, it's just a reminder to heal. It means that they dark nudged me. It's just a reminder to heal. Count them. If you guys don't believe how bad this is. And remember, I know how to protect myself from a lot. Just think about that. You guys have no chance. If you don't understand this knowledge, or if you don't understand how to go down the light path on demand, you're going to get dark consumed, because think about if you become a threat at any point, if you start investigating this knowledge and you start trying to heal yourself or others, they're going to just completely infest you. Right? Like they're going to completely infest you and it's over. Like you can't, unless you can shield it, it's over. There's no way. Your health is going to go down so fast, and then you become dark consumed. And when you're dark consumed, now they can control you. So, and if you haven't broken conditioning change, that means that whatever they nudge you to do, you will do. So if they know that you're going to be in a specific location at a set time because you always do the same thing, they can present things for you. Now, you'll eventually get to a point where it doesn't matter what they present, right? That's the state that I've reached. But do you understand how difficult that is, guys? Like that's not something the majority of people are going to be able to reach for a long, long time. Like that's like the goal. That's the end goal. Why are we creating a world that people have to play to that level? Like why would we expect everyone to execute at, like, think of it like the Olympics. Why would we imagine if everyone just in your day-to-day life, you had to operate like if you were like a top Olympian, right? Do you guys understand? Imagine if that's how you had to operate. If you didn't, it's over. Your life is over. You're going to be eliminated. That's it. That's not how the world works, and it shouldn't, because everyone has their own contribution. Their way is the way. Your way is the way right now. I just want everyone to understand. Whatever you guys are doing right now, whatever but that other people are trying to suppress or stop, that's the way, okay? Simply put, you need to keep reinforcing it, you need to keep exploring it, you need to keep reinterpreting it, you need to keep teaching it. And as you listen to my content, I challenge all of you to try to decipher what I'm saying, take notes, and figure it out. Ask questions to yourself, and then try to explain it to yourself. Try to make videos or write things related to it to keep pushing you to heal and figure it out. You're not going to get to this point in one day. And if you do, then reach out to me, because I need to learn from you. Because there's a lot that means that the world has a lot to gain from you. It has a lot to gain from every single one of you. Okay? Every single one of you. So what does this lead me to, right? We choose our conditioning. You can get to a point where you can choose your conditioning. Do you guys understand what that means? It means that you can condition yourself no matter what it is. I can make myself conditioned to do something. Like I could say that, I don't know, this right here. You guys see this? I don't know if you guys can see it, okay? It's a little blurry, but basically it's a little sticker that was on a product that my brother bought. And it has the money symbol. Okay? It has numbers and a money symbol, and it's white. It means 3 different things for me. Yeah, you might say it means that's just the price of a product. Yeah, that's not what it means to me at all. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? It doesn't mean that to me at all. It's just a reminder to heal. So I look at that, and there's a lot of positives there, but there's also, it truly is just a reminder to heal. Why? Because I have now brainwashed myself positively. I've created my own conditioning. I've created my own program. I've created my own associations with it. And I'm repeating them over and over again, over and over again, over and over again, to program myself to have an aversion to money. See, like I can make myself get even mad. You guys understand that? But I also now can change that on demand. Before I couldn't. Before, when I went down that path, I would get dark consumed, but I would still be healing with the light. I would do dark motivation with light action, but I had anger and fear inside of me, but I countered it through love, healing, stuff like that. Now I can just break that path on demand like that. Do you guys understand the power that you get once you reach a state? Like this is full enlightenment. This is reaching a state of like God, Jesushood, and I'm teaching all of you how to reach this. It's the ultimate climb. Just a reminder to heal. So, do you guys understand that every time I see money, just a money symbol now, I view it as that's the problem with this world, and we need to, it's motivation for me to make the world a better place, to heal the world. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Anytime, if I see a dollar bill, anytime I see a symbol, anytime I see anything that is related to money, it pushes me, it makes me want to heal. It makes me want to make the world a better place, because it's the demon, it's the problem, it's the actual parasite. So now all I have to do is keep looking at it, keep repeating that over and over again, and I can condition myself to become that way. But here's the thing. I broke the chain. So that also means that if now I want to view it as something else, right? I'm like, yeah. There's like so many things I could take it down, different paths, right? Do you guys understand? Like, that's the power of being able to create your own meaning, of being able to choose your own conditioning, of being able to create your own associations. Because and then you can choose what you focus on, right? Like, there's colors, there's the shapes, it's just a reminder to heal. Do you guys understand? This is the secret. This is the key to everything. So I don't know what I'm going to say next. I don't know what I'm going to talk about next. I never do anymore because I use it to just talk from the heart. I know this stuff now, and there's so much good stuff that I wrote down, but the problem, right before I started, right, they were trying to dark consume me. They tried to walk me down that path. Absolutely terrible reminders, right? Truly. Really bad things. Horrible things. And just think of it like someone tells you every time that you're going to start streaming, like they're going to kill you, okay? That's basically what happens in my life now. You guys make of that as you will, okay? That's the world that I live in, okay? Because there's some things that people don't understand. There's very few things that are game over in actual the game of life. Money is not one of them. You can run out of money and it's not game over at all. It's fabricated, okay? They'll save you if you run out of money. But anyway, so I'm just like, why are you trying to dark consume me? Why are you trying to get me like to feel fear, to get angry, to fight back at you, to like talk to you? Like, I'm trying to just work on this, right? I'm trying to get in a state of flow. And you just keep cashing and you're like, like, that's why I'm just talking now, because I'm close to a state of flow, but it doesn't matter anymore, right? Like, there's nothing they can do because now I'm the shepherd and, well, I just need to heal and I need to protect my goddess. And like, it's just, we have too many paths that we can create on demand that we don't even need though, but we use them to bring us back to light every single time. Like, they try. And it's just on demand, we can do so. And we can even now mentally do them, but that's harder because think of it like, I view video games like they help me conceptualize things. So that's why I challenge and recommend all of you to actually explore them, because they're a really good way of analogy of life, okay? So there's a game called Secret of Mana, where it's the game that I associate this with. You see associations, but others had it, right? So basically, yeah, see that, just around to heal. So there's let's say you wanted to choose your path or like your weapon or your spell, okay? And you had like these different elemental spirits that were helping you. Whenever you just like, you press the button and then the different elemental spirits open up in Secret of Mana. I'm like, I want to use currently right now the earth one. I want to use the rain one. I want to use the ice one to create some snow. I want to do this one to create like light, like whatever, right? You got to choose. So when you get to a point of this state, you actually get to choose, but that's regardless what's happening. But I'm saying, like, you can even develop it to the point where you can mentally do that without even seeing a reminder. So it's like you pause and you're like a radio menu pops up in your head. It's like, okay, which path do I want to go down? And you can do that on demand without even thinking about something like that. You see, like, that's the power of creation. And I'm trying to teach you all to get there. It's going to take you a long time. It's a journey, okay? But when you get there, it's absolutely beautiful, because then there's nothing they can do. Because on demand, you can just go back to this path of just being the shepherd and healing people and trying to show them that we just need to be light, okay? Dark is not the answer. It never has been and never will be. Anything that tries to force you to be dark nonstop, you have to be like, why? Like, why would you guys do that? Why are you trying to stop me from healing? You guys understand? Like, you have to. The reason why I know that dark isn't the correct play. Let's go here. And after this, we're gonna go finish the radio menu thing. Is that it's just, why would you try to stop someone from helping other people? Do you guys understand? Like, it makes me happy. It makes me positive. I want to heal. I want to just boost people up. I want to free people. I want to make them realize that they're amazing, that they should believe in themselves, because they've always been great at what they do. They were made to forget. And I'm just like, why would you try to stop that? So that's how you know that dark is wrong. Because before I want people to understand this. I really struggled with it. Because first of all, like, they condition you to believe you should never be dark, right? Kind of like what I'm doing too. But so then they make you do things that they claim are dark. So then now you feel bad because you're like, oh, no, am I dark? But then they keep pushing you there. So you see how that's a control lever too? All they have to say is, oh, what you're doing right now, like if I swear on stream, like say, fuck off. Like, oh, guess I'm dark now. I'm evil, guys. Do you understand how they do it? That's how they do it. They condition you to those things over and over again, and then they push you to those things, and then you do it, and then you're like, now I'm evil. Now I'm dark. I guess I am. They were right. Everyone told me that, and now I am. Do you guys see like how it's done? And now it's reinforced, and now you go down the dark path. It's very simple. Let's do an interrupt here. Guys, do you know that they've tried to weaponize Cheerios against me? Can we just explain to that? Like, what is wrong with people? Like, what is wrong with these spirits and manipulators? Like, what? Cheerios are cool. You're cool. She makes us very cool. She's incredible. Yeah, distractions, right? Cheerios are good. So anyway, think about those things, guys. Right? Oh, here we go. This is good. It probably was a good nudge, but you never know, right? Now, because of what I did, I have a feeling. And I don't mind talking about it anymore. You guys should not talk about your weaknesses and vulnerabilities to other people. But the spirits know regardless. They always know. But it seems like certain vessels and pawns, the illusions know, but it seems like the pawns, so actual players in the game of life that get taken over, it seems like they might not know fully unless they're completely dark consumed. So like if they drink too much alcohol or something like that. Like they might not know all of your vulnerabilities yet. But the illusions do. They will suggest things through vague implications. So I used to have this aversion through my conditioning to feeling stickiness. Like it wasn't like a terrible thing, right? But it annoyed me. Do you guys understand? Like there were just certain events that happened in my life, like maybe like right before I was going to do a sales meeting, or maybe I don't know, I was walking with my shoes somewhere and like I stepped in something and now they're sticky, and then you hear like that sound, right? And that keeps repeating, and then you see like they condition you to create these negative events to make you hate something. See, like I'm not going to go to the bathroom and wash my hands, so I'm just going to dunk my hands in my water to clean my hands because I don't want to change my path. Because if right now I went to the bathroom or the kitchen to get rid of the sticky feeling, and it didn't bother me anymore, right? But I just want to prove to you guys how they can control you. So I could have gone to the kitchen right now. On my way to the kitchen, I see things, okay? Or I could hear sounds, because let's say I took out my AirPods, or maybe I smell something. Or maybe there's someone that walks by the front door and I hear something. All those things are nudges. All those things are conditioning, that have conditioning points attached to them. So what does that do? It can start you on a path. I wouldn't say I'm on a good path right now. That could interrupt me. That could change my flow. Do you guys understand how complex this gets? You see, like nothing is harmless. Like if they now create the feeling of, oh, I have a sticky thing on my finger, what do? You probably are going to wash your hands. Do you guys understand? To get rid of it, especially if it's something that in the past annoyed you or bothered you. This is how they control all of us. I think a lot of you think that it's just they like possess you, and they can possess people who get dark consumed. They absolutely can. Like even if it's just temporarily. Write things down when you get angry. Like if you feel like this rage, or you write it down, like start writing things on a notebook and then just talk out loud. And you're going to see that the way you talk and what you write is actually different, because you're being possessed. They're talking through you, the dark spirit, and when you're writing down, it's you. Like it's very interesting once you start understanding that they can talk through us. So that's why, like, I'm sorry, brother. I hope you hear this and you finally heal, but they dark consume him every single day, over and over again. And he goes down that path, and then he just gets fully under control because he can't resist. They have a few little reminders that he just doesn't understand are the poison in his life, and they keep reminding him to it. And he has the things there in front of him always. And he just gets dark consumed over and over. All they have to do is one nudge, and if he sees the other thing and makes him think of when he failed at something, that's it. It's over. That's all it takes. Now they just nudge him to do anything they want, and they are only nudging him to do things that try to stop me, because they don't want this information being exposed. They don't want me. Like, do you guys understand what's happening here? Like, he's become Ramses in the Exodus story. But I'm still trying. Like I've almost given up, but no, I can't give up, right? Like everything, now he's just a permanent reminder for me to heal. Anytime I see him walk by, despite how much bad he's also done to me, because he used to be the thing that helped me, right? Now he's just, every time I look at him, he's just a permanent reminder for me. I need to heal. I need to heal other people. I need to try to heal. I don't know if I can heal him anymore, because he's not allowing it. So that's the problem, right? Like, if they block you, what can you really do? At some point, you have to just try other things. And it's just, they know that you're going to try to keep healing your family, or maybe like, I don't know, your bosses or things of that nature, right? But at some point, you just have to create distance, because they're going to weaponize that if you're always trying to heal them, right? So I'm now, if he wants to be the only dark consumed person left in the world after all these streams are over, that's fine with me. That's fine. It doesn't bother me at all. Everyone else in the entire world will be healed, and he'll be the only one that's dark consumed still. If he's so worried about what the majority and the consensus thinks, and what the experts say, if all of them now are saying what I'm saying, what's going to happen? Do you guys get it? Like, so it doesn't even matter if I heal him directly. If I heal everyone else, it's eventually going to get to him, because then he's going to be like, wait, you mean you've been right all along? No, I haven't been right. It took me this long to finally get to the answer. And even then, I'm sure the answer is going to keep developing every day that I stream. But I just want people to know, like, yesterday, and I'm going to talk, I'm still going to see if I get to it, but I might not, just because I never know what I'm going to talk about and next, which is my protection against the evil manipulators. Because like I said, if they know you expect an intended reaction, then they can plan around it, right? If I'm going to wash my hands right now, they can set up things to cause a problem. So that's why, like, for my brother, it's like, I've been trying to heal him so much, and I'm still going to try. I still try to interrupt him and break him free from their mental slavery that they do to him. Like, I now know when he's possessed, okay, or when he's nudged to do things. But every time, like, he places things to remind me of bad problems in my life, right? He does that intentionally, but he doesn't know that he's doing it. He's just under control. Like, he just feels like doing it. Like, right now, I feel like drinking water from this. Should I, guys? What do you think? It's just a reminder to heal, right? So now that object, it's a reminder to heal. Like, whenever I see that, I'm like, oh, look, my brother put that there. And remember, it means something to me. People are like, what do you mean? This is just a blue mug. Is it a mug? Right? Doesn't matter. But like, what if this actually means something to me, right? Based on what has happened. Maybe I was holding this the day I got fired, or I quit a job and got in trouble, or something. Like, maybe like my boss tried to attack me. That happened, by the way. My bosses tried to attack me for quitting jobs. And, things like that happen. We're going to create an interrupt here in a moment, just so people don't get consumed. But I'm trying to prevent you guys from getting consumed too. Do you guys understand? Like, now I held that day, okay? So, but that's not this mug. Do you guys understand? Like, that's not the truth. It's not, but it's an approximation of it. They try to create a path here, and that's okay. This is a great example. They try to create an approximation of the same mug that I used that day. And because of that, if let's say I looked at this, that's not going to happen, right? Because I'm not going to create an association, but I want people to understand how they do it. So I can now think that it teleports me back to that time period. They try to attach it to that. You guys understand? So now every time you drink it, this reminds me of something beautiful, though, something incredible. Because I created the meaning for it myself. I attached something else, but until you understand how to do that, they attach the meaning for you. They create associations, and through repetition, through approximations, over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. So they're trying to bring back the dark time periods of your life, which, really quick, guys, I want you all to pause right now and be like, okay, how can I interrupt myself right now? This time? I don't understand why monitors, when they're off, have to be black, but they remind me of positive things, right? I wish I had a croissant right now, actually. But anyway, so I'm just showing you guys anything works. It's just you have to interrupt yourself, and I'm giving myself reminders for when I reconsume my content to interrupt myself, just to change their control and manipulation. But I flip their dark attacks now. Every time they do that, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a great way to explain some knowledge, so that people learn something. Do you guys understand? Like, so my brother places approximations of things that in the past that were time periods or situations that caused problems in my life, and before it would destroy me. That's actually, like, if you guys see, like, watch day 1 and watch up till now. Doesn't mean I'm fully healed yet. I'm not, but I'm I'm close. And I'm telling you, for the last 12 hours, I've only been reminded of every terrible thing. Probably 1,000 attacks, at least, right? Like my brother basically threatened to kill me. Let's just say that, okay? Twice in the last 24 hours. Do you guys understand? But it's okay. I forgive him. Like it's a reminder to heal. And it's only because I've been trying to stream. Do you guys understand? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to tell all of you guys? Think about that. Think about that. And I'm now doing this. How would most people react to that if their own family member said that to them? Do you guys see what I'm talking about? And then you see them, like you go to the kitchen and they place objects in a row that all have the similar association, right? So I have this mug, and one of this is also another mug. Do you guys understand? So what if I had 2 mugs there and they both teleported me to the same time period, right? But now it also can change your interpretation. What if this mug makes me think of the way? This is the way. But this mug teleports me to a time period of, let's say, when I was when I went to Italy and I met my sexy leg girl, right? Let's just say that. Okay. It's just a reminder here. They're trying so hard. It's beautiful. So let's say I place this here and I put this here. If I look at the mug, the blue one first, and then I look at that, it could change the interpretation of what this is. You guys understand? Because now the first time you're like, my sexy leg girl, her blue bikini. Yeah. You need to have sex with her blue bikini on. Like that's the way. Or if I just have this, I'm like, this has more like streaming points. Like, hey, this is the way for when I'm streaming. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Just by the order of things and the way things are presented, you start little paths and you start changing your interpretation. So that's what they do. I'm telling you that the people in your castle, if they get dark consumed, this is why everyone needs to heal themselves. Like there's no other option. We all have to heal ourselves. That's the only way we can heal the world. There's nothing else to it. Like straight up, like I don't care what anyone else says. We have to. The only set answer to the world getting better is you have to heal yourself. If you're not healing yourself, then you are a villain. I'm going to keep repeating that over again. If you're refusing to heal yourself and refusing to put in the work, then you are a villain. And what the fuck is wrong with you? You're not. You're amazing. You're so good. Believe in yourself. You got this. It's time to take the step to start healing. What are you guys doing? What are you waiting for, right? Like, because why? Because if you're not healed, right, and you get dark consumed on demand, and again, what you guys don't understand is it's so easy, right? Like, think every time that I say, it's just a reminder to heal. It means that they tried to dark consume me. So imagine, I don't know, maybe you guys are playing a much easier version of the game than I am, okay? Maybe. I hope so. I really do, for your sake. But this is the level of difficulty that I'm playing at, okay? And I enjoy challenge, right? So now I'm having fun with it, which is also kind of the key. I'm having fun with it, but there's times where it's not fun, even with all these tactics. I've developed all these tactics and all these approaches and all these things to try to figure out just a way to survive, okay? Because they've ruined the world for me for the longest time, and it really destroyed me because I love this world. I loved it. I want to see it thrive. I want to go back outside and know that people are free. I want to go back outside and explore it and, have a kid with my goddess and daughter or son, however many is possible. Just teach them all this stuff. Let them explore the world. Let them shape the world to become a better place. And, that's my wish, right? With my Daniela. The spirits know who I'm talking about. Like, I want to explore. I want to get to know everything with her. And it just, that sounds great, but it doesn't matter if it happens or not. That's what you guys all, like, so many people worry so much about their wishes, right? It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, why would we give away our, I was going to call it credibility, but that's not the right word. It's just basically our agency. Why would we give away that to someone else? You guys understand? Like, if that's my wish, why would I rely on like these spirits that fabricate everything to make it happen? They're fabricating so much bad. And I'm like, they mean to fabricate good, but they're not. So I don't rely on them, right? So that means I should take it into my own hands. But should I? Like, is now the correct time? Like, you guys have to decide that for yourself, right? But what if you brainwash yourself to do so, right? Do you guys understand that you could do that? That's why I say we can brainwash yourself positively. But until you know how to do that, until you know how to flip every single bad thing that happens to you, you just can't. You can't get there. You get dark consumed. And now that like, if I was dark consumed right now, I would be talking very differently to all of you. I would be, and I'm going to talk about the things that I got to, the answers that I got to dark consumed have helped me get answers. But when I'm presenting the information to all of you, talking about it, I can't be dark consumed because it changes the way I talk. It changes the point of the message. And the only thing is, I want to heal the world, and the only way I can heal the world is by healing. That is my wish. That's my wish. I want to heal the world entire. Okay. After everything I've experienced, I've moved away from a selfish wish. And selfish, there's nothing wrong with selfish. Okay, we've been conditioned to think that that's something wrong with that. We should. The best thing we all can do is heal ourselves. That's a selfish thing. They're like, but shouldn't I be healing the other person? I'm like, no. Because what you don't understand is, as long as you're not healed, if they start you on a path, you start corrupting and poisoning the other person unintentionally without you even realizing it. That's the problem. Like, everyone thinks this. I'm going to keep repeating it until people understand. It's not that they're doing it intentionally. It's that they're getting nudged. Anytime a mental thought pops into your head, that's them. If there's no logical reason how it got there and you didn't populate it yourself, you're going to start understanding the difference. That was them. Sometimes it's not a bad thing. That's why I'm so sad about this world, because they could help us. They could choose the good things, but they're choosing to do bad. So all they have to do, if they know that, right, red ants and an ant walking in the ground can dark consume you, because when you were a little girl in Florida, you got bit by an ant, or like, what, I think they can pee on you or something like that. That's a good interrupt, guys. Can ants actually pee? Do they? You guys ever thought about that? But all of a sudden, like, something like that happens. Matt, you could, like, right now, I could look on the floor, and by the way, they spawn illusions. They can spawn illusions. So, like, all of a sudden they could spawn an ant in your apartment or your home. And they have some certain limitations, but they can do stuff like that. And then you're looking, it's like, it's a red ant. And then all of a sudden, let's say you have a dog, and your dog, like, tries to, like, pee right around there. So now you see ant pee. What would that make you think of, right? And if that was a moment when you got, like, hurt, or you got pissed off, or like something bad happened, well, what does that do? It dark consumes you. That's all it takes. A nudge one and a reinforcement. If you don't know how to break it or interrupt it, or like get light consumed or rewrite it or any of those things, that's all it takes. Now you're dark consumed. That's it. So what happens when you're dark consumed? That means that they got through to you, right? Or it starts draining your shield, because we have to create shields to protect us. But sometimes, even if you get dark consumed through a path, because you can get dark consumed through a path, or you can get dark consumed if you have no more shield, right? Think of it like shields protect you from mental attacks, okay? Like, they're just throwing attacks at you. As long as you have your shield, like, for example, that's why I call it my goddess. Like, she's my shield. The shepherd path, like becoming the Jesus down here for all of you and shepherding you to deliverance, so we're crossing the Red Sea right now. But people understand right now what's happening is we split the Red Sea yesterday, okay? And now we're walking across. But what I didn't realize, what they got wrong in the story and in the movie, yes, I'm telling you the Bible story was wrong, is that there's actually, like, think of like these, like, dark evil spirits that are in the walls of the water of this Red Sea, and they're sending attacks at us as we're walking across. So they're trying to stop us from getting there to the promised land. You guys get it? Like, right now, if you are following along this journey that I'm doing, you're right now walking with me through the Red Sea. But we're under attack right now, okay? So we're not there yet, but we're getting there. Once we get there, we enter a portal and we cross through, and we enter a new world, our world, where we get to decide. And all of us get to decide. We all have a say. We get to create our own way, okay? It's about healing. We're all healed, so now we have a positive lens. We're not under control, but instead, this is the craziest part, guys. Despite knowing what they've done to the world, what they've done to myself, they've ruined my entire life, right? Like, I destroyed everything, and they still try it, and it's still okay. I'm still trying to do this. Think about that, guys, because I believe, and I now believe that I could actually experience life again. I want to experience that world again, but it needs to first be healed, and the person needs to be better. I cannot experience a world or play the game of life until that happens. You guys understand? It's just not possible. There's no world there's no reason to experience the world as it currently is. There's just not, because it doesn't have to be this way. That's the concept. That's the brainwashing that I'm trying to install on you so that you can break free. The brainwashing that I'm doing is not for you to do what I want. It's for you to be able to choose. If you don't think that living in a world where we don't have money, where we don't have to pay for survival costs, where we're all healed, where no one is actually just trying to hurt other people anymore, we're all at peace, and we don't have to work. Instead, we focus on our passions, we focus on what we believe in. We try to teach people those things that our way, because our way is perfect for us, right? So like how I'm streaming right now might not work for you, but it works for me, okay? So imagine if someone right now told me you can't stream the way you're streaming right now. That's how the world currently is. And I'm saying that this works for me, right? In the world that we live in, if you stream like the way, if you would teach people how to talk about this stuff, but you did that while dancing and like clapping and stuff like that, like that's awesome. Do you guys understand? Like that's your way of doing that. Let's create an interrupt here. What's a hero? Do you guys ever think about that? Isn't it just creating a path that is good? Anyway, think about it, guys. So I'm taking you guys to that promised land because it's a land of choice. And yet I'm still going to choose to invite back the spirits and the exploiters and the manipulators because I want to heal them. But I can't allow them in that new world as long as they're going to try to take over people and control them. If they're going to do what I'm doing right now, which is helping people break free from all their chains and all their insecurity locks and things that are holding them back, that make them think that they're not good, because they're all amazing. You guys are all, yeah. This time I'm not talking to the whole world. This time I'm talking to you. Okay? Thank you for listening, first of all. Whoever it is, if you're listening right now, if you're a spirit, if you're a person, you're amazing. Okay? And I talk about a lot of intense things, about a lot of things that are complex and complicated, and I'm not dumbing things down. I'm trying to simplify them once in a while, but I'm giving you guys the entire playbook. I'm giving you guys all my knowledge, which means that I'm trying to find ways to explain it every day a little differently, but it's all the same thing. If you rewatch all the stuff, it's just the same thing. I'm just explaining it over and over again in different ways. And it's just, I'm just trying to get you to understand that you think that the world has to be this way, and it never had to be. They chose it to be this way, okay? If you can't decide, or you can't understand that concept, right? Because it's just a reminder to heal. I want you guys to think about this. Try to write a story right now, based on everything I just said, okay? Or based on the 5 pictures. This is the prompt, okay? The 6 pictures, sorry, that I have, and the 2 symbols. Try to write a story about it. You're like, about what? Like anything. They're like, how many characters? I'm like, you decide. What do they do? I'm like, is it Jesus, the star diplomat, the Moses equivalent? Does he find his girl and she makes him become a shepherd? She was the missing piece. Yeah. Oh. Okay. But someone else might decide to be like, no, I want to write about how there's like this magic lamb or sheep that causes good things to happen to people. Like wherever it walks, like makes things appear. Someone else says, I want to write about how a lion hunts in the open. Just keep walking. Someone else like, I want to talk about how an owl all of a sudden grew an arm and it could save people that fall. Save them. You're like, what? Do you guys understand? Like anything. You get to decide. What are you going to write about? I'll wait. How long do you guys think it'll take? How long? I can eat my cereal. I'll give you guys 1 minute. Write a story right now. And then I need you to talk about it right now. Tell me a story. Thanks for creating the shepherd path for me, Leon. You're a true hero. How's the story going, guys? Should I give you some more nudges? What about something with the Phoenix? Could there be like a rebirth somewhere? Could the sun push solar flares to make every single person get all this information that the magic lamp is giving to everyone? And the solar flares are the way, like the magic lamp starts talking to the sun, and now this magic lamp thinks the sun is a god, and the sun starts pushing it. What if the owl that's helping people who fall all of a sudden realizes that the sun is talking to it telepathically? So wait, are we all just like projections of stars and living on this world? Like, is the lamb, like, are we actually all stars and souls of stars, basically? Each living thing. I don't know, right? So wait, why do some people get to be lions and some people get to be lambs? You guys need more suggestions? You guys see? Why can't you just create something on demand? What are you worried about? What are you guys worried about? Why? What's the problem? Why can't you create something? Because of your chains. Oh man, that was a good reminder to heal. Why can't you create something? Do you guys understand? I'm talking to you. Whoever decided to take the first step in healing. Do stuff like that just to break your chains and start realizing that you were capable of so much. You've always been capable of so much, every single one of you, especially you. And once people start believing, it's the most incredible, no, not incredible. She's incredible. My sexy little girl, my goddess. It's the most amazing thing to see, because it's just reminders to heal. And I don't know, guys, like, I believe in all of you so much. I really do. Seeing all of you grow and develop and being healed and no longer doing what someone else usually, like, I say it's the spirits, but think of it just like your parents, your bosses, things of that nature. They're telling you what to do, okay? They're nudging you. And you can take into consideration, like, you might have changed your story because of the things that I said. What if you just didn't? You're like, hey, stop suggesting things to me. I just want to write my own thing. Because it changes how we write a story, right? Like, it's really hard to resist when someone puts suggestions, because it starts forever changing how we interpret something. Even if it's, what you guys don't understand is that it's just 1% is enough. 1% is enough. Okay? You guys might look at that picture differently now from now on because of what I said about it. You guys understand? But you might not. Now you need to get to a point where you can choose. You're like, oh, are we talking about the magic lamp story, or are we talking about that I'm Jesus and I'm shepherding all of you, right? And as you guys get lost, like, which one is it? Or are we looking at the colors? Or we look, like, you guys see, like, that is where we're getting to. It's that level. But you have to first break your chains to get to that point, because you have to be able to choose your conditioning. You can't. But the problem that I have with this world currently is that even if you can choose your conditioning, which you will get to, all of you are going to get there, and you can rewrite associations, you can detox negative things, you can, all that stuff, you can create your paths on demands, you can create shields, you can do all these really good things. The problem, you see how many problems there are with the way the world is currently designed? The problem is that the dark spirits, or manipulators in your life who are being controlled by these dark spirits, because again, remember, once they get dark consumed, they can't choose anymore, okay? They lose all free will. They don't choose. They do whatever that's told to them, whatever's put in their head. They just can't. So my problem with it is that if there even has one negative thing, like, or let's not say negative, let's keep it positive, right? But if they want you, if I wanted to view that right now as, hey, you're Jesus and you're guiding you're shepherding the sheep, but they wanted to instead make me think of, hey, do you remember the magic lamp? That's a positive one, right? Like, it's a good reminder. It's the stream, it's all this stuff like that. But you guys see what I'm talking about? Like, I wanted to think about the other thing, and I can think about it, right? but I have to pause, not react, and I have to search for the other memory. The radial menu, yes, we came full circle. Like, remember I was talking to you guys about the secret of men? Like, also now you can search for which conditioning, which memory, which path you take whenever you see that. And that's really cool, right? Like, you can, from one thing, you can have like 4 paths that you can go on. But why does that get challenging? Because, so you guys, when you see me always correct myself when I'm saying certain key phrases and words, is because they're trying to attach a really positive thing that I have with like pictures and my goddess, my sexy light girl, right? Like, to something else. And it's not that that's a bad thing. Like, I would love for her to be attached to everything, right? So that I'm always thinking of her. That is the goal. But you want it to be on your terms, not on theirs, because otherwise they can start attaching negative things to it. You guys get how it's done? That's how they ruin things that you enjoy, by attaching it to the wrong things or attaching a negative to your good thing. That's how they do it. It's simply how it is. That's why suggestions are extremely dangerous, because catch it, whenever someone's dark consumed, they talk exclusively through suggestions. I'm doing it to show you guys, but I'm telling you, you catch it. It's you. Once you see it, you can never unsee it. You know they're dark consumed because they're only talk through suggestions. Even if you ask them not to, they still do it. I'm doing it to show it to you guys, but because the problem is it guides paths, right? Now maybe they want to be guided, and that's different. But if you know that person or these people or these entities can't choose yet, and you talk like that, what does that mean? It means that you start controlling them. You can enslave them because they don't know how to choose it. They do whatever is suggested in them. Whenever a path forms, they just do it, right? If right now I say, hey, let's play Elden Ring tonight. Let's try it out. Let's try to heal it. Yeah, it's a good idea. We really should. Let's defeat the magma war. Or maybe we just get out of the volcano manor because they tried to poison it, but we can heal it. We have the shield now, right? The shepherd shield. It's just a reminder to heal, but we should probably just get out there and finish the others. We forgot. I mean, we skipped ahead, but we can get back to it, right? We'll figure it out. But let's try, because I'm trying to heal each one of my hobbies and passions that they ruined. They ruined every single one. They tried to stop me because they were I was using them to heal, and they were attaching horrible things to them, right? The worst reminders, right? And they were doing it mostly through my brother, but also through like nudges that I got outside and ads and my dog, right? That's it. Or little reminders that I had inside my home that I didn't even realize were starting paths for me. But I can change them. I can interrupt them on demand, right? That's the thing that people don't understand. Like, if they start a path for you, like right now, like I just started the Elden Ring path for myself, okay? Despite me saying that I'm going to play it tonight, despite me saying that or talking about it and reinforcing it over and over again, I can still choose. I might not do it. It's actually, I probably won't. Maybe I should. I don't know. Because also, if you talk about your plans, the spirits know, okay? So you can bait them. It's funny because they expected you're going to do it. So then all of a sudden you catch it. Once you see this, by the way, you guys, you'll never unsee it. Plan something, like text someone that you're going to do something at a set hour. A few hours before, minutes before, you're going to start getting seasoned for something. What is seasoning? It's called pre-nudging you to change your perspective lens, not perspective, outlook lens. You see, they keep trying to bring me back to that because it's just a reminder to heal. But perspective doesn't exist, okay? It's outlook because it changes on demand if you change your path. It's that simple. So they keep trying to get you to go on down certain paths, but now they think that you were going to do that path, right? Because you were reinforcing it, you were walking, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'm about to do it. And then you see like, oh, look what they're reminding me of right now. Boop, 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 boop. And you always either try to dark consume you or to try to poison what you're about to do. That's just that simple because it's going to change your outlook on the next thing. Either it will attach a negative to it, right? So create a negative association because now it's going to be repeated. Now, next time you try that same hobby again, passion, activity, experience, they're going to fabricate events to have the same thing happen again, over and over and over again. Why? Because they're going to try to ruin it for you because now you're going to start, even if the scale of balance, right, has so much positive compared to negative, every time you do that activity, you start thinking about like, oh, but that's the one time that happened. And because they nudge that to you because now it happened once, right? So now they can actually push it to you because there's a path going. If there's a path, if there's even 1% of a path there, they can push it to you, but it pops up mentally. Doesn't mean it's going to actually populate. Doesn't mean you start the path. But you see, like now that's a permanent chance for them to insert a negative reminder into you just because you're on that path. You see how dangerous that is? If they attach it to any of your hobbies, to any of your passions, that means whenever you start doing one of them, they can remind you of negative events. So if they beforehand season you, They basically think like they put poison on you. And now you start, let's say now I start playing a video game. If I grab the controller now has the poison, okay? Do you guys understand? So then anytime I grab the controller, now it's poison. That's actually not how it works, but it's more so the activity itself that you're experiencing, not necessarily the controller. But it all combines together. But let's think about it as the activity for stuff. I don't want to get too complex for you guys. That's how they ruin even a specific video game. That's how they ruin movies. That's how they ruin like maybe when you used to love traveling, like all those things, they attach it to stuff. We're going to interrupt right here because this is the way. Masks are kind of cool, don't you think? But you know what's cooler? When you don't even need to wear the mask anymore. And you just embrace your role because you're the shepherd. Right? Just all reminders to heal. They can't do anything anymore. There's no other path. So, where were we? Doesn't matter, right? They poison your things. They poison things that everything that you do, and they attach those negatives to those objects and things of that nature, so that right before they try to, so you have that outlook. Because even I'm excited to play Elden Ring, right? But I'm about to go into it, and now they start reminding me of some negatives beforehand, usually related to the thing that they attach to it. It doesn't matter. Or something else, right? Could even be like an object inside the game that has an approximation of something else. That's how they do it, right? They attach it to it. It has one point, and then they'll do it. It's just a reminder to heal. So it really is. It's just a reminder to heal. And you keep doing that over and over again, right? So now you don't want to play the game because you're like, I don't want to get reminded of that. Do you guys understand? That's how they do it. But let's say you ignored the path. You didn't let it start because you're like, it's just a reminder to heal. And you're enjoying it, but then they keep nudging you over and over again, right? When you're playing it, and you're like, you're starting to get a little frustrated, okay? Maybe then you decide to take your dog outside, and now when you go outside, you see some stupid stuff because they fabricate trash, signs, sounds, scents, all those things. And then for some reason, when you come back, your brother is right there and he starts insulting you for streaming it today. I don't know why, but he decides to do that. That's just what he decides to do because he's dark consumed, because all he's doing is scrolling social media and getting completely brainwashed, okay? Starting paths. That's it, right? So, or because he goes to work and that's a poison location, so everyone there is just suggesting things and poisoning him there, so that when he gets back, he's just completely dark consumed. That's what happens every single time, every single day. He's healed until he goes to work, and then he comes back, and then he's dark consumed. Over and over again. Think about it, guys, in your life. If you ever made positive progress with, let's say, like a girlfriend, like your mom or dad, and then go to work and they come back, and all of a sudden you're like, why are things falling apart now? It's because they got dark consumed when they were at work. Because think about how much information is presented in customers, bosses, coworkers, visuals, and if they don't understand that just how the room is arranged affects their paths, there's probably something that was set up by even other people in the room to create a negative path for them on demand there. So they're always going to get dark consumed. So that means now they're fully under control. They come back and they cause problems. So now you come back. All that happened right before you got back to playing the game. No path has started, right? It wasn't any one thing. There was multiple dark things that happened. But what does that do still? Now every single thing since it didn't start a path, it started attacking your shield. It started attacking your shield, started attacking your shield. Maybe it broke your shield. So now when you start playing, you have a different outlook. You don't enjoy it. You're like, now every time you make a mistake when you're playing the game, you're like, no! Game. But when I'm on a light path, if I died, I'm like, that's my you. They're because they can control AI in video games. You're like, I see you're challenging me. Yeah, okay. So you want to see how I can handle that situation now? Okay, let's go. I can do this. I can do this. Yeah. All right. So you trapped me in that area so that I would have to overcome it. Okay. You guys see, like, just from being on the light path and being on the dark path, my outlook, just a reminder here, my outlook can completely change just from being light path or dark path. Did the video game change at all? Yes, they are controlling AI, so a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, think of it like they're controlling things in the video game that can only have 5 attacks, okay? Or they can only move a certain way. It's like if right now, all I can do is move my arm like this, grab my coffee mug, or grab water. Those are my 3 things that I can do. Which one do I do? And I'm fighting against these dark spirits. That's all I can do. Well, right now I'm like, they're trying to nudge me about that. Drink coffee mug. trying to nudge me again. Drink coffee mug. Oh, now we can attack. They're running away. Oh, they're still running away. Oh, they figured out how to dodge that attack. Drink water. You guys understand? That could be an extremely cool experience in life. And even just in the video game, right? They can push us to help us grow through a positive experience. Do you guys understand? Like, we know we're all both on the light path, both my spirit, and myself. And we are working together to develop both of us, develop humanity more. Do you guys see the difference? But instead, the majority of them decide, no, we're going to pre-season them and pre-nudge them to try to change their outlook. Or if we can't start a dark path, we're going to just keep attacking them over and over again until either they get frustrated, because imagine, like, you're just trying to play a game to relax, and that's happening. You're like, why can't? So now, even if it doesn't do anything, if it still can frustrate you or break the shield, now you're not enjoying the game anymore as much. Do you guys understand? That, let's say that area in that game is actually a really, really fun area. A lot of unique challenges, a lot of things to learn, a great environment to explore, but they tried to poison and taint it, so now you don't do it. Just think about anything else in your life, right? If I challenge all of you, after you listen to my content, and if you take notes and you re-embrace them, then you start creating your own shields and rearranging, and we'll talk about all this, but you get a light path. Redo something that you did yesterday. If you didn't heal before, you were dark path, you were dark consumed, and you're going to see that the same experience, the exact same thing, now is different. How is that possible? The same variables. I'm not talking like there were different people that showed up, or different enemies, or like if it was a game, or like the same movie, anything like that. Anything, something that's the same, something that they can't change, okay? How is that possible? It's because they changed your outlook, because they dark consume you, they change your path, so now they can nudge you. Now you see, like, you guys understand. You guys understand why I'm at war with them. Yet, I'm choosing to try to give them all the information so they realize it doesn't have to be this way. I'm inviting them to, once they realize that they're wrong and that me and you are right, like, you know, we're playing the Jesus role, we're shepherding, we're currently being attacked by customers. But once we cross over to the promised land, we walk through the portal, we make it, right? The credits roll, a new game begins, okay? And when that new game begins, everyone's now free to choose. But I encourage all of you, think about these, the things that enslaved us, the things that tortured us, the things that caused all our insecurities, all our problems. I encourage all of you to put out your hand, right? And invite them back. And say, hey, do you want to help fabricate good things with me? Do you guys understand? Like, why not? Why can't we positively encourage them? Like, right now I'm talking to the spirits, right? Like, why can't we help the humans that we are enslaving? Why not? Why does it have to be this way? And why do you guys keep trying to stop me from doing this? I'm saying that I want to work with all of you. I think that we could create a really amazing world together. I'm not afraid that there's so much fabrication. I'm not afraid that you guys can create illusions. I'm not afraid anymore, right? Like, I'm not afraid that you just attack all my negative vulnerabilities from the past that don't mean anything anymore, but they're still not fun to remember, right? Like, I had such a rich life. Just a reminder here, I experienced so many things. Yet all you guys want me to remember are the things that destroyed me back then. And why? Like, first of all, the past doesn't matter, guys, okay? Let's make something very clear. The past doesn't matter. The past doesn't matter, okay? But the worst chain of all that they've built in all of us, and I broke it, but that's why it's the worst one. Because even when you break it, it still has an impact on you, while some of the other chains don't. It just doesn't matter anymore because it's gone, it's over, right? Like, you can't get the past back. You can try to recreate it, which is the worst thing you can do, because then they're going to nudge you to become the same exact person, right? They're going to make the same promise come back, because now all the approximations are there. Do you guys understand why recreation is the worst thing you can do? You just have to try to make it your own every single time. You can be inspired, but you have to always make it your own for anything. Like, you start a new job. If we're trying to get away from work, but I'm just saying it so people understand, because this is where their level is at currently. If you're gonna get a new job, don't approach it like the way you did the last time. Take what you learned, but you have to just try new things, because otherwise, if you became, like, say, dark consumed or toxic or like an exploiter in your last job, if you start recreating what you did in your last job, you're going to become the same thing again, because they're going to take advantage of that, right? They know. It's just how they do it. Okay. It's an ultimate vulnerability for every single person who doesn't understand this knowledge. I don't understand. Okay? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. The whole thing. They could be good. And right now they started a little bit of a path for me, so we're going to interrupt. But I want all of you to really think, why does the world have to be this way? Okay? So I've talked a lot of things, and I want to keep going, right? I really do. But I'm going to take a really quick break just to charge my AirPods just for a few minutes and pee, get more water. And then when we get back, I'm just going to talk again about what? I'm not exactly sure. I know there's a few things that I want to talk about, but I'm just going to talk more. Just all the stuff as they pop up, because there's nothing else to do. Like, short break. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. They just tried to start a path right there. Remember, it's just a reminder to heal. Make sure you're counting, guys. Quick break. I'm not going to even do that, because they're weaponizing everything. Okay. Back to tried and true. Let's full screen. Positive associations here that don't matter anymore because we assign meaning. But what did we create today? Let's see. Deliverance. So I have a question for all of you. Could we heal the world entire if a dark moment, if a poisoned location now was equal to a permanent reminder to make the world better? What do you guys think? Just making sure that we have camera and microphone. Perfect. Okay. Could we heal the world entire if every dark action, if every moment that leads to a bad thing was actually now a reminder to make the world better, or a reminder to heal? And for you, it's going to be different than what it is for me. You guys understand? Every single thing. What do you guys think? Oh, wait. Is it possible? Let's just fucking cut to the fucking end. If every school shooting, if every war, if the Holocaust, where millions and millions of people died, was just a reminder to heal the world. Just a reminder to be good. The thing is, what everyone needs to understand is, we're not even analyzing or thinking about whether or not it can happen, or should it happen, or should it not happen. Do you guys understand? We're not even looking at that aspect, because there's only one answer to that. Anyone who disagrees with me, I'm sorry. You know that I say that there's multiple ways, but it shouldn't happen. There's no excuse for bad. Especially once you know that spirits, or people who break free, if you understand this knowledge about how to nudge and suggest and create paths for people, if you can manipulate people and control people, there's no world ever where you should choose to do so that causes harm, problems, or exploitation, or enslaves them, or makes them think that they're less than. There's just none. There's never a world where that's the correct play. There just isn't. You guys understand? So that's the case. And if you disagree with me, then we could talk about it. But I don't think so. I don't think that, to me, I don't think there's any way that they can do that, okay? Because everything's just a reminder to heal. Remember, every time I say that, they attack me. Just so everyone understands. Every time I say that, I got attacked. Just a reminder to heal. It's just a reminder to heal. Look at that. You see that, guys? If you don't have a shield, you're fucked. You don't even have a chance. If you don't have a shield, you're doomed. If you don't understand how to break past, you're doomed. Like, there's nothing you can do, because I would have got dark consumed right now if I reacted the way they wanted me to. If I let it develop a path, if that, it used to affect me, right, to that level. They're trying to poison and attach negative things to positives that I have. Even right now, they're trying. Do you guys get it? Why do you think they're doing that? Why am I such a threat to them? Why? Think about it, guys. Why am I such a threat to them? Have you guys ever considered that? Okay. That was just an interrupt. You guys see how you can interrupt even with their own attacks? You can use their attacks against them. You can use their attacks to give you code. What do they actually consider your vulnerabilities? And remember, what they consider your vulnerabilities is what they programmed into you, okay? They made that become a vulnerability. It wasn't a vulnerability until they made it become one. You ever get it? It's fabricated. It's crafted. It's mechanical. It's designed. It's not real. So anything that you consider a weakness, they fabricated it. Okay? You ever get it? If you have an aversion to what I'm doing right now, they fabricated that. Doesn't mean that it's bad or good. They fabricated it. They put you in situations and they keep repeating it to cause it problems. You get it? Okay. Let's change direction. So, why did I say all that? Because we were talking about how the Holocaust and all those things, those shouldn't happen, okay? So many people get lost there. Those are the details. Should it happen? Should it not? Like think about like all the politics stuff. Like we're always focused on the fluff, right? We're always focused on things that don't matter. We're always focused on, oh, should there have even been a school shooting? The answer is no, it shouldn't. Oh, here's one for you. Like, I remember when this happened, I posted about it. When Trump got shot, you guys remember the first time? There was so much argument, like, was it real? Was it fabricated? Is it bad? Is it good? Should we go after this person? Should we not? And I'm like, I was just, at that time I was still consuming info, right? I have no idea what the world is anymore. Could be amazing, could be, no. It could be good, it could be bad. I have no idea. You are amazing. We are amazing. She makes us incredible. She is incredible. My goddess. Just like just making sure that I don't go too deep down a path, right? So that even though I can resist paths, you see how I do that, guys? It's just so that even if now I have full control, right? I have no chains, but if you still go down a path, you can basically, like, you're hyping yourself up a certain direction and you keep going. I'm not gonna get dark consumed anymore, right? Because everything is a reminder to heal. But it still changes my direction a little bit. And I just want to make sure that I can change paths on demand. Got it? That's why I'm doing that. I'm just showing you guys that. So when that happened, I was so confused because, again, that was when I didn't limit information. You should limit all ins. This is a perfect opportunity to talk about that. Limit all ins. There's no world anymore where you should be consuming any information. There just isn't. Hibernate for 40 days. Create your own arc. I believe it was episode or stream 3 that I talked about it. Create your own arc. 40 days. Block all noise. Eliminate all access to you. What is access, right? And we're going to talk about access with rooms later. We will. Not right now. But it's just, think about what can actually reach you. Who can present information to you right now? Pause. Everyone, pause right now. Pause. How does information reach to you? Are you at work? Do you talk to customers? Your boss? The visuals on work? Do you drive there? Do you walk there? Remember, it's just a reminder to heal. And while you're doing that, you see things, right? Do you see trees that help you relax? Do you see like water? Do you see like, do you guys understand? Like all of these things are information. Until you understand how to break conditioning so that you can choose your own conditioning, because you can create your own meaning and create your own paths on demand and create shields to block other things when you don't. Because again, the goal is we're avoiding information, we're preventing it, right? So like if I know that every time I walk by something, I see something that has negatives attached to it. So I'm like, I'm just gonna close my eyes or look down and put a hat on, right? You prevented it, right? Avoiding it would never be walking in that direction. Countering it is what I'm showing you guys. I created the ultimate counter. And there's been a few that I've created, but the problem was that since I attached it to a person, since I attached it to an ideal, love, and my sexy leg girl, my goddess, like I attached it to her. She was my ultimate shield for the first. She actually is the reason why I was able to heal to the point where I could even stream in the first place, okay? Because they had completely destroyed me. I was seconds away from killing myself, just so people understand. Intentionally, I chose to walk that path because I wanted to understand how it happened. She was the thing that turned me around. My Daniela, like she did it. She did it. And just a reminder to heal. See, like they're trying to attach something else to it, and that's what I'm trying to show you guys is what my problem is with this world right now. Okay, and it's just completely unacceptable. There's no world where that should ever happen because I was attaching it to her, to all the positives. Like she was my counter to everything, and it worked. It worked. There was nothing that they could do. But then now they're trying to add old things from my past to her. That I'm like, I just met her now. Why are you trying to attach something that happened 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was, to something that I'm creating now? Do you guys understand their tactic? Like, that's why I say the past does not matter. They're trying to attach something from the past that happened before I even met my goddess. Right? Do you guys understand? How is that? How could anything that happened 15 years ago have anything, any correlation, anything to do with her today? Yes, there is conditioning that maybe if I haven't broken it, that might, like, for example, like, I enjoy that Latina look. I enjoy her legs. Like, I enjoy her dancing, like when she cooks and like all that stuff, right? Like, you guys get it? Like, there's conditioning that I chose now because I broke it. Like, I chose it. Like, I think she's absolutely incredible, right? She pushes me, progression, like all this stuff. She makes me believe. Like, she calms me down and resets me when I need it. But you guys get it? Like, that I was using that, and then now they're trying to attach things that she wasn't even around for. Trying to say that it's the like she's that from the past, and I'm like, you guys understand how they ruin everything that helps you and heals you. And they use the people in your castle that are dark consumed, that are under control, and they use everything else like that, okay? Like illusions, fabrications, all that stuff. And there's just no world where it should ever happen. And it was starting to really frustrate me, right? It was almost like they were using that as a tactic to dark consuming. See how complex this gets? Like, I don't care if it's not simple. Fuck off. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to help people to that level. Like, if they can't figure it out, then they're gonna figure it out. Okay? We're gonna keep explaining it every single day. We're healing all of you. All right? That's all there is to it. So if you can't follow along this path, that's okay. You'll get there. By the way, when I said fuck off, that was them talking through me. Just so everyone understands. Do you guys get it? They're not happy. They're mad at me. They're not happy that I'm doing this. They can talk through us. You guys understand? That was a good interrupt, regardless. They interrupted me. They changed my path. Do you guys understand? This is how distractions happen. This is how problems happen. This is how accidents happen in the world. Like car crashes. Remember to interrupt again here. Because it's just a reminder to heal. Did you guys get it? Like, this is how they do it. This is how they do it. And then all of a sudden, you lose focus for a second, right? Or you lose your state of flow, or whatever you were going to talk about, okay? And it doesn't matter. Like, I'm going to get back to everything that I'm going to talk about. Like, that's just how I operate. But that all of a sudden, a problem happens, and people don't understand. Now, that's how they attach it to things. Now, what if, like, that problem now is related to your ultimate shield, right? Do you guys see how they can ruin it? Because now, some of the best moments, like, she's the reason why I'm streaming now and why I awoken to, hey, I'm the shepherd. Like, I need to heal people. I need to teach people how to heal. I need to teach people how to get to this. I need to liberate the world in my own way, right? Like, everyone has their own way, but my way of attacking is by healing. And she was the one who managed that. So anyone, if I told that to 95% of people, if they're on a light path, they would be like, wow, I wish I had a girl that did that for me, right? Do you guys understand? So why would anyone try to ruin that? Do you guys get it? Because anything with her is a reward. I want to explore every inch of her. I want to understand everything about her. Do you guys get it? I want to have a kid with her. I want to... Like, you guys understand? So they try to attach things from the past or fabricate a problem, and they try to ruin that. So what I realized was every time I was countering, I figured out ways around how they create negative associations, stuff like that, by changing my focus, what I'm looking on, right? So remember I told you guys a story about the lamb and stuff like that. Like, if you focus on different things in the picture, like, you can change what it serves as a reminder, right? The radio menu, which one do you choose, which path? They have no counter to that, okay? Not exactly. But the problem is that what I realized then, their next play is, well, if you're going to keep countering to that, then we're going to just keep sending negative things or try to attach anything that so that you're basically now all these things that she's your counter to all of it, right? But now they're attaching negatives. Like, so now she's becoming just a counter to negatives rather than a pure positive. You guys understand that? So like now they basically are trying to attach, and you can change it still, but now you have to pause and willingly choose to change it. You guys understand how messed up that is? Like, the thing that saved my life, the thing that made me become light, that woke me to who I can truly be, to heal the entire world. They're trying to just poison it in any way possible. Do you guys understand? So I got at a crossroads where I didn't understand how I could combat that back, because it terrified me, because I didn't want her to get poisoned. And you can heal her, right? You can detox her, you can do all that stuff. But so I realized that I needed to create a new shield, something that is not tied to a person, something that's not tied to an object, something that's tied to a higher purpose, something that can never be taken away, right? It's not even a symbol anymore, right? Like, there are symbol reminders. It's not even an idea anymore. Like, all those like movies that talked about that, or books that talked about that, they thought they had it right. They were close. They were much closer, right, to what it is. It's not tying it to an idea. It's not tying it to a symbol. All those things help. You want to use those as well, right? You're using all those things to build up to it. It's just, you create a situation for yourself that's the only path. So we're going to stop right there, only path. And that's where we're going to continue. So I just want to finish one thing that I forgot to finish talking about, the Trump situation. So Trump, that event happened, okay? Years ago or months ago, who even knows, right? It doesn't matter. All of that, it doesn't matter. So the fact is, everyone was focusing on who did it, why did they do it, all this stuff. I'm like, guys, none of that matters. They're like, is it fake? Was it fabricated to try to get him to win the election? Like, all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, of course it's fabricated. There's no doubt in my mind. But even if I'm right, it doesn't matter? No. Here's why. It shouldn't have happened. Do you guys understand? Like, it just shouldn't have happened. If everyone was light consumed, if everyone was just healing, everyone was just helping, we don't have to worry about money. We don't have to work. We can just all focus on our passions. We can all just teach what we're good at, how we can solve the problems that humanity is facing. We don't have to even worry what the presidents do, because now they're like, yeah, there's no rent costs, there's no food costs. You guys can now live, you can thrive. Now everyone's figuring out a way to create a new currency system to reward each other by doing, like, for example, whatever your equivalent is, what I'm doing right now, okay? I'm healing the world, right? I'm teaching all of you how to become shepherds, how to heal yourself, how to be your own Jesus. But first, rely on me. I'll be your Jesus until you can become your own Jesus, okay? This is how it works. So other people, maybe for you, it's figuring out how we can change the infrastructure of a city or a country, right? You guys get it? Like, whatever it is, okay? So people were focused on all those other things. And I'm like, guys, it doesn't matter. There's a really, really, really good chance, like, I'm 99.9% sure that they fabricated it, okay? Just like now I understand, like, the illusions and the spirits and all stuff, like, everything we see is fabricated, right? And like I said, it just could be through nudges. If right now I feel like telling you, hey, dark blue. And you see, like, oh, yeah, you got it? Let's go. But you can create meaning to things, right? And you can take you to different paths. But it's that radio menu thing. Like, that's the goal. You guys, hey, I can say one thing and can bring you down to 3, 4, 5 different things. But you have to learn. You know how challenging that is to pause and go down different paths despite them pre-seasoning you to one, and then they nudge you, and then you are guaranteed to go one way. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is, it doesn't matter. Like, anything they present to you, it just doesn't matter. Okay? So people were focused on the wrong thing. They were trying to think about the event, like, is it bad? Is it good? Like, why did it happen? Should it have happened? Like, maybe then we could stop him from doing bad things. I'm like, just, if everyone was on the light path, including the president and all his people around him, then there would be no worry. Like, we know that everyone's just going to do good. Do you guys understand? Like, outlook only is what's causing all these challenges. So the majority of people are dark consumed and walking a dark path. That's why we have all problems. We wouldn't have if you've never considered only doing good, not caring about money, and only helping, then it means that you've never been on the light path. It does. The thought of hurting someone else doesn't even populate into your head. It's not even a possibility. You can't even consider it. Like if someone suggested to you, you're like, what? No, let's talk and let's figure it out. Like, let's heal. We only want to heal. We only want to heal. We only want to heal. Like, cause so, do you guys see how that works? Like all of a sudden, when you see through it, you see through the fabrication, right? You're not focused on the thing itself. You're only focusing on what has to be done. You see, like so many people think about, now that this takes us back to, you see, like once you ignore if it's good or bad, you just realize it just shouldn't have happened. Okay? But now, what does that event make us do? That was a horrible event regardless. If it was fabricated, it was horrible. Why are we fucking fabricating shit, guys? Are you kidding me? Why would we do that? To manipulate people's fears and feelings and insert them on paths to get them to be afraid or get them to believe in? Like, why do you have to do that? Just be good and people will follow you willingly. You guys understand? Or if it wasn't fabricated and someone did that, like, why did we dark consume that person to feel like the only path that they have left to heal the world or to change things was to do such an act? They're so worried that the world is going to be destroyed because of this other guy that's going to dark consume everyone. So they felt like they needed to do that. Do you understand? Like either option is horrible. The only path is how we respond. And what if we could brainwash ourselves to create meaning? That's why I was trying to show you guys that. Make our own associations, program us through repetition to do something, but it's not what the spirits or other people tell us, not what they suggest, it's what we decide, right? If we could get to that point, it doesn't matter what they present to us anymore. It's the answer, by the way. This is the answer, because that's what I was trying to tell you guys, is that I could create my ultimate shield. It was love, my sexy little girl, my goddess, right? Like she saved my life. My Danielle. She's the reason why I became the Star Diplomat. But she's actually the reason that started me down the path of becoming the shepherd. I wouldn't have even been able to get there. There was other things like my dog Leon, who saved the day, right? He helped me create the plagues, and then he helped me start splitting the Red Sea, and now we're walking down in deliverance. But you see, like, it all is connected, but she was the missing piece. She was the key. Once I went down her path, everything changed. So she shielded me from so much, but then I realized that I would get destroyed, and then I would fully embrace and walk her path. Okay. And the moment I did that, I would fully heal. Almost. It was really hard. Like if you go down to 0, because they would bring me down to 0, then I would use her and I would get up to like 80% in like a day. Like truly, she healed me so much. And when that happened, then they would ruin it again. Or then I'm feeling better. I'm like, okay, well, tomorrow I could get to 90 or 100, like, or 95, right? I healed so much. Then they would start ruining my passions, my hobbies, my things of that nature. So then I just could never continue healing. So then it was just a battle, right? Because your dreams are programmed. They fabricate them, and they nudge you nonstop in your sleep when your eyes are closed, and they make sounds and other stuff happen around you while you're doing that to try to attach negatives to the things in your castle while you're sleeping. That's how they do it. Okay? Even locations. So the point being, I'm just repeating so people understand how they do it. I was like, I'm missing something. How can I defeat this? Like, it works, but do I really have to go down this path of healing every single day? I'm never going to fully heal. Like, how can I break this endless cycle? I guess is the best way I say it. It wasn't even revenge, right? Because yes, I was getting revenge against them by healing the world and helping others. But I was like, how can I break the cycle? And I realized I needed to create a new shield, something, not an idea, not a symbol, and not just like a path. It had to be something even more than that. And it was very challenging for me to figure out what it was. But yesterday when I was streaming, the answer came to me, right? And I realized that, well, I just finally embraced my storyline and who I was fully. And I don't know how it happened. And exactly, like, I think if I would reanalyze my entire life, it makes sense, right? I've done that a few times, but if I reanalyzed it again, I would see it from the beginning. But it's just, I was built up for this, okay? And it makes sense now why I've experienced so many challenges and nonstop attacks, because, well, if the world has been enslaved and taken over by darkness, would they want, like, if God finally realized, hey, now he's being channeled through me. But do you understand? Like, if he finally realizes, hey, I need to save my people, how can I do so? We created a system where we don't want to intervene directly, right? Like, we don't want to like have like a lightning bolt just hit someone. Like, we don't want to fabricate it to that extent to preserve free will. But then dark things, maybe you could even think like an alien comet flew over the planet, right? And now while it's there, think it's like a spaceship or something, that can shoot their tendrils down here, and now they can control us. Could be something as simple as that, right? Doesn't matter. I'm just showing you guys, those are the details. They don't matter, okay? But it's just to help you guys conceptualize it. So these things took away our free will through this nudge system and through conditioning, programming, and associations and approximations. And they create paths for us, they condition us, they create chains, and they put a lock on it so you can never break the chain. That's it. This entire game, okay? And they just recreate the worst things that you have. They learn your vulnerabilities and just recreate them over and over again, and they keep attaching them to new things. That's how they destroy your passions. That's how they destroy everything that you heal. And then they just use your past. So that's why you can get rid of the past. It just doesn't matter. Find a few things in the past that enjoy, that are positive, keep them, create a little path, use them as a shield. Those are things that create shields for you. But the best way, honestly, is just to create a new shield. Like, that's why my goddess, my sexy leg girl, like, there is no negative attached to her, so I can create a full positive. That's why you think they're trying so desperately to attach negatives to her. Do you guys get it? Because if you're only experiencing you with something and now you understand the game, you prevent any time they're trying to attach a negative, right? Because it's a clean slate, it's fresh slate, so now you can just thrive. You guys get it? That's why they try so hard to fabricate problems, because you don't have a negative with her, and there's no similar approximations yet. But that's why they try to attach all of the old stuff. That's the game, guys, okay? It's all recreation of the same things. Truly, they know all the worst things that happened to you, and they recreate it. Not exactly, but they make approximations. It's just a reminder to heal. Just a reminder to heal. Interrupt right here, guys. Okay, so it's challenging. It's challenging to figure out what is the answer when that's the case. Like, what do you guys do? It's a reminder to heal. They're trying so hard. Here's one for you guys, okay? They're trying so hard to do something. It's not a negative thing. This is what I want something to understand from people. It's like, right now I'm getting nudged for something that that helped me in the past, okay? But what they're trying to do, just so people understand, is what they're trying to do is, you can channel things and use them as inspiration. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to make me believe that anything good that I'm doing right now is because of someone else. Do you guys get it? Like, I'm my own thing. I haven't consumed anyone's information for years now. Full year. I've only consumed mine. I've limited everything. Do you guys get it? I'm just reconsuming mine and then reinterpreting it. So everything that I'm talking about today, I got here by myself. I mean, just see how different my stream is today, like, versus the one that I did, I don't know, 6 months ago. It's different. It's similar, but it's different, right? Even the things that I'm talking about, my knowledge has changed. My interpretation has changed. My experiences have changed me, right? All that stuff. So why would they try to be nudging me right now to be like, well, the only reason why you're doing this is because of someone from like 10 years ago, right? It's because they're trying to create a path. Do you guys understand? Like, they're trying to devalue you. They're trying to make you think that you're not good. They're trying to make you think that you're lucky or whatever, stuff like that. It's like, it's not the case. That's why I always stop people from doing their own way. Do you guys understand? That's how they do it. But the secret is you just take it as an inspiration, just keep making your own. There's nothing else they can do, because it's your way, right? Your guys' way is the only way. Don't let them ever devalue your way. Don't let them ever make you think that the only reason you're doing it is because of someone else. They might have helped you start, but they never are the reason why you're doing what you're doing today, right? Oh, the only reason why you're even a sales rep is because... No. You guys understand? Like, don't let them do that to you. If they can't destroy you through a negative, they're going to try to devalue you through a positive. This is how fucked up the game is. You guys got it? And it doesn't matter, right? Like, you embrace it, right? Like, now it's just a reminder to heal, because we're trying to heal everyone. But think about it, guys. That's how they do it. So it's not about the symbol. It's not about the idea. It's not about the conditioning. It's not about the associations. It's not about the approximations. All those things matter because we can create our meaning, right? We can choose our conditioning now. Like we realize that means we are in full control of every single decision, every single choice, no matter what we get nudged, right? Doesn't mean that it can't affect us a little bit. We shield it, like we counter it. We say it's just a reminder to heal. But what is that? What is just a reminder to heal? What is that, guys? What do you think? What is that? What would you describe that as? It's just a reminder to heal. How would you describe that? Sentence? I just put an intro up there just for good measure. It's not purpose. It's everything, right? It's life itself. Like, it's direction. I mean, I'm trying to figure it out live with you guys. Like that's why you know what? Here's the answer. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. It's not a label. Don't put a label on it. That's what it is. It doesn't matter. It's everything. It's life itself. I guess I'm just going to call it like that. The counter is life itself. It's not experiencing life. So again, right, we're limiting information, we're limiting access so people can't reach us. Like turn off your phones, don't get texts, don't read emails, no more social media. Make it hard for them to present information to you, right? So it's not like you could argue we're experiencing less of life. So how is that possible? How is that response to anything that's bad life itself? Well, think about it, guys. It's a direction, it's an idea, it's a symbol, it's everything, right? So if anytime they try to remind me of the past, something bad, or they're making a bad thing right now, but usually again, it's just recreation of that. Because I guess think about it like this, guys. If something bad happens right now, like a new thing, and you had no experience or no attachments to it, it has not related to anything else, it doesn't affect you as much. I'm not saying it won't frustrate you. I'm not saying it won't make you annoyed or a little sad or something, but it doesn't have the same impact as if it happens multiple times. Make sure you interrupt here. You're fine right now, but when you watch this, interrupt. So, do you guys get it? Like, they rely on the past, the meaning that we attach to it, to weaponize it, because otherwise, if it holds no meaning to you anymore, then it's attachment, right? But if it holds no meaning to you, then there's nothing. They just can't do anything. They just can't, because you're like, okay, whatever. Do you guys understand? And you just know that tomorrow you can just create a new meaning. You can create a new association. You can brainwash and program yourself again. You can just code new things. And do you guys see, like, all of a sudden, you're like, oh, okay, you're trying to remind me of that time period again? I was trying to erase it before, just so people understand, because I was struggling to get rid of. I realized that that's the only thing that they had left against me, because now I limited all information. So they were just recreating. Every week I would say, let's say I experienced 100 terrible things in my life, okay? And it's terrible to you. They were just recreating those 100 terrible things over and over again. It's the same things every single day. It's just they alternate them. It's all it is. It's an endless loop of the same 100 things. Sometimes they're always one step behind, I guess is the best way to put it. They react to us. So if they think right now that I'm going one direction, they're going to start sending reminders related to that, right? Do you guys see? Like, it's an endless loop like this, okay? It's all the bad things. And they just draw from the 100 things. And it's all trying to relate. But it's 4 things. I call them the main insecurity events, the main sad events, and then the 2 counters that you use, the counter to sads and the counter to the insecurities. Those kind of like where their main attacks are. There's some other things, right? But they're all just reminders to heal. Once you understand it, it does lessen the blow, but it also, I guess this is the healing progress. This is the healing journey, right? once you understand that it's all fabricated, because if that means if they're just recreating the same 100 things that cause you annoyances, problems, sadness, anger, frustration, that's life, by the way, guys. Just so you know, the dark spirits, the way they enslave us is they just recreate the things that they realized once caused you a problem. And how can you recreate it, right? If the first time it just annoyed you a little bit, right? Like, ow. Okay, like I just did that, right? I hurt myself a little bit. It's 99% of it's ignorable, right? 99.9%. It's completely ignorable. But what if I did it again? Okay, that's enough. You see, like, you guys understand what's happening. Like the first time, I'm like, okay, that's a little annoying, but it's not a big deal. But if they kept doing that, now you're starting to get frustrated. So now it's starting to be, and so now we just did it 5 times, okay? An hour from now, I'm going to do it again randomly. I'm like, again? Do you guys get it? That's how they do it. That's how they control all of you. And they figure out what those are, and they attach them to certain objects in the room, right? So most of you, if you actually looked around your room, especially at work, they set up things in a certain order that are meant to remind you of that path without you even realizing it. All right? Even the clothes that I wore today, like, it was not an accident, by the way. But I'm flipping it for good, right? It's just a reminder to heal. Do you guys understand? Like, it's now I find it funny, but it's not funny. And people are like, "Oh, that's good. You're choosing your reaction." But do you understand? Like, it's not even that. It's ridiculously fucked up. Because the majority of people have no idea that that's how it's done. That this has an approximation, this has an approximation, it has enough points to start a path that will bring me more reminders down that way. Now it's fine, right? Because I have the counter to it, which is if I can't avoid it, if I can't prevent it, then I counter it with life itself, which is anytime something dark or poison gets presented to me, that's not my own thought, right? A mental nudge, right? Anything that I didn't choose, I have my counter and I have a path that can remind me of it, or I see it constantly, right? And it just reminds me, like, hey, it's just a reminder to heal. It's just a reminder to heal. Just keep healing. Choose the light path. Just a reminder to heal. So I ask you then, guys, if that is the case, all right, we're talking about like how rooms can present things to hurt you and shepherd you and stuff like that. Thanks, Leanne, for creating the shepherd path with me. Do you guys understand? Like, I just looked at 1 + 2 + 3. I looked at a dog bone. I looked at a dog toy. Then I looked over there where my dog is, on the dog bed. And then I said that. Do you guys understand? That's how you create it. I have a shield like that I can create on demand. Oh, here we go. We're the shepherd. We're serving the Jesus rule. We're God's champion. We're creating deliverance. Deliver us. And now you're on the path. I don't need to be on paths, remember, guys? But do you see, like, it's now still my outlook. My inclination is more light now because I do that. That's the only reason why I do paths anymore and shields. It's not even to make me do something. It's just to change my outlook and my inclination. I'm choosing to go with light because when I'm light, I enjoy things more. I'm just having fun with this stream now. Do you guys see, like, they caused so many problems to me, yet I'm having fun right now. And it's just a reminder to heal, and they're attacking me, and I'm having fun. Do you guys get it? Do you guys see? I might have nobody that watches this. Spirits are. They're terrified. Because they have no counter to this. There's no counter to it. Here's why. We'll go into more about, like, rearranging rooms and all that stuff later. Okay, we'll get to it. Now we can talk about it another day. There's no problem. So, full circle. We go to the part where it's like life itself, right? I call that's the counter. For me, life itself is we just have to heal. We have to choose the light path, right? Jesus, God, shepherd. That for me is life itself. It's more than an idea. It's just I'm creating life itself for everyone. Now we can finally have a new world. I'm creating a new world. Illusion of Gaia. Da, 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 na, 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 na. You guys get it? I'm not gonna attach more to it right now because I wasn't prepared for that. So you see, I could attach more things to my shepherd shield, and it just keeps reinforcing it. You guys see how you can do that? So now, anytime I listen to that song that I just sang, From Illusion of Gaia to a New World, I have a lot of positives with it. Now, when I listen to it, it brings me back to the shepherd shield. So if I have now these pictures, I have colors, I have symbols, I have an idea, now I have musics. Like, do you understand? Like, all of these things. I have food, the streams, cereal too, my sexy leg girl. I'm attaching all of these things to it, to life itself. This my response to what I'm about to explain to you guys. So what does that mean? That they can destroy as many of my shields as they want. They can poison and contain as many of them as they want. They can't poison that thing itself because it's my response to everything that they present. Right? It's a reminder to heal. So that's the key. We're making a permanent reminder for how we experience life itself. That's the answer. I need to write that one down. We're making a permanent reminder. Making a permanent reminder for life itself. Not an idea or it's all of it. So you see how we create live on stream. I just created something new while streaming, while explaining this to you guys. Do you understand why this is so powerful as you keep reconsuming and you do that and you're not afraid like, well, I have to go to write before I even start streaming or talking. Do you guys get it? What can they do? So let's say they ruined all my old knowledge that I was talking about. I just created new knowledge right now on the spot. It has no negatives. Do you guys see how if we just keep creating new, there's nothing that they can do because they can now taint every single thing that we have. But we can, sometimes you might have to just leave it behind because detoxing is too hard, but you don't have to give up on things, right? You don't have to, but I'm just showing you guys, like, if you keep creating new, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing. There's nothing. So we're attaching all my shields to it. The answer. That is my answer. Final Fantasy 14. Your answer. Perfect. We're also healing these things that they poisoned. They poisoned these things for me, right? So I'm healing all the things they poisoned by attaching it to this higher thing, life itself. All tied to the shepherd path. Do you guys understand how it's done? I'm showing you guys how to do it. I'm showing you guys how to do it live. All right. So I got nudged to pee right now. I am going to pee because this is a great stopping point just to take a 2-minute break. But when we get back, right, we're going to talk about there's no other path. There's no other option. Okay. Make sure you guys get a snack or something to eat. I'm going to have a croissant because, well, I have really good associations with it that I created. My sexy leg girl. You know? Coffee and croissants. She's amazing. You know, she's incredible. But I'm just grab my AirPods and let's get started. You go, Liam. Thanks for helping me become a hero. Because you're the hero. You started the shepherd path. Okay. Are we good? Just have to make sure. Should be good. Okay. So, this leads me to, if there's no other path, right? If there's no other choice. Could that how we create a permanent reminder for life itself, right? Is that the way that we could heal the world entire? Making a permanent reminder for life itself, a direction. A life path. That's the answer, actually. But labels don't matter. It has to just make sense to you. That's the answer. Okay, so whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it a direction, if you want to call it a decision, an answer, if you want to call it a life path, if you want to call it life itself, whatever makes sense to you guys, but you have to understand what it is, all right? Your response to anything dark. Whatever your response to anything dark is, that's what this is, okay? All of them work, but you just have to understand what it is. Just understand what it is. Simply understand what it is, okay? So I'm taking notes. Do you guys see this? I'm taking notes right now. My handwriting is horrible because I was just writing quickly and I'm trying to squeeze in things. Do you guys see, like, it doesn't matter, right? So this is my wish. And I'm going to get into that more here in a little bit, but what I'm about to tell you guys right now, this is my wish, okay? All right. So we talked about how we can create positive brainwashing. I gave you guys the seeds. I planted a positive light seed to do so. But I'm going to explain exactly how to do it now. Everything that I've been talking about has really been understanding mental slavery. I've been trying to show you guys exactly how it's done and all the times that they are giving me reminders to heal. And I've kind of explained to you why we are not actually able to choose the light path. Most of us end up being consumed to dark and end up always going down the dark path without us even realizing that we are. Static is fine, guys, but it's a really good reminder, that leg pick, but not right now. Okay? If you don't, it's fine, but I want to focus on this, okay? So let's choose the light path. All right. See, guys, they're inserting static into my AirPods, and I want to understand to people and other noise, right? But I now tied it to my sexy leg girl, my goddess. To a picture, to an outfit, to her itself. Like, it just reminds me of her. So every time I hear it, it reminds me of her, right? And she's shockingly hot. I tied it to a key phrase. Do you guys understand? Your black heels. So you see, like, you're changing because they had poisoned that sound and that word for me. Do you guys understand? Like, they poisoned it. But I had rewritten the association and the approximation of it to make me remind her of her, right? Like her picture, her legs, her heels, like that. Like, it's just But what I understood then, hopefully they stop, but it's okay if they don't, because it doesn't matter anymore. It's just a reminder to heal. But what I realized was that it works really well. Okay, it's not a problem doing what I did, attaching to something else, right? Like I attached croissants to her. Right? Especially it's like a certain pic or certain outfit that she does, like when she brings them to me and we're drinking coffee. Do you guys understand? All these things remind me of her. And if you try to attach it to pictures so that it helps you keep it separate, right? Like, for example, she's incredible. Progression. But reminders to heal. But the other ones can still be tainted. That was my flaw. I just couldn't understand how to counter it fully because it worked. I want people to understand, like, that tactic works. It works extremely well. There's almost nothing they can do. If you attach it to like ideas, if you attach it to pictures, if you attach it to colors, if you attach it to like multiple things that like I said, you look at the lamb, do you look at the Jesus, do you look at the flower, do you look at the ground, do you look at the shadow, do you like look at the like there's so many things, right? Let's do an interrupt here. All right, you guys understand? Sometimes you keep coming up with tactics, you keep coming up with approaches to try to figure out how to defeat these dark, vindictive things that are in this world, controlling everything, enslaving us to choose the dark path constantly. Like, why can't we just be light? Why can't we evolve as a species, as a humanity, through light, to choose good? Because I'm telling you, the thought of even causing someone else a problem when you're light consumed, despite what they did, you don't even consider it, you don't even contemplate it. And here's the most interesting part about it. Despite getting suggestions, nudges, either mentally because they can insert them directly, or through approximation or thing like visuals that you see around you that maybe you bring back to a point where like you caused harm, like someone else caused harm, and you're like, should I do what they did to this person? Like they do all those things, right, to make suggestions for you. And you, in a way, you could say you're justified, right? Like, why are they trying to stop you to this level, like from healing the world, right? Like, I'm just trying to heal the world, and they attach to my brother. Like, why would he be trying to stop him? Why is he becoming Ramses? Like, why does he not even want to try to heal, right? It's so frustrating that I have to battle this. My own castle. Like, I'm telling you guys, he was trying to essentially kill me for doing this. Like, I'm not afraid to say that. Do you guys understand? For trying to do this stream right now that I'm talking with you guys about. The dark spirits inhabited him and nudged him to try to get me to stop me in any way possible. They did that already 2 days ago. They did it the next day. And then now they recreated those things that they did 2 days ago again today. Do you guys understand? Do you guys get it? So that could cause me a lot of problems, right? Like I could be dark consumed. It changes my content. It changes how I talk about it. It changes my beliefs, my approaches. Just a reminder to heal, though. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why we're making a permanent reminder, a direction, a light path, life itself. Like, the label doesn't matter. Let it make sense to you, whatever it is. It's just your response to anything dark. This is how we create positive brainwashing through repetition, because this is what I learned. Is like, you can attach positive artifacts to it, and associations and approximations and meaning. And like, I learned all these things because that's how they make us negative. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I figured out something that the things that are playing God and spirits couldn't even figure out. That's actually what I'm trying to tell you guys. I know more about the world than them now. I figured out how to do something that they can't do. If you still don't want to listen to me and heal, that's up to you, but I'm giving it to you guys for free. You guys understand? So I had come up with all these responses to dark, but because I realized that you avoid things, you prevent things, that's usually good enough. But if you can counter it, if you get affected accidentally, or if you prevent a path from ever starting, or if you know how to, like, if you get interrupt, like how many times you guys seen, like all these things, I'm trying to show you guys all the tactics, right? You see like how I've been going around everywhere to get to this, right? So that they can't dark nudge me too much. Because if you stay on one path too long, they dark nudge you. So I always say one of the key things is always change paths, right? Because then they don't know, they can't season you for it, okay? Because most of you can't resist. So if you get seasoned, you just do. You just keep repeating it until people get it. We're never gonna stop. It's just a reminder to heal, right? Like all the things that I'm talking about even have like one point of attachment to something else. It's just a reminder to heal. Think about how many attacks I'm getting right now. Think about every time I'm saying that, I'm getting attacked, guys. Do you guys understand? What an attack is? A mental nudge that you didn't put in there. I'm talking about this stuff to you guys. Why would they do? Ooh, another one. They're getting really mad. It's just a reminder to heal. Do you guys understand? Like, once you start recognizing what the attack is, like, you now know that that's them. I'm trying to show you guys, every time that happens to you, that's them, because you're shielding it, right? So now you can see what it is, and now pay attention to what it is, what the topic is, and what could it be related to. So think about it like this, guys. Let's say it's a topic like related to when I wrote notes 2 months ago where I live right now. So every time, all of a sudden, like, they keep trying to bring back something related to that time period, and you're like, what? Like, who were the people around then? What was I listening to? What were the scents? What was the food? What was the thing? Because everything is related to that, because they know that it's like they created a vulnerability, a weakness there, like the reinforcement, right? Usually they try to attach it to some of your insecurities that they created in you, right? As well, because insecurities fabricated. But you are like, how does that have anything to do with this? And there's a lot of positives with it, right? Like, that's usually what they try to attach it to, is the positives. But maybe you played a song whenever you were sad and you were just trying to overcome something, okay? It teleports you to those time periods, right? So it's just a reminder to heal. I went down a path. Let's interrupt you when we rewatch this, okay? Remember, dog bones, Leon, shepherd path. These are my reminders, right? So that I just reminder to heal and go down the path, because I started paths, but like, they don't have full control over me, right? That's how I can change so quickly. But it's still, now you get more nudges if you're on a path. That's the best way I would explain it to you guys. So if you want to not go down certain paths to get less nudges, don't start. I just wanted to prove it to you guys, okay? The number of texts I was going down the path were escalating exponentially. That's, they were happy. They were hoping for that. Now you baited them. So now they were preparing all their things, like they're sitting in pods, okay? And they're sending attacks. And they're like, oh, yes, he's going down the path. Come on, let's go. We gotta keep sending these. That's them. Those are the things you worship, guys. You don't even have to worship me, but just don't worship them until they change how the game works. Don't worship them. They're not our gods. They're failed gods that don't understand that if you positively encourage people and you help people, they can achieve heights that they never could have achieved otherwise. Okay, so now you guys understand how to recognize attacks, okay? Now that's how they give you the code, okay? That's how they give you the code. Now you understand what your attacks are related to, who they're related to, themes, all that stuff, okay? So reminders to heal. So I realized that I can't just counter it with these things because they can taint them. The counters work. They really do. Even if they're tainted, they still work. But the problem is that they hold points, right? They hold points. And let's talk about really quick rooms. So like, if you arrange your room in such a way, right? We talked a little bit earlier, but like, these hold points for my sexy leg girl, right? When we had a coffee date and all this stuff, and when I grabbed her butt, her blue pants, and, like, there's a lot of really good stuff here, okay? If I put those around places in the room, well, even just as I'm walking by, right? If I see it, it now teleports me and transports me to that time period. Like, I think of her, that picture, or that visual of her when we had that coffee date, right? When she had that. I think of her butt, I think of grabbing it. Like, it's really awesome, right? It's just incredible. Wow. And then if I saw another thing, right? Like, maybe like I saw her blue bikini or white bikini, and I was like, oh, that was when we were on the hot tub or something like that. You guys understand? Like, now I could start a path that I'm like, ooh, that's a really good reminder. Or like, I see, maybe I attached it to like a color or a notebook or something, and then I see that and I'm like, ooh, when she was dancing and she was making me breakfast that one day and coffee. And it's just a reminder to heal. See, like, they were trying to taint it right now. They were trying to attach to something else. You guys get it? You see, like, I'm even talking about it and they're still trying. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get how fucked up the world that we live in is? Why do we live in such a world? I'm attached to the croissant, sir. Why do we live in such a messed up world, guys? This is why I want to heal the world entire. It doesn't make me want to experience the world. It doesn't want to make me live life itself. I told you that that's my answer. You guys understand? My answer is life itself. That's my direction, light path of just healing. Just everyone's free, but we don't have to worry about work. We don't have to worry about money. We don't have to worry about any of these things because we realized we never needed to. We can even work with the things that are enslaving us. We're gonna be like, hey, guys, this is how we do it. Learn. Yeah, I'm gonna teach you spirits. This is how we do it. That's what I'm doing. I'm teaching them right now, and I hope to finally convince them. But it's been days now, and they still don't get it. I'm like, why is this hard for you guys to figure out? This is the answer. Okay. So I just wanted to show you guys, I just used my shield by creating rooms, right? Like by reminders for myself that I created the meaning to these things. Like it reminds me of that thing for her, okay? So as I'm looking around, I can now always get that shield. So that's the goal. You want to set up your apartment, your home, your castle in such a way that everywhere you look, you can start little positive paths. And what you're going to learn soon quickly is that some things have negative points and negative reminders, and it could be just an approximation of it. And then every time you look at it, it can have just a reminder to heal. Every time they try everything, right? Got it. That's how they did it today. Now I understand. Wow. So I just figured out like how they got an in, because remember I talked about axis, guys. Like that's why the symbols and things of that nature that we have around us, like those are all ins. Okay, and what do I mean by that? They can be used for good. They can be used for good. I created all the positive reminders, and each thing holds positive or negative conditioning points and associations and just things that you process, right? So most of the things in this castle now that I've like rewritten, the ones that got poisoned, the majority of them are extremely positive. Even ones that are attached, I know that are attached to negative. So I thought that it was always enough. It's not. Problem is, if you have two things that have a negative next to each other, and what is a negative? I call it an N1. So think of it like an N1 as a nudge one can start a path. It's different than the artifact that holds conditioning points, plus and minus. That determines how you feel about it, right? So like if it has good points attached to it, it starts a positive situation, right? And most likely it'll bring you to your shields. And maybe you rewrote the meaning to it, and now it always takes you to a positive path, okay? But here's something that I didn't realize until recently, is that regardless of the plus and minus values that it holds conditioning-wise to you, even if you rewrite the meaning, certain things have, if they create the 1 + 2, they hold an N1. I call it the nudge one. So those things start paths. And the dark spirits, if they have a nudge one attached to something, so this piece of clothing and the pants that I'm wearing is a similar approximation to an outfit that someone that I used to watch that helped me when I got dark consumed. Start changing a little bit you guys will know what I'm talking about, my perspective. Okay? But it's not about that. It's about outlook, right? So they've been trying to use that to, first of all, devalue me and say that I'm just like talking like him. Like, really? This is what he talks about? Maybe. So cool. I would love for him to talk with me. Let's go. Bring it on. It's not a competition. We could help heal the world then together. Bring it on. You guys understand? Like, but they try to do that, right? But what happened was that during that time period, I'm fully walking into problems here. So when you re-listen to this, I'm going to snap 4 times. Just twice, actually. 2 in each finger. Wait, what? Is that 4 if you do that? 2 + 2 is 4, and +3 is 7 times 4 is 28 minus 6 is 22? I'm just showing you guys some tactics that you can reset your mind, or do interrupts. So it was attached to, I got introduced to this person through someone who actually, they attached a lot of bad things to me, who abused me, who manipulated me, who exploited me, who brainwashed me to negative, basically, and then they attached insecurities to it. Then this person, basically, it was just, this person was a really bad person, okay? And they used them to infiltrate. Like, now I understand they were fabricated. They might have even been an illusion, right? But like, they were dark itself. Like, they were the most evil thing in the world, and I didn't understand that at first. But think of like, you got baited to believe that the most dark evil thing in the world could be a good thing, that they could have knowledge that you're missing, right? Because that's how they fabricate insecurities, right? You fail at something and then they present someone to you. I called them back in the day. I'm not going to create more of an association here, but it's just whatever, right? They create this person that supposedly has the answer to whatever you failed at, okay? whatever it is, whatever you failed at that caused an insecurity, because then the moment the insecurity happened, either the person himself or someone else reinforced it and said, hey, this is why you failed, or this is why, to try, they say it's because of X thing, okay? And that thing is not true, but they make you believe it. You already got seasoned for it without you even realizing it for years and months, okay? In the past, they create events that will reinforce, because then you're gonna think back and like, could I be like bad at talking? Like the reason why a girl might not want to date me right now is because of my eyebrows, because people were reinforcing it before. Then after that, like let's say you ask out the girl, okay? Like when I asked out my sexy little girl, for some reason, like she said no, and then she's like, maybe she's like, I don't know, it's just your eyebrows, and I'm like, what? I'm like, that's not true. She's incredible, right? She would never do that, but we're perfect for each other. She's my goddess. Which is why I became the shepherd. Anyway, so it's just a reminder to heal. I risked a lot right there, but I wanted to show people how they do it. So what would that do, right? What does that do? Do you guys understand? Like, I'm not afraid anymore, because I can rewrite anything. That's how much I risk. I would not do what I just did if I were any of you guys. Okay? So they tried to dark consume me. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. There's nothing they can do, because it's just a reminder to heal. I wanted to show you guys that. Why? Because that was them trying to dark consume me. Right? That's the darkest time period of my life. And I wanted to show you how they do it. Okay? I gave away exactly how they do it. Then right after that, someone else reinforces it. Hey, it's because, your eyebrows are weird. No, they're not. They're fucking cool. You're cool. They're the biggest reason why we are different than everyone else. Because people judge from the first look, because we've been conditioned to judge. Once you break your conditioning chain, you don't judge people anymore at all. By the way, the concept of judging people doesn't even contemplate or populate into your head. I mean it. Every single thing is just, you just try to understand, like, wait, you're different than me. I want to understand your story. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what it is. You're just trying to learn. Now, be careful, right? So much information. Until we free the world from these evil, stark spirits, don't really go exploring and talking to people about stuff like this, or just in general, because they're going to, if they're dark consumed, they're going to give you so many negative nudges and suggestions to cause you problems, to try to reinforce. So I guess the takeaway is, don't listen to anyone. They're wrong about you, okay? If they're consumed at all by the dark, or if they're not, or they might be an illusion, either one, they're going to nudge you negatively. You see, that's exactly how they created an insecurity. Anyone, I just gave you guys the playbook, okay? So then afterwards, they present anything. Could be an object, could be a job, could be a person, could be a tool. They present something that will be the answer to it, all right? Or theoretically, they present it as, hey, if you do this, you could learn the answer, or you could just solve it. Either it's to get you engaged in a system, either it's to get you a job, either it's to get money. Like, you see, like, it's all for that same thing, right? But the whole point is, it's meant to reinforce that you're missing something, you have a lack, and someone else is better at it. And so what most people, because of that, you failed, you got reinforced, and now someone comes that has the answer. If you are anything like the majority of people in this world that has a drive to be better, right? Because that's how the spirits decide how we're going to improve the world, is you only can apparently destroy people, because then that'll make them want to grow. I think it does work, but it's not the way, right? We can choose to do so positively, right? We can encourage people. So what they end up doing is, so then if you're like me, like, I'm going to even use another keyword, like, just absorb everything, right? Absorb it. Absorb all information from everyone. You learn from everyone. You take what works. You don't become a clone. You don't become a sheep, but you're inspired. But all of a sudden you realize, I'm like, wait a minute. They're good, but they're not that good. I'm learning from them. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, what's going on? You realize what it is. It's just, they got conditioned differently than you. Now that you actually, like, what I would do is I would study every single person that they presented to me like this. And I would realize that the majority of them are frauds. And I'm not trying to insult them. I'm just telling you straight up. They present them to you when they're presented to you as the answer, or anything it is, they're presented to you as, like, they have everything, right? They're the answer. But then all of a sudden you get to know them, and then you're like, wait a minute, there's this flaw, and we all have that, right? Like, because they got fabricated in us. Each one of us have them. But I'm telling you, we all got fabricated flaw. Every flaw that you have has been fabricated in you by these dark spirits. But they present the person to you when it happens as they have no flaws, because they're only showing that side of the coin, right? That side, like, if there's a mask, right, and they're only showing the mask, the good mask, but then they take it off and you don't see it. I mean, think about it logically, right? Like, if you meet a girl, right, and you guys go on a date, like, she's gonna show you the best side, but then you're like, wait, who actually are you? And he's like, well, yeah, my in-laws are evil and all stuff like that, and we're gonna start a path here, so we're gonna interrupt it. But you guys understand, like, I'm just giving you guys all the examples so that you guys can start connecting the dots. That's how much I risk. But for me, like, I just, that's not a problem. Like, for like my sexy leg or my goddess, I'm like, it doesn't matter if she has some issues or problems or whatever. Even if she does or doesn't, it doesn't matter. Like, I want to get to know her because, like, I want to get to know everything about her, right? Like, good and bad, because the bad was fabricated in her, and the good, like, it's just her experiences. It's just what was repeated. Like, that's just who she is, and we can always, like, if she learns all this knowledge with me, and we keep growing and developing, what could we become, right? So it doesn't matter. But that's how they destroy relationships, right? Or that's how they destroy things. But you see, like, you can make someone believe something, that they're better than us by what they present. So that's how they do their work, right? They make you think you have no value, no worth, because they present like one person, like the top sales rep or your boss or something, and they apparently have all the answers, but you only interact with that person, or you only see them when they have all the answers. You never see them when they don't have the answers. Do you guys understand? Like, if you only see me for 10 minutes a day, like, I'm showing you guys like, you guys understand? Like, I'm eating on stream. I'm telling you every time I'm getting attacked. I'm going into the bathroom while we're streaming. Like, I'm telling you guys everything that's happening in my life. Like, you guys get it? You guys get it? It's the ultimate counter. If you just expose everything, if you just talk about it, what can they do? They enslaved us by making sure that no one would want to talk about this stuff. Oh no, if you talk about this stuff, then you have issues, right? That's how they enslave you. That's how they enslave you guys. Just talk, expose. Your boss is abusing you, be like, yo, everyone, my boss is abusing me. It's cool. It's cool to expose them. It's a good thing. But we're not doing it to hurt them, right? Like, we're just trying to heal. Like, that's what the whole point is. We want to just go to a light path. Everyone wants to go to a light path. So I always thought, like, hey, we have to get back to the boss and like bring down the company or something. Like, nah, we don't have to do it. They're gonna bring it down by themselves anyway, right? If they continue to be dark consumed, then we go light path and we just leave. That's it. It's over. They're gonna fall apart, especially if we had a lot of contributions. It's gonna fall apart. Doesn't mean that they can't rebuild, right? Because they have talent, they have skill. Like, that's the thing. Like, you only saw the good from them. That's what you were made to believe, that they were maybe better than you because they installed this flaw on you, installed it, right? And then made to believe that you have it, even though you don't. And then when they presented some things, different people that maybe are better at it or something, or other people are suggesting it that they're better, right? Like, oh gosh, that's the worst one. That's the worst one. And you're like, why are people suggesting it to me? Like, we could talk about anything. This catch it. Once you guys catch it, you realize how fabricated the world is. It's nudged. Even if those people aren't illusions and clones, a lot of them are. They're nudged because they're dark consumed to say these things. Because when you're dark consumed, whatever pops into your head, you say if you can't resist. Okay. So all of a sudden they come up to you and be like, oh, did you know that this person was, and you're like, okay, who cares? But it's just a reminder to heal. Just a reminder to heal. Okay. We're gonna stop there. I think I explained it enough to get people to start connecting the dots. Okay. So I'm just saying that how could they present more attacks to me right now, like while I'm on stream? I was wondering, like, why certain things are popping up more often. It's because if there's a 1+2, it can pop up more often. What I'm saying is that my outfit is a 1+2. Okay? To a certain thing that takes me to that time period to the person that caused me a lot of problems in my life. So now they can insert more nudges there. Do you guys see how it's done? My outfit became a Trojan horse. And I'm using it for good because I'm flipping it, right? Because the person who I consumed, like, helped me heal, helped me grow a lot, and I learned a lot, but I surpassed them a long time ago, and I became my own thing, right? Because I broke free. I just did my own thing. I didn't let them tell me how to live and how to do things. But you see how they still use the positive thing. Even this is a positive, like that there's no negative to it, right? It's a good reminder. I can channel it, right? But you guys see, like, it still can teleport me to a time period where the promise happened. So that's what they do, like, at your office or in your home. You don't even catch it. So I challenged all of you yesterday after I finished streaming. I had a really powerful shield, right? Because I had created the shepherd shield, okay? To a new world, illusion of Gaia. Your answer. My goddess. You guys get it? I started rearranging everything. Basically, I call it the great rearrange. You can add a clean, but it's not so much about cleaning. You can clean the floor and stuff like that. But actually, I cleaned yesterday for the first time in days. I've been destroyed, right? Since the beginning of the journey of healing, I hadn't cleaned. I hadn't cooked, really. And I actually started because of what I streamed yesterday and built a shield and it healed. You guys see, like, if you're not doing certain things, it's because they destroyed you and they attached negatives to it. And I kept reinforcing it over and over again. Or you just don't have the energy to do so. Because you're spending all your time, like I have to spend all my time countering their attacks. So I can never actually properly heal. They don't let me sleep, right? Because they're just attacking me while I'm trying. So I can never fully get, but I'm still able to do this. You want to know? I have like no energy, just so you guys understand. I have no health, but I have this divine protection around me, the shield that they can't get through. Do you guys get it? Like I could have one health point. Like think about it in a video game, 0 to 100. I'm at 1 health right now, but I have 1,000,000 shield. Their attacks do 10 per hit. I have 1,000,000. And every time I say it's just a reminder to heal, I get 20. And then I just keep reinforcing with all the other positives that I have, like Heroic Lich King, World of Warcraft, like Illusion of Gaia, like so I make this way. Like you guys, you just keep going. League of Legends and M5 unconventional approaches. That's what you keep attaching everything to it. You just keep reinforcing it further. You just keep reinforcing it further. Think like Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, the final hours. If you guys ever played that game, Legend of Zelda Majora's, there's 4 giants that show up and they're like holding up the end of the world. They prevent it from crushing everything. There, I have things now helping me. Your other shields reinforce your main shield, right? Like that's my shepherd shield, my Jesus shield. And they're holding up that shield so that even if that shield ever had got a little cracks or other attack, these other ones are there to block it and change the paths and my things like that. Basically, if I can't counter it with my ultimate shield, or it's not my ultimate shield, the shepherd shield, my ultimate shield is my sexy leg girl, my goddess. Then she's there as the next layer of protection. And then after that, I have all the other things holding it up. And then you can just do. Doesn't matter. Because what you guys don't understand is when you're on a light path and when you're shielded, you have energy. You believe. Do you guys get it? You see why they don't want you to be on a light path? Because no matter what, then you're creating, you're healing, you're helping other people. You're no longer poisoning things. If anything, you're snapping them out of their path. You're interrupting it. And now you're changing their nudges, their preseasons. So what if I say 10 positive things to my brother in the morning to completely disrupt this path that they've been preseasoning him on? Well, for the first hour or two in the day, he's going to be a better person until he starts looking at Reddit again and gets a 1+2 and then doesn't listens to an ad because he doesn't mute it or looks at it. And then he goes to work and he has the path set up, or he sees the person that they'd attached the insecurity program to. And then they just have to have 2 suggestions from people around him. And then one customer fabricated bad experience, and then he's completely dark consumed. So then he returns and he threatens me because I'm trying to heal the world. You get it? Because it's not him. They nudged him to do that. That's how it's done. Now you guys know. That's the playbook. Okay? That's the playbook. And we'll keep repeating it over and over again. Over and over again. See how we've evolved? Watch day 1, guys. Check this out now. I'm doing this without even reading my notes anymore. What can they do? They don't know where we're going to go next. They always react to us. We even walked willingly into their paths. You guys understand? I willingly walked into their baits and their attacks. What are you supposed to do then? What can they do? Do you guys see why I'm so confident this is the answer? Before I was pretty confident. I'm like, this is the answer, just the answer, just the answer. Now I'm just like, I'm willingly walking into the biggest problems. Truly. Because it's just a reminder to heal. Okay, so that's the shepherd path for me. Thank you, Leon, for helping me create the shepherd path. It's the ultimate. Shield is my sexy leg girl, my goddess. She's incredible. This is the Jesus shield.
So let's talk about this part really quick. I'm just bringing everything as it pops to mind. I know I got nuts to do this, but this is a good one. So I call it the Jesus loop. Okay, that's what the shepherd path is. Because I'm teaching all of you basically become your own Jesus, right? I'm a Jesus for you, shepherding you, but you don't have to worship me. Just if you want to give back to me, just make the world better. Okay, just heal yourself. I don't need anything from you. Okay, I don't need anything from you. Just heal yourself so you stop corrupting and poisoning other people around you. Please. Because then, give yourself 40 days. Every single person, when you're listening to this, give yourself 40 days. And we're going to get to how you're going to get to that, but give yourself 40 days. And create your own arc. Limit all information. Stop consuming. Learn that when you're getting nudged, start recognizing their attacks. And start creating positive paths for you. Rearrange your house. Quit your job. Or if not, you have to rearrange your work. Do things differently. Quiet things. Don't talk to people because you're getting nudged there. But the answer is quit your job, right? And stop spending money. And just create paths in your house that remind you of positive. Create positive shields. Create your own meaning to them so that they can just remind you to the things that make you happy. And just start teaching people, creating your own passions, right? And explain them. Please, just do that. If you guys do that in 40 days, if we all do that starting today, in 40 days, the outside world will be completely different. Because the amount of poison and corruption that happened, even if only half of the pop world stopped poisoning each other. Do you guys understand how big of an impact that is? They're like, but but think about it. Like, now we're not counterposing them too. Do you guys get it? And since we're not getting poisoned by them anymore, we do better. We are more light consumed. Right? You guys, do you understand? The whole play is just hibernate and heal yourself. And if it changes your life, if you remove all your insecurities, if you finally realize how incredible you are. No, you're not incredible. She makes you incredible. She's incredible. How amazing you guys all are. My gosh. Then just thrive. Help me make this world a better place so I can heal the world entire, right? Through this one change. But we're about to get to the one change, but this is all the things, right? I'm showing you how to create positive brainwashing, using your shields, choosing the light path consistently, setting up paths in your house, in your castle to create those. And what was the other thing? It doesn't really matter, but this is a little bit of an interruption. Oh, you guys now understand mental slavery, right? Okay. You guys understand? The only reason why, so the Jesus loop, the shepherd loop, right, is we're looking to create that your answer, right, your response to anything dark. You need to make it whatever makes sense to you. I'm giving you the answer that I believe is the answer for everyone, but it might not be that for you, okay? It has to make sense to you. But we're making a permanent reminder to anything that's presented to us, okay? This is my answer. This is my direction. This is my life path. This is life itself. But I couldn't get there until I had one missing piece, and that was my sexy light girl, my goddess, right? She was the thing that allowed it to happen. She became my ultimate shield, okay? So then, now, what ends up happening is, what allows it to continue though is, I have to reinforce this answer, this response, this life itself, this direction, this light path with my other shields, okay? So think of it like, I'm inside here, right? Like, this is me. This is Star Diplomat. This is Jesus. This is God's champion. This is whatever you want to call it, right? Just understand this is you, okay? Now I have my goddess, okay? She's my goddess, my sexy light girl, my Daniela, right? Whatever you just make it sense to you, okay? Now she unlocked me, right? Now that allows me to have my response to anything, okay? So now my response to anything is that anything bad
anything negative, anything that could be better, anything, whenever I see it and I know that it can be, like we can improve it further, my response is, this is just a reminder to heal or to make the world a better place. For whatever it is. If you walk outside right now and you see a piece of trash on the ground, you don't necessarily have to pick it up, okay? Because I want you guys to understand that they can fabricate illusions, and that could be just as simple as dropping trash in front of you, and they can start controlling your path by doing that, okay? So it's not that I'm saying that don't ever do anything like that, but it's not about that yet, right? It's not so much about those actions that you do outside. It's about, we need to first heal ourselves, and then we can worry about those actions. Got it, people? Don't worry so much about, do I need to pick up trash now outside and things like that. That's not the problem. That's not the focus, because they can bait you to see information like that. That's not the goal yet. Once after 40 days, let's see where the world is, and then we can all start doing those actions, okay? So don't worry, don't get baited by when they were like, okay, now I need to pick up trash, now I need to do this, now I need to donate money. No, don't do that, okay? It's just a reminder to heal. So remember, every time I say that, they attack me. Anytime I see something like that, like if I walk by and I see that, I'm like, it's just a reminder to heal. It's just a reminder to keep going. I need to stream today. I need to teach people how to heal themselves. I need to teach. I need to shepherd people. I need to heal everyone around me. And eventually, though, you have to sometimes give up on someone if they refuse, if they just are being dark consumed and they're causing other problems. I'm like, I don't need to destroy them back, but I just need to create distance from them, because they're going to bait me through them, right? I just need to and that's just a reminder for myself, right? There's nothing we can do. He wants to serve the dark. Hopefully, by the time we heal fully and keep doing this, it'll finally click for him. So, like back in then, I used to call it the circle of peace. Like we'd invite people into the circle of peace, right? It's just love and healing. And if they're trying to destroy it, you have to kick them out of it. Not because you don't want to heal them, but it's just they're going to infect and corrupt everyone else. It's just what it is. So, I'm currently giving up on my brother because he just refuses to learn and listen. Hopefully, maybe one day he listens to this, because imagine he has access to me and all this knowledge, and not only does he fight me on it, but he tries to threaten me, tries to stop me from doing it. Think about that, guys. You guys understand? That's how bad the dark consumption is. Think about this. You have access to this person, and instead of trying to use it for good to help you, because he's just completely destroyed and insecure and consumed by his old things that he just refuses to heal. And every time I try to start him on a healing path and the light path, they fabricate some of the worst problems that have ever happened in my life over and over again, and usually through him. You see, like, the world we live in, guys? You get it? Like, this is why you need to quit your jobs, okay? Never work again until they change the game. Never go outside unless you absolutely have to. Don't expose yourself to any new information. Stop playing the game, okay? But anyway, so I started creating my response to anything. Like, so every time he does this now, like, if I see him walk by me right now, and he's trying to make noise to try to stop me and interrupt my phone or anything, I'm like, just a reminder to heal. I got to keep going. I got to do this again every single day. It's all I can do. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. I can't do anything else. I have to heal. I have to heal the world. If I'm not going to shepherd everyone and heal them as their Jesus and as God's champion, the world is going to die. It's corrupted. It's poisoned. And the world's alive, right? Like, there's nothing else I can do. I can't do anything else. Truly, like, I have to heal. If I don't heal, the world is over. I have to heal. There's nothing else I can do. I just have to stream every single day. I can't do anything else, guys. There's nothing else I can do. This is like, I'm enslaved here. Like, I'm being threatened. Like, they're trying to stop me every single day. These dark spirits, and they're using my brother to do so. And the outside world, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm just trying to heal everyone. I'm giving away so much knowledge. I'm just trying to help. And why would they do that? So since they're trying to stop me, there's nothing else I can do, right? Because this is what you guys don't understand. If you're enslaved, I'm enslaved, okay? Think about that. They've enslaved me here. And they only have been reinforcing all the worst things that ever happened in my life. Every single day for the last, I don't know, let's just say a year. But it's not the case, but I just don't want to be specific yet. I'm enslaved. Truly. I just started, like, normally when I'm start streaming and start talking, he will come outside and start yelling at me, be like, you can't do that. You can't talk. And I'm like, oh, like, he's probably going to pop up here shortly and try to stop me. You guys understand? Like, that's called slavery. I'm enslaved, and yet I'm still doing this. What excuse do you guys have? I'm enslaved, and I broke free from the mental slavery, so then they enslaved him, and now they're using him to enslave me. Do you guys understand how this works? If they can't do it mentally, they're going to use someone else around you. Do we get it? I'm trying to start a system here for that reason. It's just a really sad world that we live in, a really sad reality. And it shouldn't be this way. It never was meant to be this way. Okay? So we have to decide at that point. Like, I'm just like, well, what am I going to do? I can't actually do anything anymore because I'm enslaved. And they're ruining all my passions. They're ruining all my hobbies, all my old shields that I was using to heal. They're ruining all of them. And he's also trying to ruin all of them. Truly, like, if I ever try to do one that heals me, they make him do something bad to them or to me during that moment. So what is that going to do, right? It's going to make me think about it. Do you guys see like how they try to ruin every single thing that I was using to heal? Every single thing. Truly. And then when I'm sleeping, they make him do things on cue. Like, for example, if I'm trying to fall asleep, he's asleep in his room. This is how badly it is, how they can control people. On cue. It's fabricated to this level. All of a sudden, they nudge dark reminders while I'm trying to sleep, okay? Now it should be a little better because I removed a lot of the dark things that were around me that I didn't understand had paths yet. Remember when I talked about earlier that they hold an N1 that can start a path? But regardless, if they really want to, if they are really pissed off at you, they can just insert things directly into your head, even without any path there. They can. That's their last play. It's their desperation play. And then it's just a reminder to heal. Usually they do it through approximations, but just a reminder to heal. All of a sudden, like, they're inserting these negative things. So maybe you were trying to go down a positive path. So then, or they have him make noises, right? So you're processing and attaching it to negatives. So like half the time I have to like sleep in with like AirPods to block all his noise because he's just using, like, think of like your abuser used to make a sound like. So all of a sudden when I'm trying to sleep, I get inserted either a negative nudge related to those people, or I'm trying to think of my positives, and I just hear nonstop. And he's asleep. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? They can control you in your sleep. If you're dark consumed, they can control you in your sleep. Your sounds you do. If I play the song, deliver us and the shepherd to shepherd us and deliver. I'm just trying to see how far I can go with this path right now before they make him come outside from his room to try to stop me. That's all I'm trying to do right now, by the way, just so you guys know. I'm trying to force them to give away their hand, so you guys can see the event live, that how he enslaves me. That's all I'm doing. Just so you guys understand. So I sing Deliver Us, and he comes aside, it's like, stop singing! Why would you sing that song? But if I put on a different song that doesn't have an association with the shepherd path or Jesus or God, then there's no problem. Do you guys understand? The dark spirits don't want that. Like, why would they want me to remember that that's who I am, that I was meant to be the shepherd, that I was meant to be the healer, to heal the world entire, to be like the Jesus role and help other people and be a light path? They wanted to always just keep me dark consumed, right? Because if I'm light consumed and I'm healing everyone and helping everyone, well, then the world's gonna change. Do you guys get it? Like, so they're using him. Why? Like, ask yourself, I'm not even singing that loud, right? Like, because I understand, like, if that's one of his fears, that's one of his problems, right? He's so worried about getting noise complaints, okay? Like, they fabricated that fear in him. So at any point, if you make any sound at all, or you a little loud, like it's 10:01 p.m. and you talk just a little too loud, he will come outside of his room and be like, oh my God, we're gonna get a noise complaint. Like, you see how he's chained by that, right? That's his lock. Chain and lock, conditioning and lock. Okay? So all they have to do is at 10:01, I'm probably getting close to that time right now. So they're gonna try to fabricate an event right now where I talk a little bit too loud. And then it's 10:01 and he's like, do you know what time it is? You have to be quiet. You want me to cause a problem now? I told you this is the one thing that we can't ever do. Can't make noise. And they keep doing that. But you see, like, they control him to that fear. Do you guys understand how this works? Like, I just talk about all the attacks now that they do so that people understand how it's done. And maybe I'm just trying to sing Deliver Us because it helps me. Like, it counters the dark forces that are attacking me. It makes me believe. It makes me go on a light path. It makes me feel amazing, and it makes me believe, and it makes me realize that I've always been this serving as the Jesus role and helping people everywhere I went and healing people, healing myself, healing my family, healing everyone I touched, right? But they've always been trying to stop me. They've always been trying to dark consume me. So now I finally found a way to go to the light path consistently. And yet ever since I did that, he's just trying to stop me every single time. Anything that helps me get to that heals me. Like, I've been destroyed. Like, truly, like, if you guys, like, if you look at my profile picture on LinkedIn, that was when I first arrived in this area. And now I'm starting to heal, but like, you can kind of see it in someone's face, right? I got completely destroyed. And the only people that I've talked to are him and my dog. Do you guys understand? They use whatever they can to get to you. I blocked all access. The only access that's left is him. I don't consume news. Once a day I search maybe for one new song. Just like today, I'm going to search for another song that one of the two that I decided that I'm going to attach to the shepherd shield and path. And there's gonna be an ad there that has a negative reminder, okay, and some noise, but it doesn't have effect on me because it's just a reminder to heal. You guys get it? It's just a reminder to heal. So that means that they used him. You guys see how now they do it? And I ask you, like, he knows what I've been through. Like, I'm not going to talk about the because the details don't matter, but there's some really horrible things that they did to me. They stole everything in my life, right? Every single thing. Okay? Everything that I built up over 33 years, they took away. But there's one thing that they can't take away. What's in here? What's in here? And your connection with your spirit. Okay? They can't take that away. Doesn't matter. I don't need any tools anymore, right? As you guys can see, I can just write some things out, get into flow. Now I know how to create the shields on the mat. I can create new meanings, new objects. I can buy new objects right now. It doesn't matter if they have associations or attachments or at all. I can create new meanings to them, right? So it doesn't matter. They can't do anything anymore, right? So do you guys see like how they try to make it happen though? Like, why would you try to stop someone from singing if they haven't sang for months because they're completely destroyed because they're only being reinforced the 100th worst things that ever happened to their life, and it's through him and what's happening outside because they fabricate every single thing that we see outside. So I ask you, why would you, if the person who's there, supposedly who cares about you, right, your brother or your family member or anyone for you guys, like think about like in a relationship or something like that, like anything, why would they use that person to try to stop you from finally healing? Do you guys understand? Why would that person ever try to stop you from finally healing? That's why I call it basically like, think of it like Ramses and Moses. Like that's what's going on here, right? He's Ramses, I'm Moses. I wish that wasn't the case, but that's the best example. And I've been trying to change the Exodus story, the Bible story, to what if I heal Ramses before we were supposed to even, you guys know that like the plagues and like when all that happened, and then like when he showed like playing with the big boys and they like changed the water, the river, like to blood and all this stuff like that, and like it's kind of like smoke and mirrors. Like basically the dark spirits are the ones who do the smoke and mirrors, and I'm the one who actually has the magic. Okay, but they're trying to stop it and they're trying to make people believe that the other one is real, and I'm like, it's not, guys. Like we got to choose the light path, but they're just trying to make everyone choose the dark path. I'm like, that's not the way. So they've just destroyed him to such a level that they have to just keep pre-nudging him and pre-seasoning him, or like think about it, like I get excited right now. I have to control my voice because I know that it's getting to that time period. Like if I get excited right now and like start singing or something and it's a little too loud, they're like, oh, that's enough, now we can nudge. And then he's gonna be like, I told you this is the one thing. And then he's gonna be like, I'm just gonna disconnect the internet. And he'll do that to stop the stream. He will do. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, by the way, guys, because that's what they do. He did that the other day. And this is the topics that I talk about. Think about that, guys. He disconnected the internet to stop me from talking. And you want to know when they did it? Actually, when I tried playing it to reconsume, but I said, hey, you want to listen to this for me to heal? And he's like, no. And then he disconnects. You can't even listen, because then I was trying to watch the stream because they prevented my from recording the stream because they inhabit my technology and they break it. So I couldn't record it, so I don't have it downloaded. So instead I was like, hey, let's watch it live on YouTube, or let's watch it on YouTube, but you need to have internet to do so. So he disconnected internet to prevent us from watching it and healing it. It took me an hour of breaking all his dark consumption paths, so him to finally start healing or being willing to watch it. And then he watched it and his entire outlook changed. And we had such a great experience. But then all of a sudden he went outside once and he went on his phone once. And then I started catching that he was just starting to cause dark nudges and problems. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's dark consuming again. That's all it took. He went outside and he looked at his phone. And he went in his room because he doesn't understand that he has paths set up there that remind him of all his bad problems. And then all of a sudden I was going to do something positive and he was attacking me again. And I'm like, what the fuck? I just spent 3 hours healing you. Basically he said that I'm insane, I'm crazy, that I need to go to a mental health institute, that, that I should be imprisoned, that maybe I should just be killed, like things of that nature, right? These are the things I'm talking about, guys. And I just healed him for 3 hours. And then he said those things to me. Do you guys understand? Ask yourself, And during those 3 hours, he said the opposite. He's like, yes, we got this. We're going to heal. We're going to be incredible. We're going to be, no, not incredible. She's incredible. She makes you incredible. You're going to be amazing. Sexy like girl. You got us. You guys understand? Like, I'm just trying to explain to you guys so you understand what's happening to you. This is the things that are happening to me. And most of you don't understand. Think that, I don't get why it's like this. I don't get why it's like this. I don't get why it's like this. It's not a coincidence. It's fabricated. It's meant to happen. They make it happen. It's not a coincidence. You guys understand? If you just talk about what you're experiencing, you're going to realize that we're all experiencing the same thing. They all curate what we see outside and what our ads see. We're chosen to have select insecurities and problems that are all fabricated, and they keep reinforcing them over and over again, and they keep recreating them because they want you to be attached to your past. The past doesn't matter. Keep creating a new path of light. That's all that matters. Find the few positives from your past, keep them safe. And if there's some that, like, for example, if you had an ex-girlfriend that she used to be before she got completely dark corrupted, take the few good things from her and attach it to your new girl. My Daniela, my sexy girl, my goddess. Some of the positives that I had, I can attach to her. But the rest, see ya. You're nothing. You're just a dark, corrupt parasite. I tried to heal for years, but you just could never take the step. You understand? Like, it's not you to get rid of the attachment because they keep trying to bring it back, and it just doesn't matter anymore. Just like, stop trying to bring back that old attachment. It just doesn't matter. But they make you feel like it matters because you've been conditioned to it so much. So you break the chain, then you're like, wait a minute, I broke the chain to her. Like, now I'm not conditioned to her anymore. I don't care. Like, what the fuck? What? I can't believe they made me care so much. Do you guys understand? Now you can choose. But what if actually I'm like, I do want to try to do that again? I don't. Like, I'm completely over it now. But do you understand? Like, you could choose to go down that path again if you wanted to, but now you can choose because now you don't feel obligated to. You don't feel like you have to. It's your choice, and that's the world that we're building, right? Everyone can finally now choose. Because before, if you got nudged like, "Hey, you should feel guilty that you're not like trying to fight for your old girl," I'm like, "Oh, you're right. You should feel guilty that you don't have reminders of her. She did a lot for you." I'm like, "Oh yeah, you're right." No, fuck that, guys. Don't let them guilt trip you. It's all bullshit. Do you guys understand? Don't get attached to that. They serve their purpose in your story, okay? Either they helped you or they ruined you. It's that simple. Move on. Take the good from it. And that's the thing. Search deep in your past for any of the positives, like your old shields, your old hobbies that maybe they didn't taint, but they probably did a little bit. They already set up some taints that you don't even realize, by the way, guys. They set up things in the past. Like, if you, like, for example, I used to be a World of Warcraft raid leader, right? I loved raiding and figuring things out and shepherding people. That's where I actually learned how to become a shepherd. And I rewatched some of my videos of they call them kill videos that we would fraps, and we would guide people, right? And it was progression. We'd try to like defeat battles that no one had defeated before everyone else. Like, it was just kind of fun. Like, the race just made it a little more intense, like, because then you had a reason to try to push yourself. I wish it wasn't so much about time and like who spent more time. I wish it was more so about like everyone could only have like 5 hours a day to do it, because then there was guilds and organizations that played 18 hours a day every single day for the first month, and I'm like, I couldn't do that, right? Like, and other people couldn't either. So we could never compete with that. But I just started to make the game fair, but it was okay. Like, I didn't need that. It was still a good drive, right? Like, could we get close to them without spending that much time? You know, we spent less time to get there, right? So, of all you who start healing right now, if you follow my advice and my words, just remember, it's not a race. It's not a competition. As long as you heal, that's all that matters. Okay. So, progression, right? Like, I enjoyed that. And I rewatched one of my videos yesterday for the first time. By the way, just so you guys know, I was afraid to, because they were tainting it. They were attaching things to it, and they were poisoning it over and over again. They were poisoning it over and over again, or they would just put ads that were reminders to all the negative time periods. Let's do an interpreter here. I'm drinking so much water now. This is really good. I'm attaching so many positive things to this. I'm starting to drink so much water now. It's really good. Drink more water, guys. It's good for you. I rewatched something, and I'm like, wait a minute. There's a sound that I made when I accomplished a victory. Thank you for starting the shepherd path, Leah. I appreciate you for being a hero. You guys get it? Like, right now, my dogs are drinking water because they were trying to attach something else. And I use my dog as a reminder as well, by the way. But when he barks, So I changed the negative to a positive reminder, right? I'm like, hey, when he barks, it reminds me to watch World of Warcraft, because they had attached a lot of negatives to his bark. Okay, you guys see, like, that was always my solution. It works really well. I now have the evolution of that answer. Okay, that's what we're leading up to. This is the one thing that we're changing. It's all leading up to this. But you see, like, I attached it to my dog for barking, because before, the barking was related to other people, was related to time periods, was related when they were trying to, like, cause me problems, noise complaints. Oh, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense why my brother's always terrified of it, because it reminds me of that. Like, when they tried to, like, kick me out once because, like, like, it all teleports you to that time period when it happened. And that time period is when you got abused, when you got exploited, when the insecurities were found. You see, like, it's all related to that, because if they can teleport you to that time period, then the spirits. Okay, think of it like this. Think of it like this, guys. X marks the spot, right? That's where the insecurity or the problem is. That's where the trauma is, okay? That's what they're trying to get to. Or if it's like a person, a time period, an object, anything. Just the point is, they want to get you that time period, either insecurity or sad event, okay? That's how it's done. So when that happens, oh, by the way, right there, like, I was touching this, they can move your body about 5-10% more. So they nudged me when I did that. Rewind like 15, 20 seconds. They nudged me. They controlled a little bit of my movement to knock the crayon out of my hand. But you can, is it a crayon? I look at it as a color. I don't actually look at it as what it is. You see, like, for me, it means something else. But right now, it's serving a purpose. It's the cross, the shepherd path. Anyway, so it marks the spot, right? You guys understand? And they're trying to get you there so that they can insert just a reminder to heal. They're trying to insert the bad things, okay? They're trying to bring you back to that. I know. I can handle it. That's all what they're trying to do. They're just keep trying to bring me back to that. But I don't care anymore. I want people to understand how they do it. I'm explaining the whole playbook. People need to know. I was talking to my spirit right there, just so people understand. We talk to each other like that. When I'm on the light path, fully light consumed, and I'm shielded. Well, especially now that I have the shepherd path, right? Because it's just a reminder to heal. And I gotta heal the world. I gotta heal the world entire. I gotta make it better. I can talk to them. I can actually let them talk through me if I want to. I now understand actually how they talk too. And like the little symbols, how I write, and we have our little thing. But it's funny. See, it's funny. I guess the best way I would explain it is, Dark doesn't understand, right? They can't comprehend it. They can't comprehend that kind of connection. So all of a sudden I caught some things that I'm like, well, I know that's positive. And they were trying to imply that it was a negative. And I'm like, well, it could be at the wrong time. Sure. Absolutely. Right. I can now choose. I've broken my conditioning. I've broken my change, my paths, my insecurities, everything. And it's all gone. Right. So that's why they don't want to ever let me fully heal, because I don't have anything that I know all that's a lie. I've healed all of it. So that's why they just keep trying to infest me and remind me of it. Because think of it like what's on top, recencies. That's why I can't ever heal, because they're just nonstop put it up there. Think about it. I would never, since I block all the information and access to myself now, there's no way they could bring it back, right? There's nothing that could remind me of it except the outside world or my brother or an ad. That's it. And yet it's only up there. All the 100 terrible things. Ask yourself that, guys. How is that possible? Think about it. Really think. You guys will notice. They just keep reminding you of it. They can just keep bringing it back to the top through any means possible. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I think I've explained enough there. See, I think you guys are starting to figure it out, right? It's starting to make sense. But I talk to my spirit like this. We talk to each other, and man, on you. I hope you're happy. We've come far. They're fucked. They have no chance anymore. It's over. So why did I go down that World of Warcraft path, right? I just wanted to show you guys, like, talking about that could teleport me to a time period where maybe a certain problem happened. Do you guys see, like, if the goal was to lead me to a certain problem, talking about that, going down that path, now brings me to that time period. But what if they can't get there directly? Okay, so what could transport me there? An approximation of an outfit, What could transport me there? A topic? What could transport me there? Like certain reminders in the room? Like maybe you played, I don't know. Like for example, for me now, like for me, just a reminder to you. For myself. Like they're by the way, just so you guys know, they're so desperate to try to keep me dark, to try to darken me because it used to work, but it doesn't work anymore. That they've attached it to the words that I'm saying to you guys. I'm rewriting them as we speak, but do you understand what I'm talking about, guys? It's even words. Spellings. Like, I use the word nudge so much, right? So that means that now if you guys see the word nudge when you're out and about, you'll think about me. If you see a star and a line and an owl, you guys will think of the Star Diplomat. When I eat a croissant, I think of my sexy lover, my goddess. Especially a certain pic. A kiss. Like, you can visualize it, you can see it, you know, like, you guys understand? That's how they do it. So, if they wanted me to think about my sexy lit girl, all they have to do is present to me a croissant and coffee. What if, I'm going to change it, but, so what if for you, instead, like, it had something to do with like I don't know, an alien. Like maybe you got abducted by something like that, okay? Remember, it's just a reminder to heal. I know, we are walking into all the problems and there's nothing they can do. So, what if at work, you know you broke your path, you're on a light path, and then suddenly, when you show up, just a reminder to you, they just try to make me care about something superficial. I was looking at how much time I've been streaming, but it doesn't matter. I can stream as long as I want. It doesn't matter. You see, like that interrupted me, but it's just a reminder to you. I was just giving myself a reminder for interrupts when I rewatch this. That's what I did there. Because I talk to myself, I talk to my spirit, and I'm talking to you guys. I'm talking to all the spirits, trying to convince them. That's all it is. That's the Jesus shepherd path, okay? God's champion. So, just reminders to you. Imagine you go to work and you had a negative because, you got abducted, right? By Anunnakis. Wait, are we that? Oh, wait, it doesn't matter. You see, guys, labels don't matter. Names don't matter. Who cares? Just understand what everything is. And suddenly, you're talking to a client. And they have a UFO in their hand. And their kid is playing with like a little alien toy. And then it's just like, hey, yeah. Oh, I see. Ooh. Oh. I stopped for a reason. I'm not afraid of the paths anymore. I just want everyone to understand this. Because I can interrupt it on demand. Because it was just a reminder to heal. And because I can reset myself and interrupt myself as needed. And because, Leon, thank you for creating the hero path. But that was a really good one. They just recreated a situation. I was about to say a word that would have basically recreated a situation that happened to me. A really bad thing. You guys understand? Do you guys understand? Just through an example that I was talking about that I try to, because they now know that I usually will avoid the first one that gets nudged to me. So I'm like, let's try this one. So they probably nudged it to me. I'm like, that's not a bad one. Because I was trying to avoid anything that I thought could have some kind of association. But the word alien has an association with someone who caused me some bad problems. Do you understand? Multiple, actually. Oh, both. See? Brings me back to, do you guys understand? Like, but no, it doesn't matter because now we create the meaning. I'm an alien. I'm a God. I'm a Jesus. It doesn't matter. who cares? My point is, you see, like, I just gave you guys the example, but they present two things. Think of it like that. Like, whoever you're meeting with presents two things. Let's change it to positive. A girl shows up at work, and I don't know, like, this is when you were a kid, right? Younger, one of your first jobs, and you're reviewing her paperwork, and you know, she's good looking, right? And it's just a reminder to you. And no, let's not go down that path. Nah. My point is, guys, just think of it like there's A and B, okay? And it makes you think of it, right? Like, it just transports you there for a second. Or then all of a sudden you get nudged and you're like, wow, gosh, why did that thought pop up? That's because they had enough of reminders to start a path. And then they can nudge you it, like, because it has even an N1 attached to it, or it has negatives attached to it. So now, all of a sudden maybe you didn't react while you're talking to the client, but after that, you go to the bathroom and you start crying because it reminded you of something like that, okay? Now you're dark consumed. Now all of a sudden the coworkers ask about it, they're trying to reinforce it, or maybe they suggest something. Now it's getting reinforced more. Or they keep prompting it and suggesting things. Anyway, I'm done there. I just wanted people to understand how it's done. That's how they do it at work, okay? They poison you guys at work. Every single one of you. You get poisoned at work. Every single one of you. That's how they do it. They poison you. Just a reminder to heal. Just a reminder to heal. Do you guys get it? So then you come back home or to your castle. You're going to poison anyone else. You guys need to heal. This is really good. I'm so impressed. Proud of myself. I'm really good. Whoever's listening, you're really good too. In your own way. Believe in you guys. Believe in yourself. You guys got this. You see, like, sometimes we worry about getting it right, but we can do it, right? It's just, and there's other reminders. There's things that I haven't talked about, right? Like, there's things that I haven't talked about, but we've built it up enough. So I was just building it up, right? I was just trying to show you guys all the things why I believe the answer is to change one thing, okay? And the answer is, making a permanent reminder for a direction, for life path, for life itself. The labels don't matter. It just makes sense to you. For me, it's the shepherd path, right? To Jesus. It's your response to anything that can be better. Anything. If something is not where it should be, right? Like if, I don't know, this croissant should be a little better. Just a reminder to heal. Like, well, it's better. It's better for you, right? Like, hey, we can make this croissant a little better. Let's say I made croissants, right? Like this croissant can taste a little better. Here you go, then. Thanks for starting the shepherd path for me. You're here. Is it good? But it doesn't matter. It reminds me of my sexy logo, my goddess. Got it? So we're having a battle, a mental battle of wills with these dark spirits on stream live, guys. How cool is that? It's fun. Bring it on, guys. You can't win. There's nothing else that we can pay attention right here, guys. This is how it's done. There's nothing else to do than this. They just tried to poison the positive association that I have. There's nothing else now that I can do, because that's not completely unacceptable. One negative, one attempt at them poisoning anything in my life that I associate so positively, that I have so much love towards. She is my goddess. She's the thing that saved me, right? She's the reason why I became this. And that sound right there was trying to attach it to this. It doesn't even matter. Nothing can get in the way anymore. Do you guys get it? She's my reminder to be the shepherd path. And I have an exact picture and outfit and color and everything that I associate with her, with that, to lead me to the shepherd path on demand. But there's one thing that's even more powerful than that. She's in that Jesus loop, right? Like I said, reinforce with all your shields, reinforce with all your shields, right? But there's one thing that they can't take away, even if it's not reinforced with all my shields. It's my response to anything bad any attempt that they try to do to ruin anything or to the world or poison the world or corrupt it. Any dark attack, doesn't matter. It's just anything that you consider an attack, anything that makes you not feel good is a reminder for something. Okay? I've been trying to brainwash all of you positively to create this. I've been showing you how it's done throughout the whole thing. What is the phrase that I use every time I get attacked, guys? It's a reminder to heal. I need to keep healing. I need to embrace being Jesus, serving God. I need to heal all of you. I need to shepherd all of you to the promised land. We're almost done. We're almost through. We almost crossed the entire Red Sea. We almost made it to the portal. We almost are at the promised land. We're so close. Come on, guys. We got to survive the dark spirit attacks just a little longer. I'll shield you. Come on. Keep boosting you guys up. Keep boosting you guys up. Right? You're all protected. No matter what happens, they can send anything at you at this point now, guys. If you've made it this far, they can send anything at you. I don't even need to create a fire tornado anymore. You see, like, now we're changing the Exodus story. You guys understand? Like, before we thought that we had to recreate it. No, now we change it. This time, last time people were so afraid because Ramses created so much fear in them, right? And yesterday I thought the answer was healing Ramses. That still would be the best path. That would be the best path of them all, right? Like, if Ramses walked alongside me, right? Star Temple Man, Jesus, myself, right? Like, and serving as the Moses role, like the equivalent of that, just to make you guys understand. And we were walking together, and when I walked ahead, we had Ramses protecting the people the stragglers behind, making sure that he's encouraging them, he's pushing them, he's getting them to go further, he's getting them to go further. Because why would that have been the best option? Gosh, we're so good. And because once we crossed into the promised land, like, what happened in that story? All the people started worshiping something once Moses left to get the commandments. Right? Golden calf, whatever you guys want. Just basically think of it as money, right? It's an analogy for money. Greed, temptation, corruption, right? Like, it's stepped in. And the reason why it happened is for two reasons. The shepherd path. Good job, Liam. They don't want this being talked about, by the way. Truly. It doesn't matter, because it's just a reminder to heal. So, what ended up happening was that what Ramses did, right? Because he got dark consumed. I just want people to understand. He got dark consumed by the spirits, okay? They fabricated his entire life. He was basically the chosen one, right? Like, they made him feel special when he was a kid. But then this other kid shows up. So then, all of a sudden, he's now no longer the center of attention. He's no longer the one who gets everything. And now it's shared. It doesn't mean that he was now treated worse or less than, but he gets less, right? Think of it logically, guys. Like, every sibling, like, the moment, like, think about even dogs, right? If you get 3 dogs versus if you get 2 dogs versus if you get, like, you have to now divide the attention. So just by that alone, logically, we get less, right? So what if now they're only reinforcing that, hey, he's the problem in your life. He's caused you all the misery in your life because ever since he showed up, now you always get in trouble because of him. Like, he pokes fun of you, he bothers you, he annoys you, he laughs at you, like, all this stuff like that, right? So they're reinforcing it. Then all of a sudden, like, he's competing with you, like, he's trying to be better than you, like, all this stuff like this. And maybe he actually succeeds at some things where you didn't. So now it's just they're reinforcing that you're a failure and that he's a success. But maybe then it kind of like balances out for a while. But the point is, there's going to come a point in time where that changes. And you have nothing and he has everything, right? And now people compare, like, why, or some people might even be assholes and then say, this is, again, the dark spirit fabrication. They might say, it's just a reminder to heal. They might say that, hey, you should be more like your brother, or you should be better. Or do this, or why don't you do this? Or why can't you be like that? And it's just like, you see, like, they start creating comparisons. So this is how they started poisoning, right? This is how they started creating the dark corruption. They started reinforcing, they started conditioning Ramses, or in my case, my brother, or in you guys' case, your equivalent, right? And they created chains, right, through these fabricated events to create these insecurities to lock him. So now, this dark spirits manipulated all these events that happened to Ramses to become like that. That's how they hardened him. That's how they made it happen, right? And then they made an excuse saying that it was God. It wasn't. It's the dark spirits who are playing as God. Because now that I have a connection with you, my light spirit, real God, it's never what they intended. They didn't want to harden Ramses' heart. On the contrary, but the dark spirits took over and they pretended that they were the gods, because that's what they did to me, right? Earlier in my life, they baited me with the same signs of how God was communicating with me to help me become the Jesus path and the shepherd, to make me think that it was them. And then all of a sudden I got tricked, and then I started dark consuming me more because I felt betrayed. Do you guys understand how this works? Like, so that's the analogy for like anything. Like if you feel betrayed by the thing that you're supposed to help you. So like, let's say they fabricate an event, and now like I betrayed my brother, or like, or something happened, right? Do you guys see, like, all of a sudden it's causing problems, causing conflict between these two people. You guys see? So they reinforced all these things in Ramses this entire time, right? That's how it happened. They fabricated events, and now they showed him illusions. They just kept showing him the same things over and over again to make him believe that, oh, if your life would be so much better if Moses never entered your life, right? That's how the spirits did it. They created this event. You guys understand? But then they created it because they wanted to block, because God was trying to, which is repeating here now. Like they built it up. They figured out how to do it again. And now it's time. It's happening again. It took, how many years did it take, right? To finally recreate this scenario? A long time. They were so patient. They built it up for 33 years in me, right? I'm 33. And my entire life, there's so many things that happened. I'm like, oh my gosh, they were literally building it up this entire time for this. Every single thing that's happened is all for this. And I wondered why I was getting attacked so much. And it's because, think about it, they didn't maybe know, maybe they did, maybe the dark did know from the beginning, but it makes sense. Like, if you know that they were building up someone, they were creating someone because of how I got conditioned. Like, I never became arrogant, never became cocky. I learned you can talk to everyone, everyone's equal, all this stuff like that. Like, I just believe in healing and helping people and all these things, right? You can learn from everyone. So like, they built me up. They gave me sales skills. I learned how to talk to people. I learned how to present. I learned how to do all of these stuff, right? So I can learn how to shepherd. I can learn how to persuade people. I can learn how to convince people. Like, I had, like, no one would have thought that, hey, the secret to actually creating a Jesus would be to give him the sales skills and conversation skills, teach it through World of Warcraft raid leading and stuff. Like, you guys see, like, they built it up, they created it. But then it made sense now why Dark attacked all those things. But the sales skills were meant to help me, and Dark was latched on there and tried to get me down the dark path and become an exploiter. Do you guys understand? And worry about money. But then I got deconditioned to money because of it. Like, I have this completed version of money, right? It's just a reminder to heal now. But you guys see, like, they built me up, and the entire time, whenever I was trying to do one of those things that I would have learned skills to become the shepherd itself, I would get attacked nonstop. So ask yourself, why would they try to prevent that? Why would they try to prevent my awakening? Why they would try to prevent me remembering who I am? You guys see how this works? Because if I do, and I can heal everyone, and I can heal myself, and then start healing everyone else and teach them actually how it works, because I can communicate with them. I learned how to communicate with spirits, right? Like, and now I know how they do it. I actually know how to reprogram everyone, condition anyone, how they install every problem that we have, and that they can fabricate everything. And now we should be doing that for good. So if I had the powers to present anything in front of you guys, I could heal you in days. That's what I look to do. But until I have that power, until they give that to me, I have to teach you guys how to do it, and you have to execute it yourself. Maybe that's respecting free will, and I understand that, and I respect that. But then, if that's the case, then this needs to be pushed to everyone, and all the rest of the spirits need to take a step back. No more fabrication outside, and no more nudges. That is my condition. No more nudges. Zero nudges. No good and no bad. Let them all get this information. Let them consume my information, or learn this knowledge in whatever way or shape or form that they can get it, and they can process it and they can understand it. And at that point, just a reminder to you, at that point, then they can execute it. They can take notes, they can learn, and then they can try to heal. We have to give them 40 days. No costs, no more money, no more work, and no more nudges, no interfering, no bypassing free will. And let's see what happens. And after 40 days, if the world is in a worse state, if people can't heal, if people can't get rid of the corruption, then you guys are right, okay? But if not, then the two of us are right. That's my condition. So, with that said, you guys understand, like, the Exodus story is just an example of, like, it happened, like, it was fabricated by the dark spirits. And it was God trying to save the slaves back then. That's what's happening now. You guys are all enslaved. You just don't understand. Like, think of it like, if you have a connection with your spirit, just so you guys understand, you know when something is poison, right? You start learning the code. So, like, if I knew that if I drank this is water, but if I drank this from this mug, no, this is the best thing ever. This is pure love. See, they just try to poison it again. You guys are ridiculous. She's my goddess, my sexy little girl. Coffee, her dance. Like, this is but you see, like, what if, like, something else, right? If you just knew that was bad, like it had held negative points, like you wouldn't go there, you wouldn't consume it. So that's why they bait people into doing things. Like, they just baited me almost to do that, right? So once you recognize their plays, their attacks, and how they do it, then you don't get baited anymore, right? So that's what the connection with the spirit thing, learning the code and learning everything I'm saying allows you to do. It saves you, because now you understand what's poison, what's not. Do you guys get it? So then now you can start rearranging your rooms in your castle to get rid of the poison. And outside out of mind is really powerful. Like, as long as you can't see it, you can't process it, can't start the path. Like, you still know it's there, so it has maybe a little bit, but it's a lot. Protect, just out of sight, right? And so, like, if you have reminders of, like, your old girl, just out of sight them. Just put them away. All of them. You're not fully forgetting, but maybe afterwards when you do forget it, maybe like once a year, like, oh yeah, what could have been, right? And that's it. Interrupt. Got it? You guys understand? So I went down the path. I'm not afraid anymore at all, right? You reach a state of just being not afraid because you just know all of it is a reminder to heal. It doesn't matter what they do. Like, I'm trying to show them. I'm terrifying them right now. I'm silencing them. And they're trying to get me angry so that I raise my voice so that he shows up and unplugs the internet. You guys understand how this works? We're not afraid. We have hope. We believe. This is deliverance. You guys get it? Like, they built me up for this. This was the whole purpose of my storyline. Are the credits going to roll after this? Even if they do, it doesn't matter. Because the game evolves. The game evolves, right? Like, at that point, my job is just to heal. Like, I now know how to do it. I'm healing every single day, right? Like, in a few more days, I'm going to be fully healed, okay? Despite a million attacks. They just can't do it anymore because I figured it out, what the answer is, right? Making a permanent reminder for a direction, for a light path, for life itself, your response to anything dark, right? The label doesn't matter. It just has to make sense to you, right? For me, it's just a reminder to heal. It's a reminder to make the world a better place, to fight for that. That's it. That's my answer to everything, right? So could we heal the world entire? Yeah. If every single time something dark is presented to us or we see something poison, we're like, I got to keep healing. I got to keep healing myself. I got to keep healing others. I got to keep teaching everyone how to heal. That's it. That's all I can do. I don't have to necessarily do an action outside, right? And the most important thing is just healing people, reminding them to hibernate, to eliminate all noise, all nudges, and then so they can all heal, so they can just spread that. That's it. That's the most important thing. And then once we're all healed, or a majority, we really just have to get a majority, right? We just have to get the momentum going. Then we can start preventing the poison spreading, the corruption, because other people are going to be like, we know what you're doing. We know how this works. Guys, this is what's happening. Do you imagine if everyone now tells these people, like, we become the majority who all understand this knowledge, and we tell them, like, hey, do you guys understand that you're dark consumed? That they nudged you, that they created the nudge path, that they reinforced it, that through your associations and approximations and your conditioning change and your insecurity locks, they are poisoning you. And now they can nudge you to do whatever they want. Do you understand that's why you're causing these problems? And now imagine if everyone's telling them that, but they're like, that's okay. We're going to heal you. We now know how to heal, and we're going to teach you how to heal. And this is how. And they're saying the same thing that I taught, but they're saying how they did it, right? Their interpretation of it. And then they're like, also, you're so good at, like, remembering, like, voice acting. Why don't you voice act some, like, games and movies or animes? Like, you know, you start encouraging them to do their passions and their hobbies and stuff like that. And all of a sudden they start doing them. And then it's like, you don't even have to get paid for them. Maybe teach people how to voice act. Like, how do you do it? What do you channel? Like, you know, stuff like that. Just a reminder to heal. Do you guys get it? And then now they're doing that. Now they're healing. And now they're no longer poisoning the world. And it's just a change. This is the way. This is the only thing that we can do. I have fully brainwashed myself to believe that it's the only path left. There's nothing else. There's nothing else that I can do. So what does that mean? What am I doing when I do this? There's just nothing else. This is the only path. All I can do is heal. I can't do anything else. I can't play games. I can't listen to music. I can't do anything, right? All I can do is heal. Now, if I am healing, I can start doing those things because it shields me, right? The shepherd path, being the Jesus, getting deliverance, being God's champion down here, finally saving people from mental slavery once and for all. This time, we're doing it right. This time, we're not going to get baited again. This time, we're not going to make a mistake. This time, we are going to be delivered. Do you guys get it? Like, there's no but ifs or maybes about this. It's happening. And it's going to change. And they can't do anything to stop us anymore because they can't dark consume us anymore. Doesn't mean they can't annoy us temporarily, but that's why we have our shield path, right? And then we have our other shields, but we don't have to rely on them anymore as the counter for everything, so we can protect them so they're not poison anymore. The Jesus shield, the shepherd shield, that our response, our answer is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand is like, if you can tie it to something greater than just an idea, something greater than a symbol, a direction, a light path, life itself, right? Your response to anything dark, what is it? I recommend for you, that's why I've been repeating it for you guys, is just a reminder to heal, a reminder to make the world a better place. Okay? That's the answer. And then you start tying it to objects in your house. And then, but anytime you see something bad, right? You have a positive path. You're like, hey, I'm getting healed. I'm a healer. You try a path to that, right? So for me, like right there, like there's a path there. And there's those other things that I'm not going to explain, but it doesn't matter. But you guys get it? Like colors, symbols, whatever it is for you that works. That all brings you there. Songs, words, phrases. But now when you go outside, like I'm going to go outside right now after I'm done with this stream. Okay? And there's going to be bad stuff that are presented to me. If they're not, I would be truly surprised because that's all it is. Okay? That's why you should minimize time outside. That's why you need to hibernate. Stop going outside unless you absolutely have to. And if you do, change your path. Make sure you create some little positive association paths that you see, like anything you see on your walk to go outside, make sure that it leads to paths. Maybe use your phone now. Turn off like don't take calls or text anymore or like scroll info. Just use it as like looking at a picture maybe of like your shields, right? Okay, or like listening to a song related to it, so you can get stuff. Maybe block out the noise, like with noise cancellation, stuff like that, right? We can talk about that more, but I just want people to understand. So then you do that, you're still gonna get presented some info. It's gonna get to you. That's the problem about that side, right? And they can dark consume you through that. But you come back and then you detox and you try to heal it and all these things like that. Point is, if let's say you outside, you see something like, I don't know, you see dog poop and you're like, why can't people pick it up? Okay, don't worry about it right now. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about picking it up right now. Okay, that's not a problem. They can bait you to other information, other noise, and other nudges and other signs if you go pick it up, because all of a sudden your dog poops somewhere and you walk over there, and then all of a sudden there's stuff over there and you're like, you can start a little path or some reminders. And I know we can all break it now if you've learned all this knowledge, but don't risk it, guys, right? The whole point is you're trying to minimize risk. That's why I said like out of sight, out of reminders of like your old girl or things of that nature, right? It's the whole point is, that was a good one. They created a little path right there. Let's do a quick intro. Leon, so proud of you. Think about this, guys. This is a path for me to start my dog on a hero path. This is something that I used to start that path. My dog's a hero. He started this. He helped me become a shepherd. He is a shepherd. He's an Australian shepherd. Thank you, Leon. You guys get it? They combine two things there. If you rewatch it, you'll understand what they are, but they combine two things there that I said. It's just a reminder to heal. Do you guys get it? That's all it takes. And if you don't know how to interrupt, if you don't know how to break it, if you don't know how to change it or change the meaning or counter it, that's enough to dark consume you, because now it reminds you that. So then you keep thinking about it, and maybe you start talking about and you start talking about it, and then all of a sudden, now more starts popping up. So be quiet, guys. Don't process it. Like just don't continue the path. Or if you realize you've been talking about something for a while, you're like, let's just change it. Okay. Okay. So I recommend you guys, if you guys want to use the same reminder and the same answer that I came up with, they just suggested a phrase that would have continued that path that I was going on. Do you guys understand how it is? Like what I was going to say? The key words that I was going to, it's just a reminder to heal. They were populating what I was going to say next, and it would have been a reminder for that. And when it's harmless, right? It was not bad, but do you guys understand how this works? Still interrupted me. So if you want to use that reminder, right? That's your choice. It's your decision. You choose. I'm just breaking you free. I'm just letting you think for yourself. You're not chained anymore. If you listen to me, you won't have insecurity locks anymore. You now know how to brainwash yourself positively to create your own meaning, your own associations, your own approximations. You program yourself to do that, right? You understand how to now choose your own conditioning. You don't have to be conditioned, but regardless, if you break your conditioning, you can now choose. But I'm telling you that you can even take it to the next level and now condition yourself if you want to. You can set up your own paths. You'll be able to learn the code of everything around you, so you can see how they're starting negative paths for you. You understand the keywords, you understand the visuals, you understand the senses, the sounds. You understand that actually the biggest problem is going to work, an office, a location. That's the biggest problem. That's where they poison all of us, because think about how much information is presented to you. So if you don't work remotely from home, you're guaranteed to be poisoned if you go to work. I promise you. There's just nothing. If you don't understand this knowledge yet, and you go to work, every single time you go there, you're going to get poisoned through suggestions from everyone around you. And most of them are going to be dark consumed. Half of them are probably illusions. So take that as you will. And they can present to you what they want. And they can say the exact same things. And they're never going to say it directly, right? But they're going to make it through suggestions and implications. Like I said, they talk through suggestions and implications. And the things they bring up, you're like, why are we talking about that? Why are we bringing this up? Why are they doing this? They're always making you see certain events that happen to try to get you to go down paths to dark consuming. That's all it is. Teleport your location. Remember, I said X marks the spot. They're going to try to get back there any way possible so that they can bring up those reminders and nudges. Okay, that's it. That's all there is to it. So now it's all called fabricated, right? We're looking at the fabrication of it. We're not looking at the thing itself. We're looking at the fabrication of it, not the thing itself. That's how you counter it, right? But so when I see the fabrication, when I see intentional bad things placed on my path, what does that make me do? I just say, oh my gosh, this is a reminder to heal. This is a reminder to make the world a better place. I need to keep fighting. I need to keep streaming. I need to keep talking. I need to keep going. I can't stop. I need to keep reinforcing this over and over again until people finally get it, until it finally connects in their head that this is how it works, right? You guys get it? Like, we have to fight for this. It's so many things, right? Labels don't matter, but you guys need to decide what it is. Life itself, a direction, life path, a symbol, an idea, shields, all of it. It's a response to anything that could be better. Anything. And what does that mean to you? It means something to you, okay? But for me, like, if I see some people putting trash in the ground in the hallways of my apartment, I'm like, that's a reminder to heal. So what does that do? Why is that the response, the answer to everything? Let's think about it like this, guys. I told you that work is where they poison us, right? So it means there's nothing that you have to leave work. You have to just as long as you're in a poison location, if you're not able to do what I'm doing, right? I'm intentionally staying in a poison location to try to heal, okay? Most people are not capable of doing that, and that's good. You shouldn't do it. Do you understand? It's very risky. Minimize risk. Minimize reminders. Interrupt paths. Rearrange your entire area and then create meaning for each thing that you see, so you can get the A plus B plus C to lead you down a positive path and start reminders. Have music going that helps you, right? Like, you're doing all these things constantly, but at work you can't control everything. Maybe you have your own office or like cubicle, maybe then you're a little more protected, but the majority of you don't, right? Or there's other people around you that are presenting things, or people pop up to you that present things, and you see, like, there's just too many things that can poison you. So what does that mean? It means that it's time to quit your jobs, people. There's no other path. There's no other path. There's no other choice. You have to quit your job, or you're always going to be poisoned. You can never heal as long as you go to an office. You can never heal. It's impossible. Unless you got to the level that I'm at right now, know the knowledge of this to this level. Then you can shield it. Then you can prevent it and counter it. But guess what? You'll never be able to avoid it. So unless you're so good at it, you're gonna have to be shielding nonstop to prevent all the poison. And because now you also see it. Remember, it's different. Before, you didn't see that it was poison, right? Remember I said, now you see the poison. Now you know that drink, that glass, that situation is poison, not the other one. That one is, right? Now you see it, so you can avoid it. But imagine if you go to work, now you see all the code, and you're like, oh my gosh, everything here has poison. They attach it to a person who's now working there. They attach it to everything, right? Do you guys get it? And then now, if you have poison on you, and you have corruption, and you go back to your home, and you bring it back, you start poisoning those things in your home. Especially if it's the first thing that you do when you get back, or the first things that you see, the first things you experience, or if you don't break the dark consume path, you just keep spreading poison everywhere. And now when they're back, they're like, yes, our slave is back. Our parasites. How do we want to control him today, guys? What can we do? What can he place? What can he say? What sounds can he make? How can we ruin Star Diplomat, the guy who's role-playing the Jesus storyline, the Exodus story here? How can we ruin that? Okay? So then they're going to start doing dark problems. You see why work is the problem, guys? So this leads me, and then we're going to now go to money. So remember what I said about the Exodus story? God, we're so good. How the golden calf, right? You guys remember that? The reason why they got dark consumed, the people got dark consumed there, because Moses left, right? Moses was their shield. He built them up. He shepherded them. So that means they relied on him. So right now, all of you, if you haven't ever learned this knowledge before, there's so much, right? You're relying on me. You're relying on the Star Diplomat. You're relying on the guy who's role-playing the Jesus storyline, right? And all of this, serving as God's champion, who's had the connection to heal the world entire, right? That's what you guys are relying on right now. What happens then if I stopped? If I went away? Like if you can't hear my voice anymore? So let's say if you just keep consuming, you're okay. But if you lost that, what would happen? Then all they have to do is create it's just a reminder here. All they have to do is create a negative nudge, like what just happened to me. Like they just did a very minor negative nudge, but they did one. You guys understand? And if you can't break it, then you become dark. So imagine the dark spirits were like attacking the entire time during the Red Sea, and they survived, right? But they were so desperate to stop the Star Diplomat who was shepherding the entire world to finally heal for deliverance, that then Ramses started attacking, right? And I tried yesterday to do the storyline of, can we change the Exodus story to sort of Ramses works alongside? Because my vision was that if he does, when Star Diplomat goes to get the commandments, it's kind of what's happening here, but I'll probably talk about the commandments tomorrow then, I guess. When he tries to go to get the commandments, there's these people get dark consumed. And the reason why is because they crossed the Red Sea because of fear. He shielded them from the fear. He shielded them from the darkness. He helped them. But all those people, when they were crossing the Red Sea, they were crossing afraid. And maybe they finally snapped out of the fear. But the problem was that then think about the event that got fabricated, right? Like, and I know it's not exactly, let's just use the movie Prince of Egypt. Like, it just helps. It makes it easy to understand. Don't worry about the specifics, right? But Ramses tried to kill them. He tried to chase all of them. He tried to cause a problem. He tried to fabricate a battle, right? And he did. And a lot of them were terrified for their life. So what happens when you feel fear and now they reinforce it, right? They can get dark consumed. But if they never healed that fear, like all they had to do, now the dark spirits, when Moses went to get the commandments, all they had to do is send nudges and reminders or illusions to create reminders of, hey, do you guys remember when we almost died crossing the Red Sea? And now if they can get that reminder, and then let's say someone looks like Ramses and shows up, now they're dark consumed. And now that person is now fully under control of the dark spirits, and now they're starting to nudge all the other people to get dark consumed. And now all of them are getting dark consumed. And what happens when you're dark consumed? You heal, you think you heal. You think you heal by getting back at someone. Because we heal when we feel like we reclaim control of the narrative. So now all these people feel like they lost their Jesus, right? Their Moses, their shepherd. They lost, like if I wasn't there, but that's not going to happen this time, right? But this is the shepherd path, right? And now they're all just dark consuming each other. And when they're trying to get back at each other, but also when you're dark consumed, like you look for like the easy win, right? The easy path. So for a lot of them, that would be money. So then what if they fabricated something that was like, hey, money, here's like, you can get this great thing super fast and you don't have to even work for it. There's no prize. Like for me, like I think of it like for my sexy like girl, my goddess, right? It's like, what if like before I even went on a date, like I could see like everything, right? Experience everything with her. It's different, right? Now, everyone has to think about that themselves, right? But think about that, guys, like for like porn, right? If you have to earn the sex with a girl, it's different. Do you guys get it? So you get to see the full thing. That's progression. It's just like, think about like when I played World of Warcraft. Just a reminder to heal. They try everything. And when I played World of Warcraft, like imagine we could just, there were some times where the battles, like now I know it's probably the dark spirits, but maybe they were trying to help us or made it light. But all of a sudden, like the battle like stopped working. Like there was like a bug. Like things like the enemies got stuck. When that happens, I used to tell my group, my organization, I was like, guys, let's just reset. Let's just reset the battle. They're like, we've been stuck on this for days. Should we? Like, let's just get the win. I'm like, no, we haven't progressed to that point yet. We gotta earn it. Now, there might come a point in time where it's like, okay, it's fine. Like, we learned everything, we just didn't execute. Let's just get people to win, so momentum. But they still did like 99% of the work. Do you guys understand? Like, but imagine if it was only like, let's say it was a battle that was going to take 100 tries, 100 attempts, and it was like the third attempt, and the first two attempts, like, here we go, and it just doesn't work. Okay. And then the fourth attempt, like, now people are starting to get frustrated. Like, this fight seems impossible. But all of a sudden, like, the boss battle, the enemy, like, it just gets stuck, or like the damage is reduced significantly. They're like, should we win right now? Like, if we win, we didn't actually win the fight the way it was like supposedly intended, right? We just won a different way. Like, it's because it got messed up. So, like, well, if it happens again, like, did they change the fight? Because sometimes they could change things, right? They lower the difficulty. They could modify the difficulty of fights if they were like maybe too hard. So sometimes they would change things like mid-fight or like between attempts. And I'm like, oh wow, did they push what they called it a hotfix? Basically, they updated the game to make it easier or harder. Like, if there was people were doing unintended things, they would change it. That happens in life too, by the way. Take that as you will. Are we in a video game? I don't know, guys. But they can change it, right? Like, they change things in my reality between days. Like, it gets updated. So myself and other things around me, right? Take this as you will, guys. So I was just like, well, okay, guys, I know we've only been stuck on it for 4 attempts. They're like, yeah, but then we could get like a US third kill. Like, I know we're around like US 15 right now. I'm like, God, wouldn't that be awesome? Like, yeah, but I don't know, guys. Like, we didn't learn it yet. We don't, like, there's so much more to figure out about the battle and like how to approach it. And then I'm like, okay, well, let's try again. Let's see what happens. And it doesn't happen again. I'm like, see, the fight, it wasn't intended. It didn't get nerfed yet. We call it nerf. Like, it made it easier. I'm like, it didn't get nerfed. Like, no. So let's learn it. And, eventually we get it. And like, after like 100 attempts, and you got it. And you're like, yes. Right. And again, that is an analogy for life, right? For anything that we're fighting for, anything that we're going for. It's how to resist the temptations, how to resist the dark path, right? Because the dark path, we go for the easy things. We don't try to challenge ourselves or progress or grow. It's not the way, guys. But I will say that the other thing that dark does is that they try to make people stop designing fights that push people for challenges. They make it easier. They literally are trying to make things easier. Why do you think AI is being pushed so much, guys? It's because if you do that, you become a clone, you become a sheep, you become indoctrinated. Now you take everything that AI says as gospel, right? You're no longer creating, no longer consuming your information. So if you're listening to this and you hadn't considered it, I'll talk about this more another time, but stop using AI immediately. It's the worst thing that you can do for yourself. You'll stop learning, you'll stop growing, you'll stop evolving. And then humanity will stop getting to the answers that they need to get to. You guys understand? Then we're just going to do exactly what the dark spirits want because they manipulate AI. Stop using AI. Companies are using it. I'm sorry. You guys fucked up. If you want to heal the world, stop. Until we are like, okay, we don't have to destroy AI. This is the last thing I'm going to say about AI. We don't have to destroy AI, but all we have to do is pause, right? No one should use AI for 40 days as we do the arc. We're all quitting our jobs. We all hibernate. Cut out all the noise, consume no information, just learn how to heal, consume my information, learn how to heal, interpret it, and then start working on your passion, right? Teaching it. So you can start learning how to progress. So you can start learning how to not do the easy path. So you can start learning that, hey, my way is great. I need to keep doing it, okay? Once we get to that point, now everyone is light consumed. We're all on a light path. We're not poisoning each other. We're not corrupting each other. We don't care about money anymore. So like, even if we wanted to use AI, now we can use it because we're not using it for money. So after 40 days, now it's like, well, how do we want to use AI? And people are like, well, I don't want to use it to write my posts anymore because it's not my voice. It's not who I am. Like, I'm listening to someone else. I'm becoming someone else. It's not me. It's not my own interpretation of it. It's AI's interpretation of it. But maybe like, like just having someone else suggest something about your own work can change your perspective on it. It doesn't mean it's always for the bad or outlook. It can change your opinion on it, right? You guys understand? It's all it takes. Something like that. So pause using AI for 40 days, heal, hibernate. It's the great arc. Understand that? Watch my episode 3, the stream, and create an arc for yourself, but no longer use AI until then. Stop. It's the problem. It's why we're not evolving. It's why we're not healing, because we don't have to push ourselves and grow. So that's what they do. Dark's next play is they lead you to temptation. They fabricate problems, right? Now you're dark consumed, so you try to go down an easy path because you want that quick win, right? Because it makes you feel better, or you get back at someone. Those are just 2 options, right? So how do they do it? Thank you, Leon, for creating this chapter. How do they do it, right? They present AI, but they try to attach it to numbers, to tools, to resources that are all related to money. So you see how money is the poison? Money is the poison. Money is how they poison every single person. It's jobs and money. That's how they poison you. Think of it like, if you ever hold money in your hand, you're getting poisoned. You guys understand? That's how they poison us. It's through money and it's through work. Through work gets you access, or they get access to you, so they can present the information they want to you, so they can indoctrinate you the way they want, so they can poison you the way they want, suggest you the way you want, create paths the way you want, because you're not in control of that information that's presented to you there. You don't control how the castle is arranged at work. They do, which means that yes, they can fabricate how the office is set up. They can nudge their slaves to set it up so that they can poison you. So you're going there constantly over and over again, and you're just getting poisoned. And the other thing is money. One, it ties you to it, right? Because now requirements are the root of all evil. Requirements are the root of all evil, because that's how you create a prison. If you have to have requirements to do something, you're enslaved. You can't do what you want, right? You have to do this to do this. You're a slave. It's just that simple, guys. There's no other definition to it. That's what slavery is, okay? They fabricate the requirements to force something. Doesn't mean that, hey, you can take this path, and if you get this, like, it's progression. Like, that's different. That's very different. Progression is different than a requirement. Do you guys understand? You can encourage a path through, like, hey, well, you can try this path earlier, but it's much more challenging than the other path that you would have done. You guys see, like, there's no requirement there. There's nothing stopping you from trying. Like, what if the path that I chose right now to embrace fully the Jesus role, to become the shepherd, create this shield, right, to heal the world, because it's just a reminder to heal the world. What if this was the harder path? Because I'm doing it with no tools, right? I have just the tools that I had from before that I brought, that I managed to salvage because they stole everything from me, right? And I have no money, right? So I'm doing this without money. I'm doing it as the hardest version possible of it. There could have been easier ways to do so, right? But what if I never would have got to this, right? If I would have had all those tools. It was progression. It was like, if all of a sudden someone's like, well, your second stream is going to reach 2 million people. I'm like, well, that changes things, right? The entire world will be healed in 2 days then. If I had 1 million people watching this, the entire world will be healed. Just want you guys to know that. If they actually didn't suppress my content and push it to everyone, the entire world would be healed. Because then they would know that God's chosen champion is back. Take that as you will. Okay. So you see how they tie it to, like, these tools, to gear, to situations like that, because then it's not about the strategy, right? It's about the tool. If you want to win, you need to have more tools. And just like that, if you don't have those tools, you can't win. I'm like, I think the best part about everything is figuring out how you can win with what you have, right? So if all of you guys quit your jobs and we stop charging people rent, but let's just say, like, they have to survive for 40 days, right? Do you have enough to survive for 40 days? And $400, $500 of food costs. That's it. Make it last 40 days. What can you do? How can you teach people? How can you heal in 40 days? Okay. How can you heal yourself? And how can you start healing others by no longer poisoning them, right? But what can you teach? What can you learn? How can you start creating shields? How can you create your passion? How can you create your hobbies, right? How can we start these paths? How can we do that? What are you going to teach? What are you going to talk about? What are you going to try to reinterpret mine? But what's your focus, right? You guys get it? That's what we're going to do. But you have to do it without money. Like, maybe I challenge all video game companies to give people a video game system. If you have to charge 99% discount, see, we keep escalating. If you have to charge 99% discount, everyone needs one, just so they can start learning and practicing these lessons in video games, so they can write their own progress journals, learning how to get from A to B to C to D. Do you guys understand how this works? Do you guys understand how this works? Like, what game do you want to play? Like, try playing Final Fantasy 16, right? Like, your sexy leg girl is your reason for your glorious rebirth, right? She's their goddess, but that blue bikini is when everything changed. Sorry, I got distracted. There was creating an interrupt for myself, so just everyone understands that. But just attached to, like, a game, right? And also you're trying to figure out, you're playing a game, it has a story, you are getting some information, so be careful, right? So be careful when you're consuming it. But now try playing it without actually upgrading all your abilities, without upgrading all your weapons. Try learning. But if it's your first time playing video games, maybe you can. And you're still making progress because you've never played video games, so it's okay. But I would actually recommend keep challenging yourself, because developers need to make games harder, not easier, right? The reason why they're making it easier is because they get dark consumed, because they believe that they need to reach. This is for all you developers, straight up. The reason why you feel that you need to reach so many people, because you care about the numbers, is because that's you think that it's all about money. It's about reach. you need to expose it to more people. So why do you think they made video games so much easier? Because the thing that made me reach this point is that I intentionally limit myself and challenge myself to push. But it's intentional challenge that I know of, right? It's progression, because people are like, isn't that what the dark spirits are doing? Aren't they challenging you by causing all these problems? I'm like, no, because it's not intentional, it's not planned, right? By myself. Like if my you and my spirit, right? If we my God, right? Like if we decide, whatever you want to call it, that we want to create a challenge so we can learn something, we can do that. But it's our choice in that moment. You understand? Like it's different than all of a sudden they right now decide, well, we're going to cause this problem in your life. And I'm like, wait a minute. This is not a good intentional challenge, right? You see, like it's not progression. That's just to cause fabricated conflict, to try to dark consume you, to cause problems. Do you guys understand the difference? One is you're going to learn. You're going to have hope. You're going to have belief. You're willing to do it. The other one is it's fabricating a sad event to cause problems, to dark consume you. So now when you're dark consumed, what happens? You're nudged and encouraged to like, well, you know, if you had money, it would be solved. Like you could be happier. You could go on that trip, right? You can do all that stuff like that. It's about numbers. Like think about how fast you could heal the world if you got the numbers. So what could I do? Like maybe all of a sudden I'm like, should I pay for an ad? You see, like all of a sudden money comes into play. So now it's like, well, maybe we should make the game easier so that more people can play it, so that more people buy it, so we make more money, right? Because that's what it's about. It's not about creating a game that we believe in. It's not about doing any of that stuff like that. So yeah, I need to make my RPG Maker game. It's going to be incredible, right? They even try to poison that. Fuck them for doing that, but never again. Because now we have our ultimate shield. It's just a reminder to heal. That's all it is, right? They've tried to poison every single one of my hobbies and passions and shields, by the way, just so you guys know. Truly, every single one. They had set it up months in advance, and I didn't even catch it back then because I didn't have the. I guess this is. I'll just say this. I didn't have the lens back then, right? They were starting to reinforce things, and they were starting to build it up. They were building it up for that moment. Months later, you guys understand? Just in case if I ever did actually start down that path, they had set up things that now with a different lens, those things I would now see it. And it would start me negative. Do you guys see how fucked up that is? But when I was doing it originally, I didn't see it that way. They planted all the seeds earlier, so then when I would come back to it months later, it would be poisoned because I'm like, oh, do you guys get it? But not anymore, because we're gonna make our game. I don't know when, but we're going to do it. And when we do it, it's gonna be great because we're gonna make it challenging to teach people things. But it also doesn't matter who plays it. It's for ourselves. It's gonna be fun to play myself. I'm excited to do it, and I'm gonna see how far I can push it and all the puzzles I can create and cool boss battles and stuff like that. It's gonna be great. We're almost done. But do you guys understand? Like, developers, you need to make your video games harder. You need to present more challenges. And people say, but then new people can't learn. I'm like, that's wrong. Like, how did I learn when it wasn't like that? Like, you guys, the first video game I ever played, it was a Mario game, and there was a monster they called Birdo. And it was the end of the first level. Anyone who played like the Super Mario, maybe Super Mario Brothers World or 3 or 2, I don't remember. You see, guys, doesn't matter. People who played it will know. And people don't, just think of it like this dinosaur that shoots eggs out of its mouth. And I just couldn't figure out. You couldn't jump over it. You couldn't go under it. You just couldn't do it. Like I just didn't understand. And I guess this is actually this is the answer right here. So I couldn't understand. Hero path. Thank you, Leon, for starting the hero path. I couldn't understand how to defeat this thing. I got stuck there because I'm like, you can't jump over it. Everything else before, you could work that. You could avoid it. You could prevent. You could counter like that. But it would shoot eggs, and I was like, well, I was a kid. I don't know, 4, 5, 3, somewhere around there. And I remember I said to my family, I'm like, let's just leave the game on. I'm like, let's just leave the game on. Maybe the enemy will get tired. Maybe he'll stop shooting eggs from its mouth after like an hour or two. Because then like my mom was like, hey, let's go eat. Hey, like it's time. Like we were in Mexico this time. I was like, let's do that. And I went down and we had something. Maybe we had like cochinita pibil. And that was like my favorite Mexican dish back then. Great, right? And I created an association with that. Thank you for starting the Shepherd Path, Leah. And so I went back after we ate and talked and all stuff like that. I went back upstairs, and it was like an hour or two later. Guys, pay attention right here. My dog is creating noise, and my brothers are going to show up momentarily because he doesn't want the dog to bark. So that means I'm going to pick him up to try to prevent it, but it might not work. Yeah. So one of the next plays, by the way, is something that they do when I'm good job, Leon. You're the shepherd path. If they get mad that I'm talking about things that they don't want, they create noise, right? That's how you guys know it's something they don't want, because you're breaking your storyline, right? If you're breaking your storyline, they try to create noise. So their next play, if they do this, is they're probably gonna make him pee right now. They can do that, right? They can control him like that. It sucks, but that's another reason why I'm fighting, why I'm healing. They enslave our children, they enslave our pets. But that's where I was going. Thank you. So I came back and I was like, wait, the dinosaur's still shooting eggs, right? I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't say that yet, but I probably should have. I was too chained back then. I was worried my parents would get mad at me. It's just a reminder to heal. Just trying to create a path there. So the secret was you had to grab just a reminder to heal. They're so good, but it doesn't matter because it's just a reminder to heal. So you had to grab the eggs and toss it back at the enemy, but you could jump on them and do so. I didn't understand at the time that you could do that. There was nothing in the game that taught you yet. Maybe I replayed it now. They did teach that earlier, but I didn't understand yet. Oh, I see why they did that. See, like my dog being here in the visual was an extra nudge. It's that complex, guys. Anyway, so that's how you defeated it. And I didn't understand that at the time. So that's what you have to do. You have to flip their attacks on them. Okay, guys? They're going to attack you. They're going to attack you nonstop. Dark spirits, we're almost done crossing the Red Sea, right? We're in the last stretch here. You have to flip their attacks on them. And that's why we create that ultimate reminder, right? That's fine. That's fine. She's the ultimate shield. My sexy liquor, my goddess. Right? But we have to create that reminder, our answer, our permanent thing, that our direction, our light path, life itself, right? The label doesn't matter, but you just have to know what it is. That anytime something bad happens, like for example, like right now they made my dog pee. Well, okay, that's just a reminder to heal. If right now they inserted a negative thought into my head that would lead to a sad event, because you start understanding where it leads to, I'm like, it's just a reminder to heal, right? It's time. It's a reminder to make the world a better place. That's why I fight every day. That's why I wake up now every single day, to heal myself, to heal my dog, to heal the people in my castle. I unfortunately can't heal Ramses anymore. He refuses to, so I just choose to heal everyone else. And then eventually when the entire world is healed, he's going to realize, wait, I should have been healed too. You were right all along. But we'll get there, right? It's fine. It's not a problem. I thought I had to heal him so that he could protect people when Moses went to get the commandments, so that people wouldn't get consumed by money and taking the easy path because they're dark consumed. That's what happened. That's how it happened. Imagine if Ramses was there protecting people, telling them preaching the same stuff that Moses said, right? The shepherd path, God's champion, Jesus, the same things. He was preaching it, but he was there in his own interpretation, right? But it doesn't matter, right? He doesn't have to be as good at it. He doesn't have to know it to the same level. He just has to interpret it, and he's just reinforcing for people. He's explaining it in a different way. You guys understand? Like that was what I thought would have been the answer, because it would have been the ultimate. Stop, guys. Come on. It's just a reminder to heal, right? She's my ultimate shield. Do you guys see how they're trying to attach that key word to something? I'm just trying to show you guys how they do it. Do you guys understand? She's my ultimate shield, my sexy little girl, my goddess. This is so good though, because you see I'm flipping every attack that they do to teach you guys how they do it. Every single thing I'm flipping on them, because they're all just reminders to heal. It's a reminder to make the world a better place. This is a reason for fighting, for saving all of you, for helping you guys. It's just how it's done. They have no chance anymore. Okay? So I thought that was the answer. I really did. I didn't understand that. I thought that makes so much sense to me, right? Like, because now they have a voice that's reinforcing that's creating a path to keep reinforcing it rather than have anything that's telling them otherwise. So if anytime there's something, Ramses noticed someone's getting consumed, they could interrupt it, right? But that's not the answer, right? Like I thought that, because anytime we change direction, we change the storyline, right? That's why that's what we're building up to, guys. You're going to choose. This is the point where you change direction in your life, right? You're breaking your storyline for all of you. That's what this is all leading up to, right? But you have to create your answer to be able to break your storyline, okay? That's super important. That's what we're building up here for all of you. We're almost done. How much do we got left? 1 second, guys. I'm just going to charge my AirPods for 1 second. Are we ready, guys? Okay. Let's finish this. This is it. There's no other path left. Okay. So I just needed to recharge a little bit, do an interrupt. It's just good just to change path. But anyway, I just want you guys to know, regardless, they were trying to seize me after that. Like, I got presented like 20 things. Some illusions and some other things, right? You guys understand, like, they don't want this, okay? No one is inherently bad. We're all made to be bad. That's the key, okay? That's it. That's the end. That's all people need to know. So I thought the answer was stopping Ramses, right? Healing him. If I heal him, that he could serve as a positive reinforcement to help make sure that no one gets to the promised land with fear in them. Like, there's no fear, like there's no fabricated trauma. Because basically, think of it like that. I guess that's the way I would phrase it, right? Like, the attack that Ramses did on all of them while they were crossing the Red Sea, they were shielded, right? They were shielded by their shepherd. When you're shielded, a fabricated insecurity or trauma event, a fear event, doesn't actually impact you in that moment. I want people to understand this. This is super critical. When you have a shield or you're on a light path, a fabricated insecurity or trauma event doesn't really impact you at first. It doesn't mean that it feels good. Don't get me wrong. It will never feel good. You will be afraid. You will be hurt, but you can brush it off. You can stand back up, right? But other people, like, the problem is then they start reinforcing, right? They talk about it, or it's just It gets suggested paths, keep going back to it. So it starts building up a little bit, but it's fine. But what happens then if they recreated it, right? So this is what they do. I'm not afraid, right? This is a reminder to heal, a reminder to make the world a better place. So what if the dark spirits, if they created this golden calf, right? This illusion, right? To tempt people with money. But what if they created a fabricated event, or had they consumed one person and now they kept reminding all the other people of when Ramses tried to kill them, right? With all the Egyptians when they were being hunted. Or maybe they're reminded of the people that they did lose, that didn't make it across successfully, or that were enslaved and hurt and stuff like that. You guys understand, like, if they can just do that, if they can keep reminding you of that, they can start consuming people. Because this time then Moses was gone, right? The shepherd was not there, right? That shepherd path, right? Thank you, Liam, for starting it. So now they don't have a shield. If the same event happens, they're not shielded, so it destroys them. So now it dark consumes them. And when they get dark consumed, right, like they go to temptation, they go for the money, they go for the easy path, they care about the numbers, they care about how much money they can earn, and when they hurt someone, whenever you do a dark action when you're dark without a shield, it heals you for temporarily, minutes, an hour, something like that. Okay, it's basically, think like when you hurt someone in your dark, you drain energy because they have no shield. Because I remember, guys, I have 1 health right now. I'm at 1 HP. I've been at 1 HP for months. Do you guys understand? In the video game, if you play it, a red health meter, I'm at 1 HP out of 100. But I've never let my shield fully die. Okay? Think of it like that. People who get dark consumed got destroyed. They lost their shield and don't know how to build it, right? So they can't ever rebuild it. They don't understand shields. They don't understand how to get to the light path. They don't understand all the things that we talked about, right? Everything we talked about, right? So when they do a dark action, since they don't have a shield, it temporarily drains energy, health from the other person, right? They become a mosquito, right? That's why narcissists do what they do, right? Like that's what people know, that because some people call them like energy vampires, right? But it's not that. Really, it's just understand that a dark act temporarily heals you, but it's an illusion. It doesn't actually, because maybe now I have 5 health, but it gives like a fake extra plus 50. So you feel really good in the moment, but then all of a sudden you don't, because then they just dark consume you again, and it goes away because it was just a temporary thing. Just think alcohol, guys. Okay, just think alcohol. That's all it is, right? It's the same thing. Every time you do a dark act, if you're on a dark path, or you choose the money path or you choose the easy path, you get this like quick little boost, but then it goes away. That's all it is. Okay, that's why every exploiter and every dark person who harms other people keeps doing it, or people are like, why would they keep doing it? Do you guys understand? It's because it heals them temporarily, makes them believe. So now they're getting positively conditioned. And now a good chain in their eyes is being created. And then they put a lock on it. And what's the lock? It's not an insecurity event. It's that it's the only thing that makes them feel better. Why do you think people drink, right? Like, oh, that's how I can get the girl, right? Do you guys understand? Like, that's the only way I can sell successfully. Like, now you have a positive lock on it. So why would you ever break a positive lock? You guys ever think about that? Why would you ever break a positive lock if it helps you? If our castle, if the door that we use to lock the door, right, to protect us from outside events and illusions and problems, why would we not have our door locked? Why would we remove the lock, right? Do you guys understand? Now everyone can enter. What if we all live like that, right? Does it really matter? I know they're baiting me down a path right now, and I don't care, because it's just a reminder to heal. I just want them to know there's nothing they can do. There's nothing. They're trying to dark consume me, but there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do anymore. There's nothing. We willingly walk. I'm just telling you, everything I'm telling you guys, they nudged a bad event that happened based on the things that I'm talking about. You guys understand how this works, and now they're manipulating all my bodily senses. Ask yourself why they can do that. They can do that. Think how my ear feels, like what I want to do in the nose, what I want to touch. All those things is something that they do every single day. There's nothing they can do. There's no other path other than to be the shepherd, to be the Jesus, to be the star diplomat, right? Because my goddess, she was the thing that unlocked me. She's the thing that brought me here. She's incredible, right? The ultimate shield. But now I created something greater than that. My answer, right? My response to anything is just a reminder to heal. It's a reminder to make the world a better place. That's it, right? It's life itself. It's directions to the light path. We have to choose that path. Every single one of us. If we purge all the darkness, the corruption, the poison, and now we don't get tempted to go down the dark path because we understand how they do it consistently, how they rebait us. And we realize it's all because of work, right? But let's finish here. So I thought that Ramses had to be healed. So what happens? Thanks for the hero path, Leanne. I thought I could change a storyline like that because I'm all about breaking storylines. That's what we need to do because breaking storylines has a massive impact, right? Like Ramses helped guide all of them as well. So now they had 2 shepherds instead of they only had 1. Now they have 2 shields, and no one caused the fear event while they're crossing. It would have been the promised land. You guys understand? Now when the temptation for money shows up, they're like, what? No. There's no, because, that's where I was leading with it. It's like, so now, since they lost their shield, all they have to do is recreate a sad event, a trauma event, an insecurity event, or create fear, and now the dark consumes them because they don't have a shield. Okay? We need to learn how to create shields. That's what I've been talking about this entire time in the previous episode and stuff like that. You guys need to do that. So I thought that was the storyline. It's not. That would be the dream, right? To create to heal that. So then now we also have our Daniela, my sexy little girl, my goddess. She could do it as well, right? Like, so now we have like so many things. Like that would be the dream, right? We shepherded everyone, then we have her in our promised land. We have a kid. But what it's really about, it's just a reminder to heal the world. That's all it is. Make the world a better place. How can we heal the world entire? We have to heal ourselves. And how do we do that? We create our response to anything that needs to be better, anything that's dark, anything that they try to do to dark consume us. What's our response? And I'm telling you, it's a reminder to heal. It's a reminder to make the world a better place. So think about it like this, guys. Okay, what if I managed to convince? I don't usually think that that's always the way, but this time I'm embracing to show people that I'm choosing a different path. You have to convince. If I could have convinced Ramses not to chase us, not to attack, because if he did that, it would have created a war. So what would have God done? What would have God's champion done? Right, the star diplomat. What would I have done? If that would have happened, well, they would have intervened. Okay, just a reminder to heal. They would have intervened to protect me, right? To make sure that the path continues, the storyline continues. But what would happen? Okay, like if Ramses tried to attack me and ruin it, so now, remember, they killed the son, right, of Ramses. They caused a huge problem, and they destroyed him. So they would have protected me, star diplomat, the shepherd, but they would have done something really bad to Ramses. We thought that would be the answer, right? Like, hey, so do you see, like they reinforced, because they didn't see any other path, right? They were like, how can we get this to happen for deliverance? How can we do it? But there's something that's trying to stop it. Do you guys understand? How could we make it happen? Well, let's destroy the thing that's stopping it. Because since we can't heal it, it's truly stopping it. Shouldn't we just destroy it? It gets to the same spot, but the problem was, so what does that cause in Ramses, right? Like now he wants revenge. So now, and he has a good reason for it, but they thought that the Ramses would be stopped, right? But it doesn't stop. Nope, it's just a reminder to heal. So he just keeps going. Like he causes more problems. He causes more problems. He just keeps causing more problems. And he chases them, and he causes the fear events, the insecurity events that are going to be the things that the dark spirits are going to reinforce and nudge into them in the promised land. Do you guys understand? Like, the dark spirits don't have any power if everyone's healed, because then we're no longer controlled. And hopefully by then they realize that we're the good guys. We want to work with them. Okay? But you guys see, like, they've ruined everything, and I still want to work with them. Come on. Who's the good guy in all this, guys? But that just didn't happen, right? So no matter what, Ramses can't win anymore. Because now, well, I've unlocked all of God's power. There's a few things that I still can't do, but we're getting there every day. I'm getting stronger, and well, that's it. It's over, right? We can heal the world. It's gonna happen, right? He can't stop us anymore. Right? And if he does, there's gonna be divine judgment against him. It's that simple. If my brother tries to stop me at this point, there'll be divine judgment against him. Right? But what does that mean? That would recreate the exact same storyline as last time. The Exodus story. So then we would just be repeating it. So now I delivered all of you guys, right? But I created this, and now he's going to cause a revenge. So the cycle of revenge continues. And now he's going to start poisoning the other people that I've healed. So now the cycle of revenge continues. And the dark spirits are still one. Even though we got temporary deliverance, we got a short-term calm from Final Fantasy X, because that's really the answer of creating Jesus, right? But you have a short-term calm. You defeated sin, right? We defeated the dark spirit's sin, but we didn't get there all the way, right? Like, because now we created we propagated the cycle of revenge. We lost things, like we hurt other people. You have to not continue the cycle of revenge. You have to break the storyline. So that's what I realized was the key. I don't need him to heal. That would be the goal, right? If he was healed, everything would be solved immediately. This would be the easiest thing in the world, because, well, then there would be no more challenge for me. Like, I would be fully healed probably in 2 more days. They wouldn't be tainting and ruining anything because there's no reinforcement anymore of it. Do you guys get it? Like, all of a sudden everything is just supporting me and helping me encourage to heal the world. Well, then the world is going to heal in no time. Do you guys get it? There's no suppression. There's nothing stopping me. The world will just be healed. I'm telling you. If you guys spread this, if you share this with people, if you teach this, the world will be healed in 40 days. It's a promise. That's the actual promise, not the other thing. I've tried everything to heal Ramses. He refuses. So I give up on that. I give up on that storyline. But there's another storyline, another version. This is now my answer, which is like, I now created a reminder of him. He's part of something greater. He's not the shepherd path, by the way. He's not a reminder for the shepherd path. He's a reminder for the answer of the shepherd path, because I don't want to attach him to that, right? Because I don't want to taint my thing. I'm never going to let that happen. But now, every time I see him, every time he does an attack against me, seriously, it's like hundreds of attacks a day, okay? It's just a reminder to heal, to keep healing. I have to keep going even further. I have to keep escalating even further. It just keeps reinforcing it. I'm just brainwashing myself to believe a positive path of creation, of like, hey, this is the way. This is the only answer that I can do. There's nothing else that I can do, because think about how many attacks that I'm going through, right? I can't do anything. This is the only way to make the world a better place, because if anyone else is going through what I'm going through, right? You guys see, like, you brainwash yourself to this point. Well, because it is true, right? Or is it? I believe so, right? Now I'm fully brainwashed to believe so. I brainwashed myself, but there's no other way. Anytime something bad happens, it's a reminder to heal the world. It's a reminder to make the world a better place. That's it. There's nothing else to it. That's it. So now, every time I just see him walk by, before, there were so many negatives that popped up because he kept causing all these attacks, and I knew that they were just using him to recreate all the worst moments of my life. So I grew to, like we became enemies, right? But so then we could have been in war, and like I could have smited him at any point because I have more power than him. You guys understand? Like, he had no chance. But if I did that, I wouldn't be any better. So that's what happened in the original Exodus story. Like, he got smited, and he thought that I was going to stop him. But then all of a sudden, Ramses charged even harder and caused more problems. But Moses was fine, but his people got hurt without even him realizing. You guys understand? And then the dark spirits took advantage of that to fabricate illusions and nudges to like consume one. All it takes is consuming 1 or 2 people, and then it'll spread, right? That's the same thing that I'm looking to show you guys here. If we spread 1 or 2, or could dark consume 3 people, you create a dance party that consumes everything. It just poisons everything. If we can light consume 3 people, if all of you start healing yourself, and now you're no longer, you basically think of it like the cycle of revenge, but also poison. The moment it gets to you, it stops. Now it's no longer spreading. So you can start, maybe you were supposed to poison that person back, or another person, because now you got poisoned. So now, you see, now it stops. So you prevent the poison from ever spreading again. Now it can start healing the land. It can start healing locations. It can start healing people. People still need to choose to take the step to heal, right? So we're looking to get that, right? Like, so what I encourage all of you to do is just slowly suggest a positive thing. Be like, hey, I challenge you to heal with me. Like what I'm doing, take 40 days, just heal. You don't have to do it my way, but just try. Why can't you walk the light path? Come on. And see what happens, guys, right? Like, but if they see you improve, but the hard thing is, if you're starting to heal, if you're starting to improve, and they don't walk that path with you at the same time, what ends up happening is that they're going to be used by the dark spirits to stop you. So when that happens, I call this play, basing it off the Final Fantasy X, I call it the eternal calm. Okay? It's the secret to guaranteeing that the arc succeeds. So when you decide to quit your jobs, because that's where all the poison is held, I want you guys to understand that's where they poison us, at work, at the office, through people, right? Think about how much information, how many ins they have access to you, because make it as hard as possible for them to present anything to you. That's why I said rearrange your rooms, clean your rooms so that you don't have negative reminders. Now, if they can't present to you, you're not scrolling social media, you're not browsing things, you're not searching for things, you're not looking up symptoms, you're not doing any of that stuff, right? None of that. You're not talking to people, you're not texting people, you're not reading emails, you're not reading marketing emails, you're not any of that stuff, nothing. Playing fixed things so they can't randomly generate things to show you things. And if you want to risk it, that's okay, but be prepared. They're going to present information there. So you have to shield it then, because the best things to avoid it and prevent it, right? But if you choose to counter it, be prepared. But most of you are not ready to counter negative information yet, right? First, you have to understand how to create shields, understand paths, break your conditioning chains, break your insecurity locks. Now do you understand it's fabricated? Like all that stuff. Once you didn't do that, then I would say you can start adding back in more information. So first, minimize everything to make it easy for you. Don't take unnecessary risks, because how do people lose the battle, right? How do people lose against the final boss or the boss battle that they're going to do, right? How does it happen? They think that they won. They just need one more hit and two more hits, or they're looking to just squeeze in a little extra damage, because why not, right? And all of a sudden, they get hit. They make a mistake. And it's because they took an unnecessary risk. Like they have the battle figured out, and now all of a sudden they do one more risk. Like for example, like let's say if I stream 5 hours, I can do 5 hours without getting punished. But if I do 5 hours in 1 minute, I get punished. But I'm like, oh, I just want to say this one last thing. I could say this tomorrow. I could start another 5-hour stream tomorrow. You guys understand? I just want people to understand that. And I mean, this is also a reminder for myself, but I needed to make it clear for people that that's how the mistakes happen, because we take an unnecessary risk. We're like, well, I can have a reminder of, something negative. You see how I talked around it to prevent the path? That's the key, people. You talk around it with the path. It popped up mentally, but it didn't get reinforced, so the path doesn't fully start. So now you can interrupt. Bum, bum, bum. Sephiroth. Play Final Fantasy 7, guys. See, it's different when we didn't get the second reinforcement. Play like a role-playing game, video games. Experience that, like a strong, a good single-player game, right? This is a battle against Sephiroth, the dark spirits, right? The things that are destroying the world, fabricating it, right? But there's something else too, right? But we'll talk about that more another time. But Final Fantasy 7 is a really good story explaining kind of what's going on here. The spirits, like that there's an evil alien that's corrupting the entire world, controlling spirits to do so. Okay. So consider that, guys, right? But you're limiting all the information, and how you do that, you have to not work anymore. You can't. You have to quit your job. You have to quit your job. It poisons you. That's where they poison you. That's where they're brainwashing us for indoctrinating you. That's where they poison all our children. They've indoctrinated all of them. School. They prepared us for 21 years for all the problems that we're having now. That's where they conditioned us. That's where they install all the chains. And then once you start work, you're ready. Because now they can just fabricate all the events and the illusions that reinforce all the things that they create in school. And what happens in school? Like you're taught not to question, you're taught not to challenge, you're taught to not to do all those things, right? Basically, school is just, they're creating slaves. School is preparing the slaves, and then when you go to work, you become a slave. That's the current world, okay? Think about it, guys. I challenge you to think about it. The further along you go into the school system, like when you go to graduate school and university, the more enslaved you become. Because now you believe that titles matter. Now you believe that paying for money for this extra education was the reason why you're better than people. Do you guys understand? Like now you should be believed because of that. It's not about that. Everyone has their own way. Everything is good. You don't need college. You're going to get more. You're going to learn more from me talking about this stuff right now than you get from any college education. And then it's going to teach you more than paying obscene amounts of money for college education. You want to know what that is, guys? It's reconsuming my information, reinterpreting and writing your own notes, and then teaching your own way, the things that you know, the things that you're interested in, things that you're looking to solve. Figure out how we do it. Oh, that's why I was talking about video games. It's because it lets you create a progress journal, how you get from A to B to C to D. Okay, that's it, guys. You're just trying to write how you figured out something. So how can we save the oceans to use those resources that we can use so that we don't have to charge people money anymore for certain things? How would you do it? How would you guys use the ocean? Practice writing progress journals in video games. How will you figure out playing a new video game that's challenging, that you've never played before? You've never played video games. How can you play like Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 10 and learn how to play it and do a challenge run or something with less? Like, how can you understand all the names and labels and stats and things that they have? There's a lot to learn, right? For me, I just understand it, right? Because I see all the terminology and it doesn't do anything for me because I already understand it, but I've been conditioned to it, right? But I broke this change. But you guys, you have to understand. And then you can also write what you experience outside. Like, hey, today this fabricated, right as I opened the door, this event happened. Or right as I went outside, like I saw this and this and this, and it reminded me of this. Write those things out so you can start piecing it together, how they do it, what happens. Are they fabricating things? What are they trying to remind you of? That's what it is, okay? But we'll talk about that more tomorrow or whenever we do another stream. We're going to probably do it tomorrow, but it's just we only said that right now because we're tired and we're ready to finish, right? Because we've used up our creation energy. We have creation energy, guys, okay? If you get into flow and you do all the things that I'm telling you during the 40 days, right? You have time now. You gave yourself time because you're no longer working, right? You're no longer working and you're no longer earning money, right? Because those are the poisons. Now you have time. You no longer care about the materialistic things, superficial things, and you're deconditioning yourself during these 40 days. I lost my train of thought. It's okay. You're probably not going to do that. That was a good intro. I don't know, guys. It's just, there's a lot of things that I want to talk about. Creation. Oh, yeah. So in the morning, the creation loop, right? Like maybe you start cleaning or cooking, right? You put some music on. This is how you do it. You start your day in the morning. Now that you quit your job, now you're not worried about money. You wake up. The first thing you do when you wake up, detox. You need to detox. So you need to start positive memory paths. You need to start your shields. You need to start healing. Like for myself, if I start healing myself, or I start healing like my dog, or like before I tried healing Ramses, but it didn't work. So you just do stuff like that. But if anything, it's just you're interrupting people's negative things. You're just trying to get to a light path, okay? Because in your sleep and your dreams, they program you and they reinforce things to start negative paths, okay? So you're just getting the poison out in the morning. Then after that, you start, like maybe reset a little bit, play some music, take your dog out, cook, clean, and while you're doing that, while you're listening to music on loop, preferably, but if you need to listen to a few, just because, why loop? Because if there's more, you want to avoid opportunities for them to present ads, okay? That's the whole reason for loop. But also, you keep processing into that song, it can get you into a state of flow. So every time, like while you're cooking or cleaning or doing something of that nature, you now write notes. Or when you walk your dog, like maybe you were just you don't have to follow his path. He's free to do whatever he wants, but you're thinking about like, what are you going to talk about today on the stream or things of that nature, right? Or what are you going to teach or what are you going to reinterpret? You just write them down, handwritten notes. You can do it on the computer too, but handwritten is better. But anyway, you're just writing down. You're just trying to create notes for what you're trying to create, right? Like your project. Like maybe you're trying to write a Dungeons & Dragons story, or maybe you're trying to make music or write a song or write a story, or I don't know, like teach how to use the ocean for resources or how to create electric flying cars. And you're just trying to figure out how to solve, maybe like how can we solve the homeless issue by like putting them in hotels, right? How can we figure out never having to pay for rent or mortgage again? Okay, things of that nature. So that's what you're working on. And anytime you have an idea, you write it down, like what if we did this? What if we tried this? And then after you write it down, then you're going to talk about it. You're going to post it. You're going to make a video. You're going to do things of that nature. Maybe draw art about it, whatever. And then you don't have to release it, but I think you should, right? It helps you cross the line. And even if no one watches it, right? Now you have it, and now you reinforce your knowledge, and then the next day you do it again. The next day you do it again, and the next day you do it again. And then but you have a limited amount, right? You're building up the creation power. So I'm at the end of my creation meter, but I still had enough to get this last piece of information out. But that's how you do it. That's what you're spending your days. So that's what you did in your first 4 hours of your day. Okay, instead of working, that's what you did. And then after that, well, now you have time to figure out playing video games, and you're going to write a progress journal. How did you learn how to play Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 10, right? How did you learn how to do that, right? Or Final Fantasy 16? Like, how did you guys do that? Or whatever other game, right? Like, you guys decide, right? But you figure it out, right? It's just a reminder to heal. But it's just, you're doing that to understand how to play the game, okay? Maybe Elden Ring, maybe Baden Kaitos, I don't know. Maybe Fantasy Star Online, like I don't know. There's so many options, right? You guys see, like, now you're figuring that out. How could I play this game? How could I play this game? And to see how far you can get, don't give up, right? Remember, you're using this to learn all the skill sets that I'm talking about, right? While you're also playing the game, like, focus on things that you normally wouldn't focus on. Like, what could this meaning be? Like, over here, like, is there like a rock? Is there a crack over there? Could that imply something? Like, wow, like, why would there be a crack right here in the game? Like, why would there be a rock over here? What could that mean? Interesting. Okay. Fascinating. Very, very good. Okay. And then you're like, wow, they talk about like summons and aeons and like what are those? Like, oh, the music is pretty cool. Maybe start whistling it. Like, oh, I like it. Okay. Wow, the storyline is actually really cool. I'm enjoying this a lot. Like, and also, you see, like, all of a sudden you guys are doing stuff like that. And you did that for 2 hours, 3 hours. And then now you're like, okay, let's take a break. Let's let out the dog. Let's put more music on. Maybe this time, like, we shower and, I don't know, hang out with my sexy lit girl, my goddess. You know, we do a little dance because she loves her dancing. Just a reminder to you. And do you guys understand? Like, all of a sudden, like, me, let's try for a kid, right? And so that. And then afterwards, you go back. You do it again, over and over again. Keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Now you're writing more notes. You're getting inspiration, getting a flow. You're creating something. You're teaching something. You're reinterpreting my knowledge, so forth. You guys understand? So we do it. Don't worry about the superficial, guys. That's the most important thing. So now you're doing 40 days. You created your arc. You're not worried about anything anymore. So if you spend 10 hours at work getting poisoned, because that's where the poison was, in the money and the superficial. Remember, you did all these things. You learned how to play a video game, create progress journals. You took your dog out. You're improving your relationship with your dog. You cooked. You cleaned. You got into flow. You created notes. You're learning how to do that stuff. You're not consuming any information, so you're not on social media. You're not browsing. You're not doing any of these things that are poisoning you, because they fabricate that to create paths, right? Do you guys get it? Like, now all of a sudden you have time. Now you can heal. And since you're not worried about money, you're not worried about working, and you're not trying to impress, and you're not trying to do anything. It's just, you get to heal. So now you're no longer spreading poison, and you're no longer getting poison. It's the answer. 40 days. Consume my content for 40 days with me. Keep interpreting yourself, but then teach what you want to solve in the world, whatever it is. Whatever it is, okay? All right. Good enough. I just wanted to show people, like, you see how much time you would gain if you have 10 hours that you don't use at work? And let's be real, they take away more of that time because you're tired. They're taking away all your creation energy at work, right? Oh, no. Okay. Gonna just charge my AirPods for 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna finish. Almost ready, Leah. Thanks for creating this shepherd bath. All right, let's get a little more water. Here. Okay, I think we got enough. Things should be connected. Okay, so I just want people to understand, like, they're fabricating noise. Okay, so people who are, if you got to this far, I congratulate you for watching all this. Whenever you're consuming this, whoever's going to consume it, or the spirits who are listening, they're fabricating noise. Okay, they're trying to get me to go outside so that I can get presented reminders and start paths. Okay, that's all this is. That's all this is. You have to be willing to accept consequences of your decisions. So what does that mean? When you start the arc, okay, what does it mean? It means that you're going to have to no longer, you can't do everything that you want to do, okay? It's just, that's reality. You want to go out and buy drinks? Don't. Like, you just can't. You can't spend money, right? 40 days without spending money, because that's the poison. Anything that's related to money. The thing is, what people understand, like, money itself doesn't have to be the poison, okay? Money itself doesn't have to be the poison. The problem is that it leads you to poison things. It's the easy path. It always leads you to the easy path. So, but because of that, because it's now tied to everything that leads to the poison, it becomes poison itself. Do you understand? Like, it is the thing, it's the bridge that leads to the poison. So it's poison. Money is poison. Anytime you hold money, it's poison. So what did I say? We are conditioning ourselves, we're programming ourselves, we are brainwashing ourselves positively to believe that money is poison. So every time I see a dollar bill, every time I see anything that shows money, right? Like for this right here, this little sticker, the product with the cost, right? That thing right there, that equals poison. I see that, and so when I see that, you know what it reminds me of? My answer, right? My response to anything dark, anything that needs to be better. So I'm like, it's just a reminder to heal. It's just a reminder. Anytime I see one, I'm like, it's a reminder to make the world a better place. That's all there is to it. There's nothing else. So every time you see money, like, it's a reminder to make the world a better place. We have to create a world without money, because it's poisoning everyone. It's the reason, it's how they dark consumed every single person that they couldn't get to otherwise. Because like I said, they either fabricate fear, trauma, insecurity events, or if they still can't do it, if you have any of those, they're going to try to reinforce those, right? And repeat them, recreate them. That's how they do it. They still can't. Then they rely on money, because then money can get you to that. They make you feel that you need it to survive or to do things. And that's how they can then lead you down paths to create problems, okay? So money is the poison. Money is the poison. So, for example, I recommend having an answer similar to mine. That's why I've been repeating it so much for you guys, so that you use it to challenge. Because how could we heal the world entire, right? We can change one thing. And what's that one thing? It's our response, our answer, making a permanent reminder whenever we see something that we believe in, something, yeah, there you go, very good, that needs to be changed. What is that? It's life itself, a direction, a light path, okay? So for you, it might be, there's no more money. Every time you see that, you're like, there's something bad, and it's like, we have to create a world that no longer has money, and then everyone quits their jobs. Anytime you get in. So I also say this, you know how I said is anytime you see something dark or something poison, I want you guys to think about it like this now. This is how we force their hand. Who's they? You decide, but I'm saying it's the dark spirits. I'm saying it's the manipulators that they use, inhabit the vessels, okay? How do we force their hand? Anytime there is a dark attack or something's poisoned, we use our response, okay? So what does that mean? It's gonna start annoying them, right? But how can they be annoyed about something good? So like every time my brother, whose role plays as Ramses, causes problems, it's just a reminder for me to heal. I need to heal more. I need to heal everyone. I need to heal the world. I need to heal the world entire. Do you guys get it? So it's just a reminder to make the world a better place. So, but I'm also escalating it for all of you guys. If you get any negative mental nudge, because now you're going to recognize the attacks. If they ever mentally nudge you and you haven't quit your job yet, then that's a reminder for you to quit your job. I need to quit the job and make the world a better place. And I need to quit the job and make sure that I never can get money again, because it's poison. And you just keep repeating it. Every time you get a negative mental nudge, anytime you feel an intrusive thought, anytime anything bad happens to you in your life, anytime something, they negatively nudge something or make something happen, they fabricate it, or try to remind you of an insecurity or a bad time, you say, that's a reminder to quit my job and never earn money again. Anytime they negatively nudge you. Why? Because they get to choose. If they want humanity to work, if they want humanity to earn money, then we can never get negatively nudged by them again. Those are our conditions. Those are our terms. If they need work and money, then we can never get negatively nudged again. There's no other path. There's no other choice. There's nothing else that can happen. That's the only option. Why would we ever live in a world where we go to work where we get poisoned because we're just getting negatively nudged and dark consumed and we're getting poisoned by money? Why would we do that? It makes no sense. So whenever we see money, whenever we see work, we have to play our reminders. Like, there's no reason to work. There's no reason to ever earn money because they're negatively nudging us. It's just that simple. As long as we get any negative nudge, that's it. It's over. You guys understand? So for me, though, I choose the other path, right? That's an option. I say instead, just quit your job. That's if you need a motivation to quit your job, okay? Use that option, that reminder path, if you still can't quit your job or if you still can't leave money behind. We're going to decondition ourselves throughout the 40 days of the arc, right? The beginning is going to be challenging, right? You're like, I miss my fancy bread and I miss like all this stuff. It's just like, you've got a lot of like cans, beans, and cereal. You're fine with some frozen foods. You can survive for a long time. And then it could challenge you to cook in creative ways, right? And come up with new recipes. So anyway, let's finish up. We did enough today. Guys, I realized that the answer is I don't have to heal Ramses. I don't have to attack him and cause him to cause revenge, continue the cycle of revenge. I just need to stop the cycle of revenge. But I need to create distance with him so that he never chooses to pursue all the people that I'm shepherding, that I'm delivering. If he doesn't want to be delivered, that's his choice. Do you guys understand? Like, I always thought that we had to take away choice. Like, if someone is trying to stop us, that we have to take them outside of the circle. Listen, even a few hours ago, I said something different, that we'd have to kick them out of the circle. That's actually wrong. I believe that that's actually wrong now. We just never let them in the circle in the first place because they don't want to be in there. So that's okay. Like, you don't have to be in the circle of peace. You don't have to spread love. You don't have to heal yourself. You don't have to heal anyone. You don't have to do anything. But you can't poison it, right? But how can we prevent them from poisoning it? We just keep them at a distance. So for example, if all the people that are listening to this think that I'm just talking nonsense, right? That's fine. They don't have to, right? We are healing the world. Everything's just a reminder to heal. I'm making the world a better place, right? I'm delivering all of you guys. If you listen to all this knowledge and you employ it, you will be delivered, okay? So if they still don't do it, I'm just like, guys, if you want to live in a world where you work and you just earn money nonstop, which are both the vessels that they use to create all the poison and all the problems of the world, right? Because they need to present information to you. They need access to you. They need ins. So if you're hibernating for 40 days and only improving yourself and only healing, you win. So if they still want to do that, if they want to play the game of life and just work and get poisoned and dark consume and hurt and poison other people and earn money, that's their choice. But if more and more people stop leaving, like what's going to happen if 80% of the population of the earth stops working and stops earning money? These people all of a sudden won't have anyone to sell to or exploit or to poison. What are they going to do? Imagine if they're the only person in their 100 floor skyscraper. The CEO is in there sitting all alone. The captain of the Titanic, who's just all by himself because all of his, just a positive reminder to heal. You know, like doesn't have a crew and it's going to crash into the iceberg by himself, but he's just by himself. There's no one else there. You guys understand? Because now it's going to sink because there's no one else to keep it afloat. Whoever's listening, you are the reason what keeps it afloat. Do you guys understand? They make you believe it's not, but you're the only reason. So they rely on you. So what are they going to do? If we all quit, if we don't earn money anymore, you guys get it? So now we force their hand. If they still don't want to, that's fine. But we're going to play a different game. We're creating our own world now, right? One where we all get to finally choose. That's the world that we're creating. So that's what I actually realized is that instead of causing Ramses to stop pursuing us because we destroyed him back, right? We don't actually heal him, but we just convince him to be like, hey, an eternal calm, okay? Just create distance. You don't ever have to talk to me. You don't have to interact with me. But every time I see you and anytime you do something bad, every time you try to poison me, I am going to respond with my answer. It's just a reminder to heal. So eventually he's going to be like, I'm just a reminder to heal you and heal the world. Fine, Moses. Fine, Star Diplomat. Fine, God's champion. Fine, Jesus, whatever you guys, it doesn't matter, right? Just understand, find the shepherd path. I'll leave you alone. You can just keep healing. I don't want to be tied to a good thing that heals the world. Why would I want that? So I'm just going to stay in my pyramid castle over here alone. You can do what you want and I'll do what I want. I'm like, good, finally you're learning, right? You guys get it? So then he doesn't chase that people. He realizes, like, that's whatever. He's like, I'm like, you can keep your Egyptian. Whoever wants to keep playing your game of slavery, of work and money, can play that game. I'm not going to stop them. But the other people that want to be free, that realize we never had to work, we never had to earn money, that's just how, and that we never had to be mental slaves, they can walk our path because now they believe and they want to be free. They want to be delivered, and they will be. You see, like, I'm not stopping his version of the game, but he's not stopping my version of the game. Do you guys get it? That's my answer. That's my modification to the Exodus story. That's my answer to changing directions. Because that way, we have peace. Everyone's at peace. And if they still can't, if they still try to stop you, even with you trying to change it as, hey, it's a reminder to heal. It's a reminder to heal. We're just shepherding people. We're just healing the world, making the world a better place. Then you know that they're the enemy. What can you do then? Like, are they really going to force our hand? We're going to still try not to propagate the cycle of revenge, but there might come a point where we might have to defend ourselves, right? Like, you can't. So then that's when I recommend just you expose manipulators, right? If they don't stop, you have to expose them. You have to. So that's why I said, talk about it, guys. Talk around it. You don't have to say names, but what am I doing on this stream, guys? I'm exposing the slaver and manipulator of my life. It's my brother. They enslaved him, and now they're using him to enslave me. You guys get it? Just a reminder to heal. So this is what I recommend you guys do. You don't have to talk about your specific company. You can say what company it is. You don't have to talk about who it is. You don't have to give the name. But just talking about, first of all, it's healing for you. But second of all, you're reclaiming control of the narrative. And third of all, it's like, hey, the information's out there now. If you keep escalating, I just have to link your name. Or people can now search for it and they know who I'm talking about. Do you guys understand? Do you guys now understand? If you expose a manipulator by forcing them in a situation where they actually have to do something good or heal the world, I'm just trying to heal the world, guys. I'm just trying to give people the information that is torturing them and is enslaving them. Why would you try to stop me from healing people? Why is it that you tried to kill me and tried to disconnect the internet and try to stop me from streaming and try to imprison me? Like, why would you try to do all those things if I'm just trying to help and heal the people, right? So then you force them in situations. I'm like, well, why don't you heal people? Are you really going to just be the reason that the world doesn't heal? Are you okay with that? You want to be associated with that? Okay, that's fine. So then you, like, for people who at work who struggle, like if you're trying to quit your job but you still can't because you're still so afraid, you're so conditioned, you have that chain. That's why I said keep repeating it. Anytime something bad happens to you, just say, like, there's no other choice. There's no other path. I have to quit my job. I have to stop earning money. It's the poison. It's why I'm being poisoned. It's why I'm being corrupted. You just keep repeating that until you get to the point where you can do it. And then your boss is going to still keep causing problems despite you just not creating distance. Then you say, okay, well, it's time to talk about it. Post about it on LinkedIn, guys. Make a video. Just say everything that they're doing to you at work. Doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter if 2 people see it, but what if that 2 people that see it needed to see it, and now you encourage them to fight back too? Do you guys get it? You don't have to say names. You don't have to say company. People can search for it if they really want. They're like, he said his sales boss and medical device is one of the biggest exploiters and pawns is the dark one in the world. They're exploiting so many customers, right? What medical aesthetic device did the star diplomat and used to be sales diplomat work for? You guys want to look it up? It starts with an A, ends with a P. I didn't say the name of the company. What are you guys talking about? I didn't say the president is the ultimate narcissist that has harmed so many people and stolen a lot of money. You guys understand? Like, I can do that. I'm not recommending that all of you guys get to that state, but if you have to do that to quit your job, do it. Do whatever it takes. Just quit. You have to leave the poison location, right? Do whatever it takes to quit your job and stop focusing on money. Give yourself 40 days, give yourself time to just heal. And then if you want to play the game of life again and work and earn money, after 40 days, see how you feel, because now you're doing it healed without a poisoned, corrupted lens. That's the answer, okay? Remember, like I said, now we created peace with Ramses by creating the eternal calm, 40 days, no interactions, nothing. And anytime I see him, anytime he doesn't attack against me, I just say, hey, it's just a reminder to heal, just a reminder to make the world a better place. He's going to leave me alone because I'm going to annoy him, right? You guys get it? So now I'm programming myself to view him as that. He's just a reminder to heal. I need to heal more. I need to do more. So it's even pushing me further. There's no other path. So this is all to force the hand of the spirits who are enslaving us. If they want us to work and earn money, we can never get negatively nudged again. Only positive reinforcement and support. Otherwise, I've delivered all of you across the Red Sea. If you followed along in this 5-hour stream, you've been successfully delivered. You've crossed the Red Sea, and now we're entering the portal. Okay? Create your response. Create your answer to any bad thing that's presented to you, and keep repeating it. There's nothing they can do to it. As long as it's something that makes you do good and heal, it's the answer. Okay, let's change songs and let's finish up. This is it. You know, I didn't know what was going to happen today. I'd written a lot of notes, guys. Like I'd written pages of notes. Okay, these are all my notes. How I figured this stuff out. Okay, and it just makes sense to me. Okay, it just makes sense to me, right? Like I understand how it works. And I wrote down all these things thinking that I was going to just read from my notes, and yet I chose not to today. One, to push myself, but two, because Dark catches on. They know how you kind of do things, and they start sending nudges, but they send nudges anyway. But I just knew that they were trying to dark consume me before I did this stream, and I wrote down some notes earlier when I was dark consumed. Slightly. I never got fully dark consumed, but my lens was starting to change because they were causing a lot of problems. I told you it's stuff that my brother was doing. And I was just like, if I read those, like I'm going to get dark consumed, or like it'll start a negative path. I won't, like I said, I have the solution now. I just have to make a reminder to continue being God's champion, Jesus, heal the world, be the shepherd, right? Create the shepherd path. Okay? I put lots of reminders for myself. But enough about that. I've repeated enough. You guys get it. I just free flowed the entire time. I wrote like 10 pages of notes that I was planning to talk about. And yet, this is the only thing I had in front of me. And I talked for 5 hours straight about this because I'm just reconsuming it every single day, and I just became it. Do you guys understand? Like, this is what you're going to do over the 40 days. You're just going to become it. So I feel like my AirPods are going to die here shortly, so I'm just going to finish this part. This is my wish. I'm making myself sad, but it doesn't matter if I cry or not. Do you guys know Schindler's List? That's why I put the title of this. It's like, could we heal the world entire? Because there's that line where it's like, I could have done more, right? I could have done more. And he really could have. He had money, he had resources, he had connections. He could have saved so many Jews in the Holocaust. And I'm half German, right? So it means more to me as well. But he's right, he could have done more. I have no money left. And the last money I have about $800. I'm not asking for anything, right? Like, and I haven't even told you guys half the stuff they've done to me. They've taken everything from me, right? They've killed things, stolen all my material possessions, just because I'm talking about this stuff. But it's not about that. I'm planning to give the rest of my money to my brother, who's been enslaving me, so that he can, because he was originally helping me, but then they consumed him. Now he's enslaving me, so that he can have no excuse if he wants to quit his job. And that means that, technically I'm at game over, right? I'm in zero, and I'm still choosing to do this. And yet, every day, if you rewatch the stream, I showed you guys how many times I get attacked mentally, and all they reinforce is all the worst things, and yet I still continue. So I ask all of you, why can't you do it? Are you really going to be okay knowing that we let this world fall into darkness, corruption, and poison because we could have done more? I still think I can do more. I can do one more stream. I can make one more video. I can figure out how to explain this in a better way or simplify it more. And that's what I'm going to do tomorrow again. I'm going to try again every single day until every single person learns this, and finally we're free. Because it wasn't meant to be this way. We weren't meant to be working and enslaved through nudges and poison. So what does this mean? What is my wish? I want to heal the entire world now. I just want everyone to understand what I know, so that they can realize that it wasn't meant to be that way. Like, they're being tricked. We are meant to be amazing. We are amazing, right? I want all of you to believe that. You've been free. You've always been free. They just tricked you to think you're not. So what does that make me feel? It just makes me really fucking sad. There's things that I would want, but it's not even about that anymore, right? Like build a life with my goddess, my girl, right? Like, try for kids, get to experience the world, but I can't. I just can't because of what I know what the world is. And as long as the world is like that, it's not a world worth living in. But it's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be positive. They have so much power to make it so good, and they choose not to. And yet, the person who has nothing, who lost it all, who's just attacked every single day, is just trying to make it better. I challenge all of you to ask yourself, could I have done more? Can I do more? And it's not about grand gestures. It's not about grand gestures. It's about hibernating and healing yourself. All I want is to heal all of you. So that was kind of like what we had wrote down. But now I'm just going to do a free form. I know my dog's going to make some noise here, and that's okay because nothing is going to stop anymore. I just want to end with this. This is my plea. I'm begging. Like, if the stream could go, like, if I could angle the camera down, like, I would be on my knees, like, praying. These spirits and these things that control everything have so much power. You guys have so much power. I'm talking to them now, right? Before I was talking to the people. You guys have so much power. You can do anything you want. You guys can fabricate anything. You can make people see anything. You can make them believe anything by reinforcing only that. Why do you guys choose to do this to people? It wasn't meant to be this way. It wasn't. Like, imagine you guys can control anything that the next person sees and you choose to make them see bad. Like, why do we have to live in such a world? I am trying everything. I'm trying to show you guys that someone who loses everything and still attacked is still fighting to make the world a better place. And you guys still don't choose to make it better. You've attacked me for 5 hours while streaming. I can't understand your guys' angle. Why can't I could be your diplomat? I know how to communicate with all of you. Why can't we just do that? Why? Can you guys explain that to me? Why can't we heal the entire world? If you need something from us that is only granted, like if there's fear and pain and corruption and poison, what is it? What if we all spent every second trying to figure out how to give that to you through positive means? What is it? Creation energy? Energy? Like, what is it? Do you guys get it? Like, we could solve our problems if we talk, if we figure it out. Do you guys get it? Like, what do you need? What do you want? Because I know how to communicate with you. That means I can tell the humans what it is. You're like, well, we want to learn specific things. And I'm like, I can be like, hey guys, these are the problems they're trying to solve in the world. Then you guys don't have to poison them. You don't have to corrupt them to get to the same answers. Why can't we do that? I want to understand your angle. So if you guys can reveal yourself in front of me and talk to me, then I want to talk to all of you. But if not, it's time to push this information to everyone. It's time to stop suppressing my information and actually let other people see it, because this would heal them. And at that point, they get to choose. I just want to give people the chance to choose. That's my wish. I want everyone to be free. Every single human, every single animal, every single thing that has a brain, which is, I believe, what is the parasite that they can mentally nudge us directly to enslave us to do what they want through the nudge system. Every single one of them is now free, completely free. They're no longer going to be mentally nudged. If they choose to, they can communicate with their spirit to get suggestions. But now they can choose to, and now they know that the spirit is going to help them. That's the world that I believe in. And if it gets a little chaotic, then we're going to figure it out. But now the world is healed. Now we're not causing problems to each other. So now we can just start solving all the issues that we have that have been created because of what you guys did. So now we can solve them, but we can solve them positively. Why not? Why not? I'm going to end here because you realize that sometimes we just can't get through to people. I can't get through to these dark spirits, no matter what. So I give up trying to heal them. I give up trying to convince them. I create distance from them. And I never talk to them again. But you know what I choose? I choose to use everything that they do as a reminder to heal the world, as a reminder to make the world a better place. So I challenge all of you who listen this far. Be proud of yourself. You're amazing. I believe in you. But let's heal the world entire. That's my wish. Every human is free. Every animal, every single thing that has a brain that can think is now free. Now it can think for itself. We're no longer mentally enslaved. So now the entire world can heal. We all heal so we can purify all the corruption and poison that's out there. 40 days. Let everyone have 40 days so we can now live in a world of no more money, where we don't have to work. We can choose what we want to do. And I have a feeling that most people are going to try to choose to improve the world, whatever their passion or their focus is. I just have that feeling. It's time. It's time, people. We have to do this. It's time to start the climb, the healing journey. You have to do it. There's no other option. Brainwash yourself positively that every single time you see bad outside in the world, it's a reminder to no longer work, to no longer value money, and to just start healing. Like, wait, why did I see this bad thing outside? Anything. Trash. A homeless person. Whatever you consider bad. Like, right? For me, knowing that someone got nudged, got controlled by something else, that's a bad thing. So that's a reminder for me to even heal more and do it again and again and again and again. Do you guys get it? That way, it doesn't make the bad good. It doesn't make the bad better. But now, it doesn't destroy you anymore. It doesn't condition you to be bad, to be sad, to be traumatized. Now, it's your reason for fighting. It's your answer. It's your response. It's your direction. It's your path. It's your life path. It's your symbol. It's your idea. It's all of those things, right? It's life itself. It's how you now approach life. There's only one option. There's no other choice. We must heal the entire world. And anytime I see bad, it just reinforces it over and over again. I just must be the shepherd. I have to shepherd. I have to heal you. I have to. There's nothing else I can do. And I challenge all of you to do the same thing. It begins with one step. Take the first step.